In the brutal empire known as Arctelos, the path to the throne was always soaked in blood. To ensure the survival of only the strongest, the emperor fathered countless princes and princesses, then let them slaughter one another in a bloody war of succession. The law was simple: kill or be killed. To claim a crown, one had to eliminate every last rival. Only the last one left standing could inherit the empire. Amid that merciless tradition, one child emerged victorious, a boy only 13 years old. While his older brothers and sisters were still scheming and fighting among themselves, he struck first and killed them one by one. With cold, calculated precision, he made sure not a single heir remained alive. His final act was both horrifying and grotesque. He tied together the hair of his beheaded siblings, then carried each of their heads and presented them before his father, the emperor. And the emperor smiled in satisfaction. A man practical to the point of cruelty, he admired the ruthless efficiency of his youngest son. At last, he believed the throne would have a ruler worthy of its power. But just as the emperor was about to declare the new successor, a dagger pierced straight through his chest. Blood spilled out. The father's eyes widened in shock. Standing before him was his son. The corners of his lips curled into an innocent smile, his dark red eyes gleaming with delight. Waiting is so boring. With those chilling words, the young prince seized the throne. Lanius Arctelos. He came to be known as the cruelest tyrant in the empire's history. And today, he stood before the altar. A wedding ceremony was underway. The grand cathedral glowed in radiant gold. Crimson royal banners fluttered in the wind. The fragrance of fresh roses filled the air. But beneath that beauty lurked suffocating tension. She stood beside him, the emperor of Arctelos, forced into marriage, sold into wedlock with a tyrant. Her hands trembled as the officiating priest spoke, and suddenly the weight of the ring in her hand became unbearable. If I drop it right now, will my head still stay attached to my neck? She swallowed hard and tightened her fingers around the slender ring. Lanius looked at her with dark amusement. To him, this was nothing but entertainment. She slid the ring onto his finger, and the priest loudly declared, "Now your majesty may kiss the bride." He lifted a hand and touched her head, a gesture that felt like sealing her fate. Her heart stuttered. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Her whole body stiffened as she waited, but nothing happened. Silence. Why hasn't he done anything yet? She cautiously glanced up, her lashes trembling. Was he really going to let it pass? Her blue eyes flickered with confusion as they met his, Lanius Arctelos. The monster of the empire, the man who had slaughtered the entire imperial family to win the throne. And yet now, beneath the golden light, surrounded by roses and splendor, he was breathtakingly beautiful. His smile was so gentle it almost seemed unreal, far too gentle, for someone whose hands were stained with blood. She froze when he slowly leaned down. If you had kept your eyes closed for 5 more seconds, his voice was low and lazy, tinged with a smile, I would have gotten bored. Before she could react, his lips touched hers. Her thoughts echoed through her mind. As the kiss deepened, this is not the real world. This is the world inside a novel, and she was no longer herself. She had transmigrated into the body of a bride, walking down the aisle to marry that tyrant emperor. The original story, Blossoms Blooming Over the Abyss, told the tragedy of Emperor Lanius, a man known for ruthless conquests and endless destruction. During one bloody campaign, he met the saint Seraphina. Distortedly captivated by her purity, Lanius kidnapped her from the temple, determined to make her his alone. But Seraphina never once yielded to the darkness within him. Her purity only shone all the brighter amid his sins. The more she rejected him, the more obsessed Lanius became. His desire to stain her light turned into an uncontrollable madness. In a fit of jealousy and paranoia, he killed Idun, the holy knight and Seraphina's first love, the man who had sworn to protect her with his last breath. That brutal act completely shattered Seraphina's spirit. In grief and fury, she rose against him. Her wrath led to Lanius's downfall, and in the end, he was executed. But the reincarnated protagonist here was not Seraphina, but the Empress, a minor side character in the story, remembered only because the Emperor killed her very early on. That empire followed an absolute law of monogamy, and since divorce was impossible, the only way to marry a new wife was to kill the old one. The Empress's name was never even mentioned in the novel, a character born only to die. She clenched her fists. If I had arrived here earlier, before the wedding, maybe I could have run away or faked my death. But now it was too late. She was already here, already married to the cold-blooded monster who would someday kill her. How am I supposed to survive this? The thought alone made a chill run down her spine. Tame Lanius, the man who burned cities to the ground and massacred armies for amusement? She nearly laughed out loud. No chance. If she wanted to live, she had to be shrewder, smarter, different. She remembered that in the novel, when the Empress questioned Lanius about his cold attitude, that was what drew his attention and made her death inevitable. She could not repeat that mistake. She decided she had to become invisible. Her plan gradually took shape. On the day Lanius left the palace for the temple, she would fake her death. Lanius, obsessed with the saint, would not even bother checking whether the Empress was still alive. That was her only ray of hope, her slim chance of escaping the tragic ending that had already been written. Just as she began to believe survival might not be as hard as she had feared, one unexpected encounter shattered that illusion. Standing before her was the one man she could never ignore. He curled his lips into a smile, his low voice edged with teasing. "Empress, are you deliberately ignoring me?" Her breath caught. I wouldn't dare. But the word stuck in her throat and would not come out. One misstep and her foot slipped. She sprawled onto the floor in a pitiably clumsy pose. Humiliating, yes, but perhaps it would buy her a little more time. If he saw her as weak and pathetic, maybe he would lose interest. Instead, a low, delighted laugh escaped him. He approached slowly, one unhurried step at a time. "I'll give you a chance to explain." Her mind spun wildly. Think. I have a chronic illness, Your Majesty." The words slipped out before she could stop them. "The illness makes it hard for me to speak normally in front of you." Lanius raised a brow slightly. He had never heard of such a bizarre illness. She scrambled for more, hurriedly making it up as she went. "It doesn't happen often. Perhaps it's because your presence is too overwhelming." He laughed and leaned slightly toward her. "Oh, so you're saying this is my fault?" She immediately dropped to her knees, her heart pounding wildly as fear surged through her. One wrong move, and he could kill her on the spot. She softened her voice, hurriedly adding a few careful excuses, each word measured and cautious. Lanius's eyes gleamed with amusement. "Are you planning to avoid looking at my face for the rest of your life?" She knew she had to answer quickly before he grew bored. Daring not to provoke him, she slowly lifted her head and started when she saw that he had crouched down as well, right in front of her. The corner of his mouth lifted. "At least you know how to amuse me. I did not choose the wrong person." Lanius raised a hand and lightly touched her lips. "Clever," he murmured, praising her for knowing when to stop before irritating him. But then his hand slid to her throat, his grip slowly tightening. "Because I'm in a good mood today," his voice was low and calm, as though he were chatting idly. "I'll grant you a reward. You may ask me one question, and I will answer kindly." She hesitated, then gathered all her courage. "Why me?" He laughed, his grip tightening further. Such a predictable question. To him, it was so obvious it barely qualified as anything more than a dull little game. Even so, a promise was a promise, so he answered. He released her and leaned back, speaking slowly. "When I announced I intended to marry, the nobles sent portraits of their daughters, enough to cover the walls of my largest room." He tilted his head at her, his gaze half smiling, half mocking. "Do you know why I did that?" She quickly replied, trying to flatter him. "So that your Majesty could see each of their faces clearly." A flicker of satisfaction rose in her chest. He must have chosen her, because her face had stood out the most among them. But before she could feel pleased, a blade flew past her face, making her jerk in shock. She looked up. Lanius himself had thrown it. That night, he continued, his tone utterly casual. "I sat in my room, just like this. I held a dagger and threw it. Whichever portrait the blade struck, that woman will become my bride." The corner of his mouth curved upward. "It pierced the left eye in your portrait. That is why I chose you." Her heart nearly stopped at the way he described his method of choosing a bride. It truly was a tyrant's way of choosing a wife, the cruelest tyrant in history. He rose to his feet, his voice sharp as ice. "What is your name?" The question left her stunned. In a rush, she searched the novel's memories in her mind. The Empress's name was Angelica Vinia Dienro. Lanius's eyes brightened. "What does your family call you?" She answered politely, "Angia." He smiled faintly and used the tip of his shoe to lift her chin. "Try your best. Don't let me get bored." She forced a smile. "Yes, I'll do my best." Without another word, he turned and left the room. She let out a trembling breath, her entire body going limp. Collapsing onto the floor, she gave a faint laugh. numb with exhaustion. At least, I'm still alive today. The truth was, she was not even sure she knew the Empress's real name. The name she had given might have belonged to the Empress who died before he met Serafina. But none of that mattered right now. She had survived her wedding day. That alone was enough to count as an achievement. While sleeping, she felt something move behind her. Then a voice began to count. Her eyes flew open. She had to get up before the counting ended. Realizing the urgency of the situation, she hurriedly sat up. Her gaze darted to the side. Lanius was sitting there, half naked. "Teach, the Emperor is here again." As if reading her thoughts, he spoke in a casual tone. It would be troublesome to go back now. Her breath caught. Did I say that out loud? But he had already leaned down, lightly lifting her chin. Anyone could read it just by looking at your face, even a fool. He stood and casually pulled the sheet over the lower half of his body. Such a lazy empress, getting up after 9 in the morning. The shock hit her at once. An empress was not allowed to sleep in. He left the room, leaving her sitting there in a daze. "Why? Didn't anyone wake me?" Not long after, the housekeeper entered. "Your Majesty, shall I prepare your bath?" As she soaked in the warm water, her thoughts spun. What day is it today? After hearing the answer and quickly calculating, she realized that in exactly 7 months, Lanius would meet Serafina at the temple. The memories of this body began to flood back. She came to understand more of this empress's past. She had 3 siblings and was a noble lady, thoroughly educated in the practical skills needed to survive. If she needed to flee, she knew exactly which countries could offer refuge. But in truth, which country she chose no longer mattered, because by spring, everything would fall apart. The moment Lanius Arctelos, Serafina, and her lover crossed paths, this empire would begin its downfall. The only thing she needed to do was survive. At breakfast, she discreetly observed the servants. Just as in the novel, they worked only within their assigned roles, never overstepping their boundaries. Intrigued, she asked each of them for their names. The housekeeper smiled and introduced herself first. Her name was Jack, the mother of Marquis Jack. The blonde woman beside her gave a curtsy-like greeting and introduced herself as Countess Myron Lack, honored to serve the Empress. She was surprised that those serving her all came from prestigious families. The mother of a marquis, and then a countess. It made her feel that something was not quite right. After finishing her meal, she asked about her schedule for the day. "Your Majesty, there is nothing arranged for you today," the housekeeper replied. "Nothing at all?" She gave a faint smile. A day off was not so bad. After all, she still had 7 months to prepare her plan. But the next day, it was the same. And the day after that, the answer never changed. Nothing to do. Absolutely nothing for her at all. That was when she realized something was wrong. An empress could not possibly be this idle. The empress should manage the treasury, foreign affairs, and noble relations. Yet no one brought her a single document. They were ignoring her. She lay on the bed. The bed was comfortable, but her heart was uneasy. This situation could not go on. Then she suddenly remembered that in the novel, the Empress had brought a close maid with her into the palace. But now, that girl was nowhere to be seen. The next day, she asked the housekeeper, Lady Jack, about it. "She is currently being trained to serve in the palace, Your Majesty," the woman replied respectfully. "Training? Then why was I never informed?" she asked directly. The housekeeper smiled calmly. "Because Your Majesty never asked." She pressed her lips together, forcing down her irritation and making herself smile stiffly. She should not create tension right now. Lady Jack stood there, her expression plainly showing her displeasure at the Empress's earlier attitude. Back in her own room, she angrily slammed a cup of water onto the table. Her son, Marquis Jack, noticed the displeasure on his mother's face and asked what had upset her. She replied in a voice full of resentment, saying that the Empress, someone from a lowly backwater, had actually dared to argue with her. A little while later, Sylvie, her daughter, entered. There had once been rumors that she would become empress, but that had never happened, and that very fact left Lady Jack deeply embittered. She lamented it, regretting that she had turned down proposal after proposal from powerful noble houses, all because she had believed Sylvie would certainly become empress. And yet in the end, her daughter got nothing. Unlike her mother, Sylvie saw things differently. She believed the emperor had every right to choose his own spouse. But in Lady Jack's eyes, the only reason the emperor had chosen that woman was because she was good at pleasing men in bed. She mercilessly scolded Sylvie, calling her a foolish dreamer. Hurt by those vicious words, Sylvie burst into tears and ran from the room. Meanwhile, Marquis Jack kept probing. He asked his mother whether the emperor had visited the empress at all since the wedding night. Lady Jack admitted that he had not even once. That admission made Jack smile faintly, just as he had expected. Emperor Lanius had no real interest in the Empress at all. All they needed to do was find a weakness and exploit it. A satisfied smile spread across Lady Jack's lips. In her eyes, the Empress was full of flaws and shortcomings, easy prey. Jack understood very well that the Emperor was famous for mercilessly punishing anyone who harmed the nation. Recently, the court had been reviewing an important third-quarter budget, one that required approval from both the Emperor and the Empress. And yet the Empress had done nothing at all, merely living comfortably in the palace. This was the perfect chance to bring her down. The next day, Sissin, the maid who had followed the Empress from her homeland, was finally assigned to her, bringing her some relief. Unlike the palace servants, that girl truly understood her. Meanwhile, Lady Jack and her followers never stopped trying to isolate and humiliate her. But the Empress chose silence, believing that answering back would only make matters worse. It was only later that she realized she had been wrong, but by then it was too late. The result was that she was summoned for an audience with the Emperor. When she entered, she saw that two people were already kneeling in the Grand Hall. One was the chief housekeeper, Lady Jack, whom she recognized at once. The other was a man she did not know. Both of them were kneeling before the Emperor. She understood that her life now depended on appearing as humble and obedient as possible. So she immediately dropped all the way to her knees, bowing even lower than the other two. Lanius watched the scene, then remarked in an indifferent voice that she certainly knew how to submit quickly. He then asked whether she knew why she had been summoned here, or if perhaps there was something wrong with her legs. Catching the mockery in his words, she hurriedly replied that her legs were perfectly fine. At that, the Emperor turned to the other man. He introduced himself as Marquis Jack, Deputy Secretary of State. He explained that he had prepared the third-quarter budget for the Imperial Palace, but there was a serious problem in it that directly involved the Empress. Before she could even understand what was happening, Lanius coldly demanded an explanation for the accusation. Marquis Jack smiled confidently and loudly accused her of neglecting her duties, saying that ever since her coronation, she had never once intended to fulfill her obligations as Empress. A wave of dizziness hit her as she finally understood why she had always been deliberately excluded from everything in the palace. Not being entrusted with any work had not been an oversight, but a carefully prepared trap to turn her into a useless figure. As accusation after accusation rained down on her, she realized that most of them were blatant fabrications, yet she had no evidence to refute them. The palace maids were all accomplices, hiding everything from her. The only person she could trust now was Sissin. Lanius, with his usual indifference, shifted his attention back to Marquis Jack and asked what he intended to do next. Feigning loyalty, the Marquis bowed his head and said he only wanted justice for the Empire. Lanius normally had no patience for things he found boring, and budget matters were clearly among them. But he still seemed amused enough to play along, joining the accusations and forcing the Empress to defend herself. At that moment, she suddenly realized how terrifying Lanius's way of judging things was. Whatever displeased him became a crime, and whatever pleased him was instantly forgiven. Trying to persuade him over something as dull as the budget was utterly pointless. As she struggled to find a way out, she suddenly realized something. Because she had once been a reader of the original novel, perhaps only she truly understood Lanius's nature. While the world saw him as a tyrant obsessed with domination, she saw a man who simply did not care in the slightest about the fate of the nation. Thinking quickly, she accepted all the blame and said it was her negligence that had delayed the budget. But she knew words alone would not be enough. To divert his attention and soothe his mood, she boldly proposed an amusement, the kind of entertainment suited to a tyrant's tastes. A spark of interest flashed in his deep red eyes, and he leaned slightly toward her in curiosity. She proposed a manhunt, and the entire great hall was shaken. And the prey, she said, would be herself and those standing beside her. Lanius looked at her, and a delighted smile slowly appeared. Encouraged by the boldness of her own words, she continued, "The people of this empire were descendants of the god of war, trained to become warriors at any moment, and so they were the perfect prey for a hunt." Knowing his cruel nature well, she tried to appear cooperative, aware that in the original story, human hunts had once been one of his favorite amusements. But she also understood that if she herself became the target, she needed a valid reason to escape. With no other choice, she risked lying, saying that she had only just arrived and was still ill, hoping the hunt could be postponed so she would have time to prepare properly. But he was not so easy to deceive. He compared her to a sickly rabbit, hardly worth hunting, then coldly asked whether she was trying to use this chance to run away. Panicking, she hurriedly proposed delaying the hunt until winter, when she would be healthy enough to provide him with some enjoyment. That sudden recklessness left the Marquis Jack family stunned. Marquis Jack shot to his feet in fury and shouted that the proposal was absurd. But she countered him directly, asking, "Why did you not come to me in person to resolve the issue, instead of wasting His Majesty's precious time?" Those words made Lannius laugh. He found it entertaining and applauded her. Angelica's boldness and unpredictability pleased him, and in that moment he sneered that, for an empress, she was not bad at all. Marquis Jack grew desperate and quickly dropped to his knees, trying to place all the blame on himself and begging forgiveness on behalf of his mother. But Lannius was unmoved. He coldly twisted that defense around and reminded them, "To become prey in one of my amusements, is that not an honor?" Just as the Empress herself had said. Amid the chaos, Angelica gradually came to understand Lannius's true nature. He had known of the Jack family's scheme from the very beginning, yet had deliberately let everything unfold. Sylvie, Jack's younger sister, had once not been chosen as Empress, and that resentment was the source of today's tragedy. Yet instead of intervening, he had merely sat on his throne, watching everything like a god enjoying his own game, silently observing each of the Empress's reactions. Seeing that she remained calm only made him more interested. He raised a hand and lifted her chin, forcing her to look straight at him. Without warning, he leaned in and stole a sudden kiss, as if testing her limits. Her whole body went rigid, not knowing whether to resist or endure it. Instinct told her to push him away, but reason understood that even the smallest mistake could cost her life. When he finally pulled back, satisfaction glimmered in his smile. He liked seeing her torn between fear and reason, between the instinct to survive and the wisdom needed to stay alive. To that tyrant, it was all just another form of amusement. Then he lifted her into his arms, his voice low. "I wonder how long you can keep that balance before you slip." Immediately after, he suddenly let her drop. Her body fell right onto the Emperor's throne. At that moment, her heart clenched. She understood perfectly what it meant to land in his seat, an act of sacrilege, standing before her, tall and overwhelming. He looked at her like a small creature cornered against a wall. He laughed softly, bent down, and leisurely ran a hand through her hair, as though she were some pet at an imperial banquet. That day, Angelica was kept in the great hall until the sun sank behind the fortress walls, enduring his cruel games again and again. By the time she was finally dismissed, her entire body was limp with exhaustion, so drained that she could barely remember how she had returned to her chambers. The next morning, a major change took place in the Empress's palace. The Jack family was punished, Lady Jack was stripped of her position, and a new order was established. The palace maids who had once looked down on her now bowed their heads. No one dared underestimate the Empress anymore. Among them, the most trusted was promoted to chief housekeeper in Lady Jack's place. And the woman who had once been shunned and despised now became the center of curiosity. Rumors spread throughout the inner palace, giving her the title of the cruel Empress. But instead of caring, she poured all her strength into fulfilling the duties of an Empress, managing the Grand Hall and overseeing the palace quarters, an enormous workload that nearly wore her out. Sisson quietly reminded her that the Empress was still not used to life here. Angelica remained silent, because she knew the issue was not simply adapting to this place. Her abilities still could not function as they once had. That was because this soul had not yet fully harmonized with the body she now inhabited. Among the many responsibilities she had to bear was supervising the Empire's great ceremonies, such as the Summer Solstice Festival, the holiest and most important event in the Empire, held to honor the sun god. Just as she was gradually getting used to her new role, an unexpected visitor appeared before her. It was Sylvie, Marquis Jack's younger sister. She had already been waiting there, humble in appearance but resolute. It was obvious she had come with a request, and the Empress had already vaguely guessed what it was. She had waited outside the door for several days just to be granted an audience. When the door finally opened, she knelt down. She was neither trembling in fear nor begging for forgiveness. Instead, she made a request that left everyone stunned. She asked to become the Empress's maid. Angelica hesitated. Her instincts quietly warned her. Could the daughter of an enemy truly be trusted, or was this only a trap waiting for the moment she let her guard down? Her voice trembled, but her resolve did not waver. That thin, exhausted body seemed to bear more than just the shame of her family. She had not come to seek revenge, nor to beg for those who had betrayed the Empress. She had come for one desire alone, to live, not merely to exist, but truly to live. Though still cautious, Angelica could sense the deep despair in the girl's heart. Even so, the Imperial Palace was not a place where one survived through compassion. To stay alive, one needed calculation. When night fell, her mind remained filled with doubt, and the burden of making the right decision weighed heavily on her shoulders. Walking through the dimly lit corridors of the palace, she suddenly froze as Lanius's face emerged from the darkness. A sharp breath escaped her lips and turned into a small cry. "You're screaming again? Is that some kind of disorder too?" His voice rang out with a faint laugh. Before she could gather herself, his ice-cold fingers had already seized her wrist and held her in place. He stepped closer, and the pressure of his presence made the air around her feel thick and hard to breathe. There had once been times when she thought there must be some reason for him to seek her out on his own. But the look in his eyes now held only amusement, as if he were toying with her fear. A soft laugh slipped from his lips when she gave a small, tense hiccup of breath. His fingers brushed along her cheek, and before she could react, he pressed his lips to hers. When he let her go, her mind was dazed, still lingering in the warmth of that kiss. Angelica stood frozen, unable to move. His low laugh echoed through the silence, his amusement growing clearer when he realized she had stopped trembling. Before long, their conversation shifted to the hunting game he so loved. "Has the prey begun training already?" he asked, his voice touched with excitement. Then he declared that he had thought of 2 new rules to make the game more thrilling. The first rule, the prey would be allowed to carry weapons. If they survived for 3 hours, they would be set free. Angelica wanted to bring up Sylvie, but hesitated. Yet as if he had read her mind, he smiled and suggested, why not let her join the game? He proposed making Sylvie one of the hunters, giving her the chance to prove her loyalty and show that she truly wanted to sever all ties with her family. More than anything, he found the idea very entertaining. To Angelica, the mere thought of it felt cruel. Turning and walking inside, he casually poured wine into a glass and said it was the best way to test Sylvie's loyalty. If she succeeded, she would be accepted as a maid. With no other choice, Angelica could only nod in agreement. Seeing her hesitation, he merely curled his lips and said he would give the order himself, since she was too soft-hearted to do it. She looked at him, fully aware that in his eyes, everyone was weak. Though he wore the form of a man, everything he had done was enough to prove that he was pure evil incarnate, someone born a demon. While Angelica was still lost in thought, Lanius suddenly splashed the entire glass of wine over her. Her body jerked in shock, and he smiled, his expression growing even more delighted at the sight of her fear. Before she could recover, he had already pulled her down onto the bed. As he leaned down and his breath brushed her neck, only one thought remained in her mind. Do not make a mistake, survive at any cost. Later, when the two of them lay still on the bed, Lanius watched her with cold detachment. He remarked that she was too small and fragile, lacking both vitality and spirit, and that at this rate, he doubted that by winter she would even make decent prey. His words made a memory flash through her mind. That was right. She too would become prey. But by winter, she would no longer be here. Lanius would be busy with his lover by then. Then he explained the second rule. She would also be forced to participate as a hunter in the manhunt. The news left Angelica stunned, and she bolted upright in bed. Seeing her reaction, he only smiled and reassured her, do not worry. The prey cannot harm the hunters. But she understood perfectly well that if the Jack family failed, they would drag her down with them. A chill ran down her spine, and of course, Lanius knew that very well too. She calculated the time remaining. There was only 1 month before the hunt began. From behind a window, She secretly watched the Jack family training and realized they were on a completely different level. One of Angelica's attendants, Duchess Noma, advised her to find an instructor, but Angelica knew that even with the best teacher, 1 month was nowhere near enough time to learn how to fight. Instead, she asked to learn archery. She did not dare risk close combat and could only place her hopes on a long-range weapon. Angelica practically begged the Duchess, "Please teach me how to shoot a bow. I need to be able to fire from as far away as possible." On the first day of training, she fell flat to the ground. To her, the bow was too heavy. The attendant said awkwardly, "But this is a child's bow, Your Majesty. How can it be heavy?" Angelica bit her lip and forced herself back to her feet, gripping the bow tightly. She had to return to training. She had to live. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, Emperor Lanius summoned Sylvie. He informed her that she too would be a hunter in the game. Sylvie's face turned pale, but he could not be bothered to care, and then he ordered that she be escorted out of the palace. After that, Lanius asked about the Empress. A servant reported that the Empress had canceled all social banquets and had begun learning archery. Lanius let out a scornful laugh, saying that only cowards relied on bows in battle. But the servant hesitantly added, "Your Majesty, the Empress fainted during training." For a brief moment, Lanius paused. In her chambers, Angelica awoke after fainting, trying to sit up, but her whole body ached from training. She suddenly realized that perhaps she had always been this frail since childhood. She murmured to herself, unaware that. Right beside her, Emperor Lanius had spoken up. She wondered why the Emperor would say such a thing. She remembered nothing of her own childhood. Startled, she asked what Lanius was doing here. He bent down slightly, lifted her chin, and explained in an even voice, "You fainted, so I thought it might be serious and came to see." She sat in silence, waiting only for him to leave. But she quickly realized he had no intention of doing that. Lanius looked at her, a trace of amusement in his eyes, and said lightly, almost jokingly, "You really are weak and stupid, getting sick from a little training." Those words stabbed at her heart, and tears spilled out even though she tried to hold them back. Her voice trembling, she admitted, "I know, I am weak, but if I want to survive, I have to train." That sudden reaction made Lanius momentarily stiffen. Clearly, he had not expected her to cry. Then he gave a quiet laugh and said calmly, "Relax. I won't let you die." When he stood up, she frowned, certain he was only lying. But unexpectedly, Lanius gently helped her lie back down and ordered cold towels to be brought. "Since you're sick, I'll take care of you." Those words sounded caring, but they made her shiver because just as she had feared, this tyrant knew absolutely nothing about nursing the sick. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw the wet cloth straight onto her face. At this point, Angelica's face was probably even wetter than it would have been under a moisturizing face mask. The pale, stunned look on her face finally seemed to make him realize something, because only a few seconds later, he immediately called a maid in to take over. The maid skillfully wiped the sweat from Angelica, while Lanius sat nearby and muttered, "I've never seen anyone turn this pale after only one training session." The maid bowed slightly and said cautiously, "Perhaps Her Majesty is simply too delicate and not used to strenuous activity." Hearing that, Lanius laughed and glanced over at her. "Angelica, is weakness one of your traits too?" Even when food was brought in, he still did not leave. Instead, he stayed seated there and fed her himself. Angelica looked at him, and for a fleeting moment wondered whether he might truly be worried about her. But that illusion quickly shattered when she understood the real reason. He wanted her to recover quickly so she could continue training again tomorrow. When he rose to his feet, his voice was low and full of boredom. "I wonder how long it will take before you become interesting prey for me." His words sent a chill down her spine. But Angelica quickly steadied herself and replied, "I will find a better teacher so I can improve faster, Your Majesty." Lanius seemed slightly surprised by her stubbornness. Then, as if struck by an idea, he smiled coldly. "No need. I'll teach you myself." The blood drained from her face. Was this devil really planning to become her instructor? Seeing her turn pale, he narrowed his eyes slightly. "What? Is there a problem?" She hurriedly composed herself and forced out a stiff smile. "No, I'm just a little surprised. You are His Majesty, who could teach better than you." But deep down, she knew she was doomed. The next morning, after she had recovered a little, a servant whispered that after the Empress fell asleep, the Emperor had not left the room at all. He had remained seated by her bedside until dawn. She said nothing, quickly changed clothes, and stepped out into the training grounds, where the true hell was waiting. By the time she arrived, her breathing was already ragged, but a sense of satisfaction quietly rose in her chest. The tyrant had not appeared yet, which meant she had arrived before him. However, that relief did not last long. His voice came from behind her, tinged with reproach for her lateness. Her fleeting sense of victory vanished at once. He handed her a bow, one he had prepared specifically for her. For the first time, she had something that truly belonged to her instead of something borrowed, and she could not hide her delight. Lanius raised a hand, his fingers lightly brushing her forehead and ear to check whether she still had a fever. The sudden touch made her stiffen, but he merely turned away in silence, said nothing more, and ordered, "Start training." Less than half an hour into the session, Lanius had already grown bored of archery. Without hesitation, he handed Angelica a wooden sword, switching to swordsmanship. He was frighteningly skilled with a blade, yet a terrible teacher. He did not bother showing her even the most basic movements, instead going straight into sparring. Angelica did her best to keep up, but before long she was knocked down again, collapsing onto the ground and gasping in exhaustion. Standing over her, Lanius frowned and complained, asking why she could not block attacks that, according to him, were so obvious even a child could see them coming. Knowing there was no point in arguing, Angelica could only bow her head and apologize, admitting that she could not follow his movements. Lanius muttered disdainfully, "If your eyesight is one of your problems too, then how exactly do you plan to shoot prey from a distance? Only an idiot would think that." Then he began explaining each movement himself, personally adjusting her hands and teaching her how to hold and guard. Whenever she was even a beat too slow, he muttered under his breath again, wondering how she always managed to come up with yet another new way to fail. And yet, what surprised her was that unlike everything else he quickly grew tired of, Lanius kept teaching her, more patiently than usual. Feeling a rare flicker of gratitude, Angelica softly thanked him. In response, he simply patted her head lightly, a gesture of praise that made her freeze, her heart skipping a beat. As time passed, rumors began to spread among the nobility. People whispered that the emperor was personally taking care of the empress and was even training her himself. And of course, that information had come from none other than the maids around the empress. Angelica understood, well, that people now saw them as a harmonious, affectionate married couple, but she had no intention of correcting them. In any case, attracting too much attention would not benefit her escape plan. More than that, maintaining a peaceful relationship with the emperor was a prerequisite if she wanted to leave safely. Lanius continued training with her every morning, and as usual, whenever she made a mistake, he would grumble, this time about her small head and sluggish body. Between training and preparing for the upcoming summer festival, she had almost no time left for anything else. She had not seen Sylvie in a long while, but she no longer had the energy to think about it. Whenever she had even the briefest moment to rest, Lanius would appear in her palace. And the moment he arrived, the servants around her would immediately scatter and withdraw as quickly as the wind. Even after living beside him for so long, the fear in her had never disappeared. Lanius suddenly frowned and asked in a low complaint why she was looking at him like that, as though silently telling him to shut up and go away. Afraid he had misunderstood, she hurried to explain. But before she could say a word, in a breathless instant, he lifted her chin and erased the distance between them. His lips touched hers, sealing off all space between them. The kiss overwhelmed her, as if Lanius Arctelos were swallowing her soul whole. When he finally pulled away, her body trembled slightly, her breathing broken, and she could not speak. Without a word, Lanius tugged down the zipper of her dress, gently stripped away the fabric, and tossed it aside. He looked at her with amusement in his eyes and teased, "Still this slow? Do you really have to keep learning even this?" He understood her completely. Every reaction, every weakness, every little thing she liked. And she knew nothing about him at all. Right after that, he turned her around to face the mirror and whispered, "But for now, I'll stop here." His words left her momentarily stunned. That was not what she had expected. Before her was a dress Lanius had already prepared for her to wear to the summer festival. But he reminded her softly, "You may wear it only if you survive today's hunt. If not, that would be a real shame." As the summer festival drew near, the fear in her heart only swelled. This afternoon, the hunt would begin, and she could not escape it. As she prepared, she keenly felt the weight of the event pressing against her heart. When she arrived where Lanius was waiting, she lowered her head and apologized for being late. He only smiled faintly, then pulled her onto his lap, making her cheeks flush. He then asked what her strategy for the hunt was. She answered that she would take the high ground and attack from a distance, avoiding direct combat. Lanius laughed at that plan. "During training, you have not hit me even once, and now you intend to shoot from afar?" She hurriedly defended herself. "At the very least, I can survive for 30 seconds. But he only smiled faintly and corrected her. "You survived because I chose not to kill you." Not long after, the horn sounded. The summer festival had officially begun. The Emperor and Empress stepped onto the balcony hand in hand, greeting the crowd below. At the banquet, the table overflowed with delicacies, but she could not swallow a thing. Her entire mind was consumed by the upcoming hunt. Seeing her anxiety, Lanius handed her a glass of wine. Though hesitant, her fear of the human hunt, and of him, kept her from refusing. She tipped back her head and drank it all. The moment the liquid slid down her throat, a strange sensation spread through her body. A blazing heat surged up, as though a fire had ignited inside her. Lanius soothed her softly. "It's fine. You'll get used to it soon enough." Only seconds later, everything interchanged. A burst of laughter escaped her lips without warning, startling those around her, but she did not care. Her fear vanished, leaving behind only a strange exhilaration, intense and wild. Every barrier inside her dissolved so completely that she finished an entire plateful without the slightest hesitation. By the time she was about to enter the hunt, all fear had completely disappeared. In its place was an excitement she had never felt before. The wine had likely contained something intoxicating enough to make her go feral. A maid approached and handed her a small gift from Lanius along with a vial of poison, saying that she could use it however she wished during the hunt. When she arrived at the hunting grounds, she saw Sylvie standing there, her whole body frozen like a statue. But at that moment, Angelica no longer felt pity or guilt. This was Sylvie's fate. If she survived, her wish would be granted. A horn sounded, and unexpectedly, Lanius himself appeared at the hunting grounds. He laughed and reminded her that, as promised, he would not let her die. She wondered, "Tyrant Lanius, what exactly did you put in my drink?" The gates opened, and Sylvie was the first to enter. Now it was Angelica's turn. At that very moment, she realized she had become just like Lanius. She took the high ground, drew her bow, and waited for the first person to appear so she could strike. While focusing, she noticed movement. It was Sylvie, but Sylvie was not her target. Lowering her bow for a brief instant, she saw Sylvie's mother suddenly rush out and attack her own daughter. Now they were no longer mother and daughter, but hunter and prey. Angelica immediately drew her bow again, and the arrow shot downward, slicing through the space between them. Lady Jack noticed her at once. Before Angelica could react, Sylvie had already shoved her mother to the ground, and the two began struggling. It was nothing more than a simple survival game, and driven by the desire to live, Sylvie picked up a stone and brought it down, finishing her mother off. When Angelica descended to the ground, Sylvie lowered her head before her and declared that she had fulfilled her duty by offering prey to the Empress and proving her loyalty. But right after that, Sylvie staggered and collapsed unconscious. Henry Jack immediately appeared, his eyes blazing with defiance. Without hesitation, Angelica raised her bow and aimed straight at him. Before he could get close, her arrow had already left the string and struck him first. But then something in her body changed. A sudden weakness swept over her, and her whole body crumpled to the ground. Something was wrong. She could not move. Henry Jack saw the opportunity and charged at once. She fell backward, helpless. At that moment, her mind began to blur. Would this be her final moment in this novel? He raised his axe, intending to bring it down to avenge his mother. But before the blow could fall, a sword pierced through his chest. Lanius stood behind him, his blade driven deep into Henry Jack's body. The mark was collapsed, his eyes still wide open. Looking up at the man who had just saved her life, Angelica saw him smile faintly and say as lightly as the wind, "I told you, I would not let you die." He pulled her into his arms. She winced and let out a small groan of pain, but he calmly explained that it was simply a side effect of what he had made her drink. The medicine had temporarily erased her fear and granted her immense strength. But when its effects faded, all the exhaustion struck her at once. He took out another vial, and Angelica's first reaction was panic. "Another one? What are you going to make me drink this time?" Lannius gave a soft laugh and reassured her, "Just a painkiller." To prove it, he lifted the bottle to his lips and took a sip in front of her. The next instant, Lannius suddenly closed the distance, his lips meeting hers as he passed the remaining medicine from his mouth into hers. Before long, Angelica's pain began to ease as the medicine took effect. Lannius burst into laughter, displaying the prize he had won that day, clear satisfaction shining in his eyes. The next day, he announced the results before all the people of Arctelos, and the crowd erupted into cheers for the Empress, the woman who had proven herself worthy of being a true Arctalian. Angelica could clearly see just how deeply the people of Arctelos worshipped strength. Before, they had looked down on her, but now their attitude had completely reversed. "Tonight's banquet will be held in honor of the Empress," Lannius declared, his arm wrapped around her shoulders. When night fell, the feast began. Angelica sat beside him, acutely aware of his gaze never leaving her, and it made her uneasy. "Why do you keep looking at me like that?" she asked, her voice slightly awkward. I just find it interesting," he replied casually, his eyes still fixed on her. Angelica smiled proudly. "Thank you. It is an honor to be noticed by your majesty." Lannius let out a quiet laugh. "No, what I mean is, I find it interesting because now, at last, I can recognize your face." Her pride shattered instantly. Thinking back, she realized that most people easily remembered others' faces, but in the story she had read, Lannius had not recognized anyone at all. At first she had thought it was simply because he was the emperor and could not be bothered to remember, but now it seemed strange. How could someone as intelligent as he was fail at something so simple? Lost in thought, she did not even realize when she had stepped onto the dance floor. "What are you thinking about that has you looking so absent-minded?" Lannius asked, his gaze probing. She startled, realizing she had sunk too deeply into her thoughts. "Perhaps I'm still affected by the medicine," she replied hastily. "I don't like being lied to," he said softly, his arms circling her waist, pulling her close as the music began. According to custom, the opening dance was always led by the emperor and empress. Angelica had to remind herself not to provoke him. Fortunately, her body still remembered how to dance. Though she was not perfect, she was so careful, so afraid of stepping on his foot, that she lost her balance and stumbled. Lannius's hand lifted slightly, about to catch her, but Angelica stopped herself at once. She could not touch him without permission. As a result, she crashed hard onto the floor with a thud. Lannius curled his lips, his smile half mocking. "I really am impressed. For once, you didn't make a mistake." His dry tone made Angelica quietly sigh in relief, realizing she had been right not to take his hand. He turned to the crowd, his low voice carrying undeniable authority. "No one is to dare look down on my empress." Then he bent down and lifted her into his arms, striding back toward the throne as the banquet continued. When Sylvie entered the great hall, whispers immediately rose. "Greetings, your majesty," she said, kneeling. The crowd began murmuring, calling her shameless because her mother and brother had once tried to harm the empress. Some even loudly demanded that Angelica punish her. But Angelica merely lifted her glass and answered calmly, "She turned against her own mother to protect me. Is that not proof enough of her loyalty?" A faint smile passed over the empress's lips. Lannius laughed loudly at her confident answer, so full of queenly dignity. Seeing the emperor laugh, no one dared voice another objection. Instead, everyone could only force themselves to laugh along. "Your Majesty," Sylvie spoke again, "I have come to receive the reward you promised." Lannius gave a small nod. "Yes, as I said, you will be appointed the Empress's personal maid." Sylvie bowed deeply. "Thank you, your Majesty," she said before leaving the hall. Angelica suddenly realized how clever she was. Sylvie could have asked for her reward in private, but by doing it publicly before everyone, she made the entire Arctelos Empire aware that from now on, Sylvie was the Empress's maid. No one would dare look down on her again. The banquet lasted until late into the night. Angelica quietly excused herself, left the hall, and sat down beside the fountain, her mind gradually drifting into distant thoughts. She wondered why she had been reincarnated into this novel world in the first place. Not long afterward, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. It was Emperor Lanius. "You still seem all right," he remarked casually. "Pardon?" Angelica looked up in confusion. "I said you seem rather calm for someone who has just killed quite a few people." As he spoke, he tucked a beautiful flower into her hair. Angelica lowered her eyes. She did feel guilty, but what had happened could no longer be changed. She had only done it to survive. "Perhaps because I wasn't close to any of them," she said quietly. "I only won and survived. That's all." Then she bowed her head politely. "Thank you, Your Majesty. If you hadn't killed Marquis Henry Jack, I would have died." Lanius gave a faint, crooked smile. To him, that battle had been no different from a fight between ants. The others had fought for clear reasons, but Angelica had not, and that was why he had drugged her beforehand. He wanted to see her in despair, wanted to witness something interesting happen. He had known perfectly well what side effects the drug would have, but he had not cared in the least. Everything had gone according to plan, except for one thing. He had not expected her reaction. He had thought she would be frightened, miserable, trembling too much even to attend the banquet. And yet she had surprised him. That hidden strength, that strange calm, fascinated him. Perhaps that was why, for the first time, he clearly remembered another person's face. And that person was Angelica. Lanius held out his hand. "We should go back." Angelica hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she placed her hand in his. The first human face Lanius had ever truly remembered was that delicate one, so fragile it seemed as though it might shatter. He led her away, but instead of returning to the great hall, he brought her into a private room. Angelica's heart began to pound wildly when she realized it was his room. She had read about this place in the novel. While she was still trying to recall those details, Lanius had already begun unbuttoning his shirt. Angelica's face immediately flushed red. She hurriedly turned away, not daring to look at him directly. Lanius laughed softly. "Go on, look. I permit it." His voice slid over her like velvet, low and seductive. Before she could react, he pulled her back and gently pressed her against the wall within the circle of his arms. His face drew closer, his hot breath brushing over her lips. "PL, please, stop," Angelica whispered, trembling. "Do you really want me to stop?" His voice was low and husky, his lips lightly grazing hers as he spoke. The very next moment, splash, hot water scattered everywhere, and the tyrant stepped straight into the steaming bath. "Angelica, come here," Lanius ordered. She gave a small nod, took off her shoes, adjusted her dress, and slowly dipped her feet into the hot water. The warmth spread upward, making her body tremble faintly. "Get all the way in. You'll get used to it," Lanius said, then wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her closer. "My dress," Angelica cried out in surprise, her face flushing red. "Don't worry about it." He curled his lips into a smile, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Now then, is the water still too hot?" She shook her head, but her trembling hands did not dare reach for him without permission. Normally, Lanius liked it when people obediently followed every one of his words. But at that moment, that very timidity only irritated him. "Angelica," he looked straight into her eyes, his voice low and firm. "I permit you." Startled, she quickly reached out, her soft hands wrapping around him to steady herself. The touch was both hesitant and warm. But in that very instant, something flared up inside Lanius, a desire that had been smoldering all night. And so the struggle between him and Angelica went on until morning, amid fear, restraint, and the savage hunger of the tyrant emperor. When dawn came, Angelica was sleeping peacefully while he sat beside her, silently watching. "I never gave you permission to sleep. You become bold," he muttered softly. This tyrant was extreme to the point of sickness. Lost in thought, he suddenly stiffened when he saw her turn over, breathing unevenly. Angelica began breathing hard as if trapped in a nightmare. Lanius immediately pulled her into his arms, pressing his lips to hers, giving her breath to calm her. But even in her dream, she panicked, and by instinct bit his lip. Lanius frowned slightly. No one had ever dared do that to him. Without hesitation, he kissed her again, harder, deeper, and only let her go once he was satisfied. A thin streak of blood slid down from the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Angelica had already awakened, her whole body trembling. In my dream, something was chasing me. Its head had been cut off, but it was still holding an axe. She whispered, her voice shaking like the wind. By reflex, she lifted a hand as if to cling to him, but stopped midway. "Go ahead," Lanius said softly, as though granting permission. Only then did Angelica timidly rest her head against his chest, seeking a little comfort. "I'm so scared," she said quietly, her voice unsteady. Lanius silently watched her for a moment, then wrapped his arms around her, offering her wordless reassurance. Gradually, Angelica calmed down and fell asleep again in his embrace. When she woke up, she changed clothes and walked to the breakfast table, where the tyrant was already seated. His knife-sharp gaze made her feel uneasy at once. "Your Majesty," she began carefully, "I want to go home." The words slipped out before she realized she had misspoken. She should have said the Empress's palace, not home. "Isn't this your home now?" Lanius arched a brow, his tone indifferent. "I'm sorry. Perhaps I didn't get enough sleep." Angelica stammered awkwardly. "From what I saw, you slept quite soundly," he replied, the corners of his lips lifting in a faint smile. "Actually, Sylvie will be moving into my palace today," she hurriedly added, seizing on an excuse to avoid the subject. "I should be there as her hostess." As she spoke, her eyes drifted down to his lips. The marks on his skin looked slightly bruised. Was that blood? She was certain he had been perfectly fine last night. Who could possibly have hurt him? Suddenly, Lanius caught her staring. She jolted, realizing she had been looking at him this whole time. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said quickly. "I just saw that you were hurt." "Are you all right, Your Majesty?" Lanius chuckled softly, then unexpectedly reached out, grabbed the back of her neck, and pulled her close. "If it bothers you that much," he murmured, his low voice brushing her ear, "why not take a closer look?" There were only inches between them now. His breath swept lightly across her skin, and he leaned in, whispering by her ear, "Because you did this." Angelica's eyes widened in shock. "I did," she stammered. "How is that possible? Have I gone mad? How could I dare do something that reckless?" She swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. "That can't be true. If I had really done that, my head wouldn't still be on my shoulders." Lanius leaned back slightly, a thin smile curving his lips. "That does sound reasonable." Angelica let out a quiet sigh of relief, only for that breath to freeze at once. "But," he continued in an even tone, "injuring the Emperor's face is a grave offense, and such a crime deserves proper punishment." Angelica nodded timidly. "Yes, whoever commits a wrong should be punished." The smile on Lanius's lips widened. "Then your punishment is—" He paused, his voice dropping lower. "You're no longer allowed to go home. That's all." And Angelica suddenly realized she had been kept by his side. The next morning, while Lanius was reading the letters presented to him, he opened one and murmured, "A letter from the Temple of Tunia." The temple of the god Tunia, located in the lawless western wastes. That once fertile land had been dedicated to the merciful god, while the barren land left behind had been given to the descendants of the gods. Only the most devout believers remained there. Now, as tensions between the Arctelos Empire and Sampinia continued to rise, the temple had sent a letter asking for aid in the name of compassion. But to Lanius, it was hardly worth answering. He pushed the letter aside without a moment's hesitation. Turning around, he was about to call for the Empress, only to realize she had fallen asleep in her chair. He bent slightly, his fingers brushing softly over her cheek. "You really have lost your mind, daring to sleep like this," he whispered, his tone mixed with reproach and quiet amusement. His gaze lingered on her soft lips, and a mischievous thought flashed through his mind. Without warning, he leaned down and lightly bit her lip. Angelica jolted violently, letting out a soft cry as she opened her eyes wide in shock. But when she realized it was Lanius, she immediately raised a hand to cover her mouth and stared at him, wide-eyed. "What? Was that just now?" Lanius straightened up calmly and returned to his chair. "Don't sleep like that again," he said indifferently, then went back to work as if nothing had happened. When he began writing his reply, Angelica hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly. "Your Majesty, if possible, I'd like to do something. Maybe I could look over some of the documents you're handling." Lanius glanced at her. She looked sincere, and he had to admit she was unbelievably adorable. The Empress did indeed have a right to know, but not yet. Without saying a word, he turned back to the desk and continued writing, ignoring her question. Angelica sat still, her hands clasped together, confused as to whether she had said something wrong or whether the emperor was simply angry. From the corner of his eye, Lannius glanced at her and couldn't help letting out a soft laugh at her expression. That confused, awkward look was so adorably foolish that he decided to let it pass this time. That whole day, he dragged her everywhere with him, from meals to training sessions to every task on his schedule. Angelica followed quietly without a single complaint, only being allowed to rest once everything was finished. That evening, Duchess Noma draped a shawl over her shoulders and smiled kindly. "I'm so pleased to see the two of you getting along so well." But to Angelica, it was a disaster. Spending an entire day beside Lannius had truly left her exhausted to the bone. Duchess Noma gently suggested, "How about your Majesty reschedules the social gatherings you postponed before?" Those words made Angelica's face go pale. She had completely forgotten about that. And now the date had been set, only 3 weeks away. As the days passed, Angelica kept wondering, with such a packed schedule, when would she ever find a chance to escape? But she could not ignore the duties of the Empress. So she spent her time learning about the nobility, reading every book Duchess Noma had recommended. But after only the first few pages, she already had a splitting headache. Just then, Lannius appeared. He casually snatched the book from her hands. "What are you reading?" He skimmed a few lines, then tossed it aside and sprawled down with his head in her lap. "I don't know who gave you this, but you're wasting your time." His voice was indifferent. "Really?" Angelica asked blankly. Lannius sat up and lifted her chin with 2 fingers. "Yes, you'll sit like this, hold your head high, wear an arrogant smile, and say, 'I don't know who any of you are, and I don't need to, but I'll allow you to introduce yourselves.'" Angelica blinked, stunned by the bold suggestion, but Lannius showed no sign of backing down. He leaned closer, his voice low. "You are my wife, the Empress. You only need to rule them the way I do." "But that's how your Majesty rules," she answered softly. He tilted his head and whispered by her ear, "And why can't you do the same?" Then the corners of his lips curved faintly. "Besides, only I'm allowed to know just how weak and fragile you are." Then he leaned back and added casually, "One more thing. If you want to be like me, learn to control your expressions. You're far too easy to read." Angelica's face stiffened, but she could not deny he was right. She always let her emotions show plainly on her face. Suddenly, Lannius turned to look at her. "Oh, right. Are you feeling unwell?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, Angelica froze for a moment. "No, I feel fine," she answered. He stared at her for a moment, then nodded. "All right." A week later, the day of the social gathering arrived. Angelica's most trusted maid, Sisson, whispered softly, "Your Majesty, we should postpone the gathering. You aren't feeling well. You've started your monthly cycle." But Duchess Noma immediately objected, her voice firm. "It can't be postponed now." Angelica stood to the side, her lower abdomen twisting with sharp pain. So that was why Lannius had asked if she felt unwell that morning. She sighed softly, then spoke in a weak voice. "You're both right, but I can't neglect my duty. Bring me some pain medicine and let the gathering continue." Murmurs spread through the grand hall as the event resumed. With waves of pain stabbing through her body, Angelica instantly regretted coming here. In her previous life, her body had never suffered to this extent, but now that she had stepped into the hall, she knew she could not stop. Forcing a smile, she thanked everyone for coming and accepting her invitation. She trusted that Duchess Noma had invited only ladies who could become useful allies, but once she sat down, her vision began to blur, and the pain made it impossible for her to remember anything she had studied over the past few days. She could not even tell who was who anymore. At that moment, Lannius's words suddenly echoed in her mind. It was too late for regrets, so she decided to do exactly as he had instructed. "I don't know who any of you are," she said, her voice cold and commanding. "So why don't you introduce yourselves?" Her eyes flashed with a dangerous glint, the kind people often saw in the Emperor himself. The entire room instantly froze. Everyone was stunned by the Empress's sudden arrogance, especially Duchess Noma, whose face turned pale. But Angelica did not waver. "You are keeping me waiting," she snapped. That alone was enough to send everyone hurrying to their feet. One by one, the noble women nervously introduced themselves. Angelica gave a faint smile, satisfied. "It is a pleasure to meet you all," she said gently. After the introductions, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. The ladies began chatting and sipping tea. But just as the mood was beginning to warm, Emperor Lanius walked in. The entire hall fell silent at his unexpected appearance, and everyone hurriedly rose and bowed. His gaze swept across the room and stopped on Angelica. Seeing how pale her face was, he let out a soft sigh. Without a word, he walked over and lifted her into his arms. "I suddenly found myself wanting to be with my empress," he said calmly. "I'll be taking her with me. Please continue enjoying yourselves." The room sank into silence. Everyone stared at one another in shock as Lanius leisurely walked away, not bothering in the slightest with anyone's gaze. In his arms, Angelica leaned lightly against his chest, her heart filling with a genuine sense of relief. For the first time, she felt grateful that he had appeared, and she could not help marveling at how effortlessly he could turn any situation around. He carried her straight back to her room, gently laid her on the bed, ordered the maids to bring more pain medicine, and pulled over a chair to sit beside her. With the faintest smile, he said, "It seems you overestimated your own strength." His hand gently stroked her head. "But I have to say, those fools were easy enough to deal with. Fortunately, things worked out in your favor in the end." Angelica nodded weakly, then suddenly looked up and asked, "Don't you still have a council meeting?" "I'm not going." His tone was casual. "It would surely be unbearably dull." He laughed softly, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Besides, I was more curious to see what you would do in that room." Angelica looked at him, half helpless and half astonished, wondering how someone like him could rule the most powerful empire in the world. "Then what is the meeting about?" she asked, changing the subject. "The Temple of Tunia," he answered shortly, his gaze turning calm again. Angelica flinched slightly at the name. The temple? That was where Saintess Seraphina was. "The Temple of Tunia," she repeated, her voice trembling a little. Lanius noticed the change in her tone, but continued explaining anyway. "The Temple of Tunia has always been small and poor, so Arctelos never paid it much attention. The priests there always preaching peace between Arctelos and Zania, but this time the letter spoke of monsters. Their eggs are about to hatch, and they want the court to deal with it. Then will you go?" Angelica asked, her voice serious. She was certain he would, because he had always loved battle and the smell of blood. Lanius looked at her in silence for a moment, noticing how tightly her hand was clutching her skirt. Then he smiled, a trace of mischief in his gaze. "Perhaps I'll show them mercy if they kneel before me." But Angelica's heart remained unsettled. The temple's name alone had already brought the memories of the novel flooding back. If Seraphina was there, what if the temple sent her as their representative? In the original story, Seraphina and Lanius were only supposed to meet in winter. But now Seraphina was already so close to Lanius. What if the timeline had changed? What if her memories were wrong? Lost in thought, she failed to notice when Lanius popped a piece of candy into her mouth. "It'll make you feel better," he said. She gave a faint nod, still deep in thought. Lately, he had often done little things like this, as if taking care of her were merely an amusing pastime to him. Suddenly, she asked in a small voice, "Your Majesty, will you spare my life? At least until winter?" Lanius raised a brow, slightly, momentarily surprised by the question, then let out a soft laugh. "Perhaps you should try a little harder, so I want to keep you." His thumb brushed lightly over her lips. Then he leaned in and captured her mouth in a deep kiss. As time passed, Angelica focused all her attention on the Temple of Tunia. She needed to learn more about that place, details the novel had never mentioned. If the plot had changed and Seraphina appeared earlier, everything could progress faster, and she might die before winter. And yet she still had no clear plan of escape. Day after day, she buried herself in books, reading everything she could find about the temple. She discovered that the Saintess was revered as the most sacred being there. She had never left the temple, nor had she ever come into contact with outsiders. In the original novel, the focus had been on Lanius's intense desire for Saintess Seraphina, but in the documents she was reading now, people spoke far more about the monsters surrounding the temple. The area around Tunia was densely overrun with monsters. They even reproduced right beside the temple walls. When food was scarce, they poured out to hunt people in nearby regions. Located on that border, the The temple had become the only shield protecting humanity from the monsters outside. Angelica let out a quiet sigh of relief. From what she knew, Seraphina would not be coming here. But then another thought suddenly flashed through her mind. If Lanius personally went to exterminate the monsters, he might pass by the temple and meet her there. If that happened, she had to go with him. And if they truly came face to face with Saintess Seraphina, that would be her chance to escape. A few days later, that moment finally arrived. Lanius sat on the throne, receiving the delegation from the Temple of Tunia that had come to beg for help. Angelica sat beside him, surprised to see that even the Archbishop himself had come in person. Her gaze briefly stopped on the man standing beside him, the Holy Knight of the Temple, Eden. In the original story, Eden was Seraphina's first love, and the Holy Knights were the ones who protected the temple, fighting against the monsters that threatened the land. Eden was not the main character, but he was famous as a talented young warrior, and it was because Lanius could not let go of his feelings about Eden that he killed him, driving the story into tragedy. They have come to beg for my help. Lanius spoke coldly from the throne. Then you should show your sincerity. Of course, your majesty, the archbishop began politely, though we do not have much to offer. But no, Lanius cut him off, his voice sharp. What value could anything you offer possibly have? Instead, why don't you kneel and beg for my mercy? Angelica let out a faint sigh at his side. Just as expected, he had said something outrageous again. But she understood as well. The temple had no other choice. If they returned empty-handed, they would die at the hands of the monsters. What shocked everyone was that Eden was the first to step forward. Without the slightest hesitation, he knelt before the emperor. Seeing that, the others followed one after another, until the entire delegation was bowing low at the feet of Emperor Lanius. Lanius laughed, amusement gleaming in his eyes. This sight is quite pleasing, he muttered. Angelica frowned slightly as she looked at him. He really was playing the villain perfectly. Later, whenever she thought back on that meeting, she still found it hard to believe that Eden had been the first to kneel. In the original story, he had been described as stubborn and unwavering, someone who would never submit to what he believed was wrong. By all logic, he should have been the one person left standing even if the whole world bowed. Lost in thought, Angelica heard Lanius's voice behind her. "Where are you going?" I was only planning to return to my chambers," she replied calmly. "Then go," he said, and casually took her hand, leading her away. On the way back, Lanius glanced at her. He had noticed lately that Angelica's interest had changed. She was no longer absorbed in books about the nobility or court etiquette. Instead, she had been devoting all her time to researching the Temple of Tunia. She had even insisted on attending the audience with their delegation today. The kingdom of Enro, where she had been born, had never had any ties at all with Tunia. The two lands were far apart, and yet, during the meeting, Lanius had noticed something strange in her eyes. Angelica's reaction had been odd, almost touched somehow, especially when her gaze landed on the Holy Knights. He curved his lips faintly, keeping that thought to himself. After that, Angelica suggested holding a banquet to welcome the representatives from Tunia. "Then who will be seated at the main table?" she asked. Lanius leaned lazily against the balcony railing, his voice casual. "What do you think?" Angelica thought for a moment. "Probably the Archbishop, the captain of the Holy Knights, and the two eldest senior clergy. That sounds like the right order," he replied evenly. Lanius watched her throughout the conversation, his sharp eyes studying every tiny expression on her face. Actually, Angelica gave a small laugh, the corners of her lips lifting. "I don't really know who the most important person is either. I've never met them before." Lanius let out a quiet laugh. 2 months ago, he would have found that answer unbearably dull, but now he found it interesting. His suspicion faded. Angelica seemed to have no real interest in that banquet at all. With a quiet breath of relief, he sat down on the edge of the bed and called softly, "Angelica." At the sound of his voice, she obediently rose and walked over to him. Lanius took her hand, silently admiring that obedient look. But this time, he wanted to see more than that. Suddenly, he gave a sharp pull. Angelica stumbled and fell against his chest. "Angelica." His voice was low and warm, laced with a faint smile. At once, her face turned pale with embarrassment. "Kiss me." The next day, Angelica began to feel uneasy about Eden. There was something about him that was not right. She ordered her close maid, Sisson, to watch him in secret. A few days later, Sisson reported back that Eden often visited the library. He always read the same book, and it seemed to have nothing to do with Tunia. He always hid it inside his cloak and only read it in deserted places. If he was trying that hard to hide it, then could it be a forbidden book? Angelica's heart pounded at the realization, and a bold thought flashed through her mind. But to confirm it, she could no longer rely on Sisson. She had to see it for herself. On the day of the training match, Angelica pretended to be ill and told Duchess Noma and the maids to go watch in her place. "How can I leave your majesty alone when you are unwell?" Duchess Noma protested at once. Angelica smiled reassuringly. "Sisson will stay with me, so there's nothing to worry about. Besides, I still want to know the result of the match, so all of you should go and tell me about it afterward." Duchess Noma's eyes lit up, and the other maids looked just as eager. Since the Empress herself had given permission, they quickly left in high spirits, leaving Angelica alone with Sisson. As soon as the door closed, Angelica turned to her maid. "Then there's no one around the library now, right?" Sisson nodded, her voice trembling slightly. "Yes, but do you really intend to go there?" Angelica smiled and gently patted Sisson on the cheek. "Don't worry, I'll only take a quick look. There won't be any problem." She trusted Sisson. The maid had come from her homeland, and she would never reveal anything to the Emperor. Angelica quickly draped a thin shawl over her shoulders and left the room, heading toward the library. Carefully looking around, she saw that everyone was absorbed in the match. No one was paying attention to her. Quietly, she hid in the bushes near the path leading to the library and waited for Eden to appear. Just as she had expected, it was not long before Eden appeared. The sound of his footsteps came steadily, calmly. Angelica swallowed hard, then stepped out from her hiding place. "Hey, I don't know what you're looking for, but it definitely isn't in there," she said quickly. "Outsiders are not allowed to read most of the books here." Eden turned around, his voice so composed that she almost began to doubt herself. "I'm not looking for anything," he answered. "I'm only taking a walk." A moment of silence passed. "What is your name?" she asked. The knight inclined his head slightly. "I am Eden. I have no surname. I have offered both body and soul to the god Tunia." "Then what about your other name?" Angelica asked again, her voice soft and hesitant. Eden's eyes narrowed a little. "What do you mean?" "I mean," she lowered her voice, "your real name. The name you had before Tunia gave you this one. If you don't have one, then forget it. I won't ask again." Eden stared at her in silence for a long time. So long that Angelica started to panic, wondering if she had been mistaken. But then he slowly raised his head and said, "My name is Cha Sohyun." Angelica's heart sank with shock. She had guessed right. "Do you know the novel called The Flower Blooming in the Abyss?" she asked quickly. "Yes." "Eden, replied. I've read it." "Then, when did you enter this body?" "I came here about 2 months ago." Angelica let out a breath, her heart racing wildly. "Then, almost at the same time as me. I never imagined I wasn't the only one reincarnated here." "I thought so too." Eden gave a faint smile. "I thought I was the only one. I believed I was all alone in this world." Angelica said, her voice trembling with emotion. "Are you all right?" Eden asked, sounding concerned. "I'm Fine," she answered, though her voice still shook slightly. "I'm just happy." "Eden similit genti." "I see. Then what should I call you?" Angelica looked up, a hint of mischief glinting in her blue eyes. "You may call me your majesty. Everyone here calls me that." Eden bowed slightly and took her hand with solemn courtesy. "Then, your majesty, it is an honor to meet you." He smiled warmly, then asked curiously, "But how did you find out about me?" "It was the way you acted." Angelica answered. "It was nothing like the character in the novel. It made no sense at all." She glanced around carefully, then spoke quickly. "I can't stay here long, so let's get to the point. I heard you've been reading some kind of forbidden book. What is it?" Eden nodded. "That's right. I've been studying forbidden magic. I think that might be what pulled me into this world." Angelica froze. She had never thought about that, about how she had come here. Perhaps it was because after reading hundreds of fantasy stories, being transported into a novel had become so familiar, so ordinary, that she had never once asked why. Eden scratched his head lightly and smiled. "You said you thought you were alone, right? Then, does that mean the Emperor isn't someone reincarnated from our world?" Angelica sighed. "I wish he were. But no, he's exactly the same lunatic he was in the novel. Eden frowned and fell silent for a moment. Then perhaps the reason we were drawn here is because our characters died in the story. If we can find the magic that caused this, maybe we can undo it and send us back. Back. Home. Angelica repeated softly, almost in a whisper. She had never considered that possibility. In stories like this, people almost never return after being reincarnated. At the arena, Lanius was watching a match, his face touched with boredom or perhaps a sense of absence. His gaze kept drifting from time to time to the empty seat beside him. After a while, he stood up, deciding to leave and head straight for the Empress's palace. When he entered, Sisson gave a startled cry at the king's sudden appearance. "Why, Your Majesty? Why have you come here?" She stammered. Lanius smiled faintly. "Am I not allowed to come?" As he spoke, he strode over to the bed and pulled back the covers. Seeing it completely empty, he said darkly, "My wife, who is supposedly ill, is not here." Sisson's face turned deathly pale. "Your Majesty, that..." His cold, piercing gaze made her fall silent at once. "Be quiet. I want to hear the reason from her own lips," he said in an icy voice, making her tremble. It was not hard to guess what had happened. The night before, the Holy Knight Eden had not been present at training, and the Empress had also claimed illness and stayed behind. Lanius's lips curled slightly. "How troublesome," he muttered, his voice full of irritation. Meanwhile, in the library, Angelica was still talking with Eden. "So, if you've been living in Tunia, have you met Serafina yet?" she asked curiously. "Serafina?" Eden hesitated, then trailed off. "What is it? Do you like her?" Angelica asked anxiously, pressing him. Eden hurriedly shook his head. "No, actually, it's the opposite." "What? Why? Isn't she a good person?" Angelica frowned. "It's not exactly that," Eden replied. "It's just that I've always avoided her." Angelica blinked in surprise. He had probably completely merged into the role of Eden by now. But then why avoid Serafina? Eden continued, his voice turning lower. "In truth, Eden hatet Serafina." Angelica's eyes widened in shock. Why would Eden hate her? Eden sigit. Doctrine and rules were everything to Eden. So we learned that the Saintess harbored feelings for him. He felt disgusted because he regarded it as an insult to his faith. That was something Angelica had never once read in the novel, a hidden fragment of the truth. "Are you planning to join the monster subjugation force?" she asked. Eden nodded. "Yes. My goal is to reach the Grand Library inside the abandoned Holy Sanctuary. I believe there may be more clues about this magic there." Angelica nodded, her eyes brightening. "Then I'll search the Imperial Library. We'd better understand why we're here before we think about returning. If I find anything, I'll send word to you in Tunia," she said excitedly. Eden looked slightly surprised. "Are you planning to join the monster hunt?" "I haven't had the chance to discuss it with His Majesty yet," Angelica admitted, her voice betraying her worry, "but I'll try." They agreed to avoid meeting each other for the time being, then waved goodbye. Angelica returned to her chambers, letting out a breath of relief that she had made it back before anything happened. But that relief vanished the moment she entered the room. Lanius was sitting there, waiting. "I thought you were sick," he said, his voice mocking. Angelica froze. "Your Majesty, have you already finished watching the match?" I had a headache, so I went out for a short walk." She stammered, try to remain calm. "Your hands are trembling." Lanius leaned toward her, his voice low. "Are you hiding something?" Because you look so frightening," she replied shakily. "That's why I'm scared." "You met that holy knight, didn't you?" The sudden question made Angelica bite her lip. "Are you suspecting me?" she asked softly, her eyes brimming with tears. He truly was suspicious. The two of them had both been absent at the same time. It was difficult not to notice. But what did it matter? Even if his wife liked that man, what did it have to do with him? The Emperor of Arctelos did not know jealousy. If the Empress wanted to amuse herself with that man, wouldn't it be simpler to let her treat him as a toy? Terrified by the look on his face, Angelica dropped to her knees on the floor. "You know I can't lie to you," she cried. "If I'm found out, I'll die. Just thinking about it is horrifying." Lanius bent down slightly, knelt on one knee before her, and gently touched her cheek. "Perhaps you're right," he whispered, then pulled her into his arms and held her tightly. "Your Majesty, you're not angry?" Angelica asked, looking up in disbelief. Lanius let out a quiet sigh. If he said yes, she would only grow more frightened. So he merely gave a faint smile and answered, "No, I'm not angry." And that was the first time Angelica had deceived her husband, Lanius Arctelos. Neither of them realized it, but from that very moment, their relationship quietly changed course, and the story in the novel began to branch onto another path. Afterward, Angelica let out a breath of relief. A moment ago, she had been so afraid that she thought Lanius might kill her before she could even run. But clearly, he was not the sort of person to get angry simply because she had been gone for a while. It was true that she had met Eden, but why would that upset him? To him, she was nothing more than prey in his life. Or perhaps he had sent something, but that was impossible. No one knew that she was reincarnated. Even so, it would be safer to stay close to him for the next few days. That was her plan. Lanius, however, was thinking of something else. During a walk, they happened to encounter the group of knights from Tunia, who were also strolling through the imperial garden. The knights bowed respectfully to the emperor, then began speaking with him. Eden, however, stepped back, avoiding Lanius's gaze and never once looking toward Angelica. She breathed out in relief. At least he knew how to be careful. "Your Majesty," Angelica said softly, "perhaps we should take our leave." But Lanius showed no intention of leaving. He slipped an arm around her waist, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "Don't be so cold. My lady, we cannot be discourteous to our guests." Then he turned back, continuing to speak with the knights as though nothing were amiss. While talking, Lanius's fingers idly played with Angelica's hair, the gesture looking impossibly gentle and intimate. That was exactly what unsettled her. He had touched her like this before, but never in front of other people. Why now? She wondered, her heart tightening with discomfort. Across from them, Eden watched in silence, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Angelica had told him before that the Emperor was an extremely dangerous man, exactly as he had been in the original story. But right now, Lanius looked nothing like the cruel man she had described. At the moment, he looked no different from a gentle husband, sweetly enamored with his wife. But only Angelica knew that this gentle version of him was more frightening and more unpredictable than any brutal image in the original story. "Angelica," Lanius's voice suddenly rang out. She looked up. "Yes?" Without another word, he bent down and kissed her. The knights around them went stiff, stunned by such an abrupt act. In the middle of the kiss, Lanius's cold eyes flicked once toward Eden, a warning look as though marking his territory. When he pulled away, Angelica was breathless, her cheeks flushed. "Your Majesty, may we go inside?" she asked quietly. Lanius laughed softly, his deep voice tinged with teasing. "It seems my Empress wishes to be alone with me." He turned to the knights. "We will take our leave." And with that, he took her hand and led her away, leaving the knights rooted to the spot, not one of them daring to say a word. Now Angelica was certain of one thing. Lanius's eyes had been fixed on Eden the entire time. She suspected he might have overheard their conversation earlier. She needed to confirm that before it was too late. Hurriedly, she wrote a letter to Eden and had Sisson deliver it. In a letter, she asked directly, "Do you think the Emperor heard us talking?" Eden's reply was very short. "I don't think so." Angelica's face immediately darkened with anger. Gritting her teeth, she tore the letter in her hand to pieces. The one who had taken over Eden's body really wasn't very bright at all, she thought furiously. Meanwhile, Sisson, the maid standing nearby, had begun noticing the strange change in her mistress ever since they had set foot in Arctelos. Back when Angelica's marriage had first been arranged in Enzo, she had cried for days on end, to the point that Sisson had decided to follow her and serve as her personal maid. But now, Angelica seemed to have become a completely different person, carrying a weight of worry in her heart. Sisson stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I would like to speak with you privately for a moment," she said softly. Angelica immediately understood what she was thinking and answered calmly. "I know what you're thinking, but don't worry. I don't have even the slightest feelings for that knight from the Temple of Tunia." Sisson's eyes brimmed with tears. "If that's not it, then why won't you tell me what's going on? You know we've never kept secrets from each other like this before." Her voice trembled, as though she were on the verge of crying. "Oh dear, don't cry." Angelica hurriedly soothed her, lightly patting the maid on the shoulder. "I truly don't care about that knight at all. What I care about is the other saints of the Temple of Tunia." She gave a faint smile. "Don't you remember? I was reading books about Tunia even before the knights arrived. It was only half true, but half a lie sounded better than a complete one. Then why don't you ask the Archbishop about those saints?" Sisson suggested. Angelica replied slowly, her voice steady, because I realized that Holy Knight doesn't seem to have any friends at all. Besides, he even reads forbidden books, so he's probably not all that loyal to the temple either. That means he might be able to tell me more about the saints than the Archbishop can. Sisson wiped her tears and nodded in understanding. I see. I didn't know that. Please forgive me. It's all right, Angelica said gently. I have no intention of betraying the Emperor or flirting with another man. She had no idea that outside the room, Lannius was standing silently, listening to every word. The corner of his mouth curved into a fleeting smile, almost one of relief. So that was it. Is that what she thought? I misunderstood. It felt as though only yesterday. Sisson said emotionally, you were sobbing because you didn't want to get married, and now you've become an empress beloved by all. Angelica smiled softly. That's right. It was difficult at first, but the Emperor treats me very well. Lannius's smile widened slightly. She thinks I treat her well? A spark of interest flickered quietly in his eyes. I truly hope your majesty will soon come to love this country, Sisson said hopefully. Perhaps I will. Angelica sighed. If I'm not killed during the upcoming winter hunt. Lannius gave a slight start when he heard the words winter hunt, then suddenly remembered what she meant and let out a soft laugh. She's worried about that, while I'd already forgotten it. He turned to leave, then paused. But why is she so interested in the saints of the Temple of Tunia? A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps I should investigate this woman myself when I join the expedition there. Thinking that, he left, the trace of a smile still lingering at his lips. That night, Lannius entered her room. The moon is especially bright tonight, he said, his lips curving into a smile. Seeing him in such a good mood, Angelica smiled back as well. It really is, she said softly. Lannius lay down, resting his head on her lap, idly stroking his hair. You seem happy today, he said casually. Maybe because your majesty seems that way too, Angelica replied, shyly scratching her cheek. Lannius let out a quiet laugh. Does that make you happy? What else makes you happy? He asked in a lazy voice, his fingers still twirling strands of her hair. Angelica blinked, unable to understand why he was acting like this today. He took her hand and placed it on his forehead. Does he want you to pat his head? She wondered, then leaned down slightly and gently laid her hand on Lannius's forehead. What else makes you happy? He asked again, his tone still calm, yet strangely intent. The way he was behaving was so unusual that it made Angelica uneasy. Why is he asking that? Does he really care about my feelings? No, Lannius only cared about his own feelings. Nothing more. When her hand paused mid-motion, Lannius opened his eyes. Why did your hand stop? He asked softly. Startled, Angelica snapped out of her thoughts. See, she thought bitterly. He only notices when it's something concerning himself. Then what was it that she wanted? She wanted to say that she wanted to leave this place. And if he couldn't let her go, then, at the very least, he should stop coming to see her so often. But of course, she couldn't possibly say that to the tyrant lying before her. So instead, she said softly, Then, I want to go with your majesty on the monster hunt. That would make me happy. Would that be all right? Lannius looked at her for a long moment. Clearly, he had not expected that answer. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. Of course. If you want to come with me that much, then come. Angelica blinked in stunned silence. Not only because he had agreed, but because of that smile. It was so different. In the novel, Lannius had been described as a devil, someone born with cruelty down to his very bones. But right now, the man before her looked strangely innocent, even breathtakingly beautiful. Before she realized it, Angelica reached out and lightly touched his cheek. Could it be? Am I really being swayed by his looks? She thought in alarm. Lannius wrapped his arms around her, gently, as though afraid she might shatter. Angelica stiffened, reminding herself that this gentleness could disappear at any moment. The instant his mood changed, Lannius could turn back into a brutal monster. This side of him would never last. By tomorrow, he would become Lannius Archdelos again, the same ruthless emperor as always. But then nothing happened the way she expected. The next day, Lannius was still the same, gentle, warm, even while arguing with the Archbishop, who was preparing to leave after Archdelos's training concluded. Whenever his gaze happened to fall on Angelica, Lannius's expression softened at once, blooming into that smile. A smile that looked almost like love. Angelica scratched her head, bewildered. He was acting completely out of character, like the male lead in a romance story. And although that should have been good news, He was still Lanius Arctelos, which meant she had to escape before he started finding her boring. That evening, Lanius stared absent-mindedly at the wine glass in his hand. He could not understand why Angelica refused to tell him the truth. He only wanted to know what made her happy. Yet she never answered clearly. She was always tense, always avoiding his eyes. He found himself wondering what her carefree smile would look like. What would feel like to see her laugh without the slightest fear. Then a strange longing stirred inside him. He wanted her to love him. He laughed at the thought. If she knew what I was thinking right now, he thought to himself, she'd probably panic. As for Angelica, she spent the entire day in the Royal Library of Arctelos, searching through countless books, hoping to find some clue about magic or people from other worlds. But in the end, there was nothing. Perhaps she and Eden had come to this world by accident after all. Their last hope now was the library in the abandoned sanctuary, just as Eden had suggested. You've been reading all sorts of books lately. A familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her. Angelica jumped in alarm. Your Majesty, I simply like reading all kinds of things. She answered hurriedly, frantically flipping a few pages. Lanius smiled faintly and sat down beside her. Is there anything in particular you want to see on this trip? He asked, caught off guard by the question. Angelica shook her head at once. No, nothing in particular, she replied cautiously. He leaned back in his chair, still watching her. Then, what about the Saintess? The one who has never left the temple? He asked, as if it had just slipped out. The moment she heard the word Saintess, Angelica froze. Why is he suddenly bringing her up? Do you want to meet the Saintess? Angelica asked, her voice trembling slightly. Lanius tilted his head a little, carefully observing her expression. He had thought that mentioning something she cared about would make her happy, but her reaction was beyond his expectations. Even so, he kept smiling and continued in a teasing tone. What if I do? He answered calmly. No, you mustn't. The words burst out of Angelica immediately, panic clear in her voice. He raised an eyebrow. If I truly want to meet the Saintess, why would you stop me? Angelica lowered her head, twisting her hands together. Because she's very beautiful, Angelica admitted softly. And if your Majesty pays attention to her, I would be upset. So that means... Lanius gave a faint smile. You dare try to stop me? Angelica startled and hurriedly shook her head over and over. No, I wouldn't dare. If you wish to meet her, then, please do. But then she hesitated again. But, he pressed, his tone now deliberately teasing. Do you want to keep me all to yourself? No. How could I dare think such a thing? Angelica stammered, her face pale with worry. Actually, that's not so bad. Lanius said it suddenly, his smile widening. Huh? What? She faltered, unable to believe her ears. He leaned closer, gently placing a hand on her head and stroking it as though to soothe her. Angelica, he said softly, go on. After hesitating for a while, she finally spoke. Then on this trip, I hope your Majesty won't pay attention to Saintess Seraphina. Lanius's smile remained on his lips as he looked at her. All right, he answered simply. 10 days later, the monster hunting expedition set out. Lanius rode at the front, while he insisted that Angelica travel by carriage. Angelica brought Sisson and Sylvie with her. If there came a moment when she needed to run, she would need people to help her. Sisson was the maid she trusted most. And as for Sylvie, ever since the last monster hunting festival, her reputation had plummeted. Even if Sylvie discovered Angelica's plan, probably no one would believe her anyway. After 3 days of travel, they finally reached the mountains. The moment the carriage stopped, Lanius appeared and extended a hand to help her down. You like beautiful things, don't you? He asked, as though waiting for her reaction. It took Angelica a moment to answer. Yes, of course, she said softly. He smiled and took her hand. Then come with me, he said, leading her along. They walked for about 20 minutes, until they reached a quiet place. Lanius turned slightly to look at her. You also like things that sparkle, don't you? He asked, still wearing that smile. Angelica stared speechlessly as she looked around. The whole place shimmered under the moonlight, as though they had just stepped into a dream. Everything around them glimmered with light. If you like it, then smile, Lanius said to Angelica, his cheeks faintly flushed. The man standing before her was the one called the Devil's Messenger, the demon of the battlefield. He had always believed that all people were beneath his feet and cared only for his own desires. and yet now he was trying to make her smile. Angelica's heart began to race. "Does that mean I'm special?" she asked softly. "You're special," Lanius said. "I remember every moment when you were anxious, when you cried, when you were afraid. I remember all of it, but I still don't know what you look like when you smile. You rarely smile naturally." That answer left her flustered. He wanted to see her smile. "You do look happy," Lanius said, his eyes following every shift in her expression. "But you still haven't smiled." Above them, the sky glittered with countless stars, as if they were about to fall in a radiant shower. The flowers around them swayed gently in the breeze, and everything felt like a dream, overwhelmed by emotion. Angelica reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Lanius did not pull away. Instead, he bent down and claimed her lips in a kiss. Caught by surprise, she did not resist, as though bewitched. When they parted from that kiss, Lanius called softly, "Angelica." Before she could even answer, he gently pushed her down onto the carpet of flowers, leaning in close as he kept calling her name, softly, like a prayer. Angelica looked up into his eyes. If this man wanted something, he could easily take it by force. So why did he need to call her name so gently? He had brought her here only to see her smile, as if her feelings truly mattered. That thought made something unnameable swell in her chest. In that moment, she reached up, pulled him down, and kissed him first, taking him by surprise this time. When their lips parted, Lanius looked down at her. "Angelica, what else do you like?" he asked, his fingers lightly brushing her cheek. "Peace," she answered honestly. "You like peace?" Lanius let out a soft laugh. "But peace is so boring," he whispered in a lazy voice, lightly tugging at her dress as his hand slipped beneath the fabric. "Maybe I'm too simple or too naive," Angelica thought, her breathing breaking beneath her husband's body. But perhaps that was all right too. The next morning, they finally arrived at the Temple of Tunia. At the temple gate, the archbishop welcomed them with a courteous smile. But Lanius replied coldly, "No formalities. I will see to the night's food myself. All you need to do is provide us with lodging." His voice was sharp, but Angelica understood. The temple was already lacking in resources, and having to provide for so many soldiers would only become a burden. Though his words sounded rough, they were reasonable. Lanius then turned to her. "I have a meeting with the captain of the Holy Knights. Do you want to come with me?" Angelica let out a tense laugh. "No, that's all right. I'll wait and see you at dinner," she said. Lanius smiled faintly and reached out to pat her head. "What a pity," he said before turning to walk away. "I'll see you later then, my empress." "What a pity indeed," Angelica murmured after he had gone. Now she was forced to admit that Lanius had changed. That brutal man seemed to genuinely like her, but she could not forget what was about to happen. The moment he met Saintess Seraphina, everything might be overturned once again. She had to remain cautious at all times. Her life was still in danger. Angelica had even told Sisson to carry a pouch of money, in case they had to flee at any moment, though she dearly hoped it would not come to that. She still had no idea where she would run. While Angelica was lost in thought, someone suddenly grabbed her hand and covered her mouth. Angelica froze, but right after that, a familiar voice whispered, "Don't make a sound. It's Eden." He released her at once, and when she turned around, he hurried to apologize. "Sorry for grabbing you so suddenly like that." Angelica truly breathed a sigh of relief when she finally saw him. "Actually, I was looking for you," she replied quickly. "Where is Seraphina? Will we meet her during this trip?" She needed to know where the Saintess was as soon as possible. Eden shook his head. "No, we won't. I made a slight change. I didn't want the original story to begin too early, either. So I suggested to the Archbishop that the Saintess go out among the people. The Saintess's prayers would give them hope." "That's a good idea," Angelica said, genuinely impressed. "You're smarter than I thought." Eden similet faintly. "Did you find anything in Arctelo's library?" "No, nothing at all." Angelica shook her head. There wasn't a single line about souls from another world. "Then the library in the abandoned sanctuary is our last option," Eden said thoughtfully. Angelica doubted they would find anything there, but she did not want to discourage him. Eden asked again, "Will you stay here or go with Lanius?" "Oh, I'll go with him," Angelica replied, sounding a little uneasy. "I think that's what the Emperor wants." Then she glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, before leaning closer to whisper, "Eden, this may sound strange, but I think he likes me." Eden blinked, then nodded calmly. "I know." "What? You knew?" Angelica asked in shock. Eden said, "Well, last time I saw him, he He looked exactly like a man who just wanted to prove that you were his wife. Angelica lowered her head. So many things were already different from the original story, and it made her uneasy. I understand, Eden said, but if everything really changes completely, if he shows no interest in Seraphina at all, would you continue living here? That direct question left Angelica stunned. Until now, she had never considered that possibility. I think that's answer enough. When Angelica hesitated, Eden said, "Do you think I want to stay here?" Angelica asked in shock. Eden gently took her hand. "Listen, if you want to stay, I understand. For you, this world might even be better than the one you came from. I won't blame you. Believe me." Angelica nodded very slowly. "Even if I do decide to stay, I'll still help you find a way back," she said sincerely. Eden let out a sigh. "Then let's not drag this meeting out any longer. We should split up before anyone notices." That evening during dinner, Angelica's mind kept circling back to Eden's question. She forced herself to assume that what he said would never happen. It was safer to think that way. After all, the man she was dealing with was Lanius. He could grow tired of her at any moment. And when that happened, the darkest possible ending would come. And even if she managed the matter of Saintess Seraphina well, would that really be enough? If she had known the answers to those questions, perhaps she could have answered Eden long ago. After dinner, Angelica returned to the room assigned to her. A small bed, clearly meant for one person. At the temple, everyone lived alone. She sighed, then startled at her own reaction. Am I disappointed because my husband isn't here? She asked herself in confusion. Sitting down on the bed, she began to think. Perhaps she really did want to stay in this world. In her original world, she had been poor, friendless, and spent most of her time buried in novels, daydreaming that one day she might be reincarnated into one of them. But here, as Angelica Viniadenro, she was a princess, educated, highborn, respected, and cared for by others. Even so, there was no guarantee Lanius would like her forever. Leaving was still the safer choice. Lost in thought, she flinched at a knock on the door. Angelica rose to her feet, surprised to find Lanius standing there with a tray of food in his hands. "What is this?" she asked, bewildered. "It's for you. You barely ate earlier," he said with a faint smile. He walked in, sat down beside Angelica, and fed her himself. Angelica stared at him without blinking. The man who had never done anything for anyone was now sitting here, carefully feeding her one bite at a time. And yet, no matter how gentle he was, the fear in her heart did not disappear. And as long as that fear remained, she could never give him her heart. When she finished eating, Lanius let his gaze wander around the small room. "The bed's too small," he remarked. "Yes," Angelica replied. "It's only meant for one person." He leaned closer and gently twined a strand of her hair around his fingers. "That's exactly what I'm complaining about," he said, his voice strangely soft. Angelica's heart raced as he moved nearer. His hand left her hair and slid up to her cheek, softly caressing her skin. Her heart pounded so hard it felt as if it would burst, unable to bear it any longer. Angelica instinctively pushed him away. Lanius froze, stunned, and simply stared at her. Realizing what she had just done, Angelica panicked even more. "Did I just reject him?" she blurted out. A man who had never once been refused in his life, and she had just pushed him away. Desperate to ease the tension, she forced out an awkward smile. "I am just a little shy," she said clumsily. Lanius did not answer. He only looked at her in silence. "Angelica," he finally said. She flinched. Of course, he didn't believe her excuse. "I'm sorry," she said quickly, lowering her head. "If I've made your majesty angry." "I'm not angry," Lanius cut in. "Huh?" Angelica looked up slowly. He leaned forward, pulled her into his arms, and held her tightly. "I told you, I'm not angry," he repeated, pressing her face against his chest. "So don't cry, and don't be afraid anymore." His voice was soft and soothing. He truly did not want her to fear him ever again. In his arms, Angelica could clearly hear the steady, calm beat of his heart. Strangely enough, she felt that he truly was not angry. "The journey must have tired you out," Lanius murmured, then lifted her into his arms. "Sleep." Angelica's eyelids grew heavy, and before she realized it, she had fallen asleep. That night, Angelica dreamed. A woman appeared before her, carrying a covered golden tray. Angelica took it, lifted the lid, and inside was a severed head. Horrified, she stumbled back and knocked it away. The head rolled to someone's feet. It was Lanius. He stood there, laughing like a madman. Then suddenly the head spoke. "So you'll still stay, won't you? Is this enough to help you decide?" Angelica went rigid. It was Eden's voice. She backed away in terror, but before she could run, the woman behind her seized both her arms. Angelica turned and recognized the face. It was the Saintess of Tunia, Seraphina. Before she could react, Lanius appeared behind her and calmly drove a blade through her back. She turned to look at him. He was still smiling, calling her his winter prey. Angelica gasped, choking as her vision began to blur. Just before everything sank into darkness, she saw Seraphina's lips move, saying something she could not hear. When she opened her eyes, Lanius was bending over her, calling her name. Only then did Angelica realize it had all been a nightmare. Then she saw the red marks around her neck. So that was it. Lanius had been gripping her hands tightly because, in her sleep, she had tried to strangle herself, but she had no time to dwell on it. Today, they were heading to the old sanctuary, and she needed to forget the dream and focus. The Archbishop reported that they would arrive in the afternoon. "It's near the border," he explained. "That area has been overrun by monsters lately. Your Grace intends to retake it?" Angelica asked. "That's right," the Archbishop replied. "It will raise the people's morale." In truth, the idea came from one of her youngest holy knights. At once, Angelica realized the bishop was referring to Eden. As they were speaking, Lanius walked in. "Empress, do you think you're well enough to travel?" he asked, his voice full of concern. Angelica immediately understood that he was asking because of her nightmare last night. She turned to the Archbishop. "How long will it take to get there?" "We'll arrive today," the Archbishop answered, "but the battle will last about 2 weeks." Angelica thought quickly. If Lanius and the soldiers advanced deep into mountains to wipe out the monsters, she could remain behind and visit that holy place without worrying about him. "I'll stay here and rest, Your Majesty," she said calmly. "If I go with you, I'll only distract you." Lanius raised a brow. "So you think you'll slow me down?" Startled, Angelica hurriedly took his hand and explained, "No, that's not what I meant. I just want this to end quickly so we can return to Arctelos." Lanius paused, as if he had heard something unexpected. Then he turned away. "I'll come back as soon as I can," he said, before walking out. The moment the Emperor left, Angelica turned to the Archbishop. "After the place has been retaken, may I enter the sanctuary? I want to learn more about it," she said hopefully. The Archbishop hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. "Of course." Soon after, Lanius spurred his horse forward, the army following behind him. Among the troops behind him were the Holy Knights, including Eden. He glanced at the Emperor, whose irritation was plain to see. "Is it because the Empress isn't coming with us?" he wondered. Hard to believe, but Lanius's mood really did seem entirely affected by her absence. Eden could not help but be astonished. The cold, ruthless man from the original novel had been tamed by Angelica to that extent. It was almost impossible to believe, but when they reached the border, the monsters attacked without warning. Lanius led the charge, tearing straight through their ranks as if it were nothing, cutting down one monster after another with effortless ease. Eden and the other knights could only stare in stunned silence. Is he even human? Perhaps I judged him too quickly before. He's exactly as the novel described, Eden thought. Then one of the monsters, nearly dead, suddenly began to writhe again. Did he miss? Eden wanted it, but Lanius, standing ahead, only let out a low laugh. The smile on his face was cold, inhuman. "Advance," he ordered. The army obeyed at once, charging forward. The horses trampled the still-twitching monsters beneath their hooves, crushing them to pieces. Only then did Eden understand. Lanius had intentionally left them alive, half dead, just so their deaths would be even more brutal. This was the real Lanius, the demonic emperor, and the farther he was from Angelica, the more the darkness, slumbering within him, began to awaken once again. When they reached the old sanctuary district, the entire land was covered with countless monster eggs. No wonder the scouts had camped nearby. Lanius curled his lips into a faint smile. Then he turned to the Holy Knights. "Have any of you ever seen a monster hatch right before your eyes?" The knights stiffened, taken aback by the question. "No, Your Majesty," one of them finally answered. Lanius laughed and tightened his grip on his sword hilt. "Good. Then today, you will." With that, the battle began. Monsters lunged at them from every direction. The air rang with the clash of steel. "Kill them all, but don't touch the eggs," Lanius ordered. The knights obeyed immediately, cutting down the monsters without hesitation. Eden shuddered at the sight. First Lanius had ordered the monsters slaughtered, and now he was telling them to preserve every last egg intact. This is insane. Had he lost his mind? Eden thought, revulsion twisting in his chest. One holy night approached the emperor. "Your Majesty, why are we protecting those eggs? Wouldn't it be easier to destroy them now?" Lanius's lips curved slightly. "Because that would be no fun at all," he answered curtly. Before anyone could react, another knight came running up, out of breath. "Your Majesty, one of the eggs has hatched, but..." He hesitated before continuing. "It didn't attack us. If I may say so, I think it sees us as its mother." Lanius's smile widened. "Good. Now, things are getting interesting." He ordered the soldiers to take turns standing guard until all the eggs had hatched. The knights exchanged uneasy glances. At last one of them spoke. "But, Your Majesty, if they all hatch and see us as their mother." "But, Your Majesty, if they all hatch and see us as their mother. They'll soon need food." Lanius laughed. "Right? The newborns must be starving. Then feed them." Everyone froze. What he meant was painfully obvious. Eden felt his stomach clench. This is the true monster, he thought bitterly. A little later, it was Eden's turn to stand watch over the hatching eggs. The sight made him sick. He had never imagined he would witness anything so horrifying. To distract himself, he decided to walk around the sanctuary. The library there was far smaller than he had expected. As he went deeper inside, something caught his eye. A stone door at the end of the hallway. He cautiously approached it. The passage beyond looked extremely narrow, too small for him to squeeze through. But carved into the surface of the stone door was a line. "When the bloodline of Arctulos is ready, open it with the sword of Tunia." Eden frowned and read it again. The bloodline of Arctulos? That must mean Lanius's bloodline, he thought. But the sword of Tunia? I've never heard of such an artifact. Maybe I can find a clue in the library or ask the archbishop. As Eden was lost in thought, a fellow knight's voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Hey, it's your turn on watch. The little monsters are about to hatch." Eden turned around. "Right, I'm coming," he replied. The knight looked at him curiously. "But why are you standing there staring at a blank wall?" Eden stiffened, then slowly glanced back. The stone door was still there, but in the other man's eyes it was nothing more than an ordinary wall. "I don't know," he said quietly. The other knight let out an awkward laugh. "You're really strange. Come on." Eden nodded and followed him, but inwardly he could not stop looking back. A sense of dread crept along his spine. Back at the temple, 2 days had passed since the army left, and news of the retaking came back much faster than Angelica had expected. Some wounded knights had already returned. Angelica went to the infirmary to see whether Eden was there, but he was nowhere to be seen. That was good news, she thought. If he wasn't here, it meant he wasn't injured. She turned to look at the soldiers lying in bed. Every one of them was pale, exhausted, and filled with panic. Was the retaking really that difficult? Angelica asked softly. "I am sorry, Your Majesty." One soldier answered with a start. "Not exactly." He hesitated, then continued. "It's because of what the Emperor did." Angelica frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" The soldier drew a shaky breath. "He kept the monster eggs and ordered us to let the hatchlings imprint on us. After that, he fed them the mother monster." A cold silence fell over the room. Several people visibly blanched. Behind Angelica, Sylvie trembled violently, her hands shaking uncontrollably. Angelica noticed at once. "Sylvie," Angelica said evenly, "stay here and help the healers. I'll bring some water and food later." Then she gently took Sylvie by the arm and led her away from the camp. After they had walked in silence for a while, Sylvie finally spoke hesitantly. "Your Majesty, why are you so kind to me? I'm the daughter of a traitor. I begged for my life only because I was terrified of dying." Angelica gave a faint smile. "Would you prefer that I treat you more harshly? Honestly, I thought you might resent me, since my marriage caused your family to collapse." Sylvie immediately shook her head and rushed to answer. "No, not at all. If I should resent anyone, it could only be myself." Tears welled at the corners of her eyes, because I was the one who ended my own mother's life. When I heard about the monsters eating their own kind, it brought that moment back to me. Angelica's expression softened. She reached out and gently patted Sylvie's shoulder. "All right, you don't have to say any more." The instant Angelica touched her, Sylvie completely broke down, sobbing in her arms. Angelica silently held her, understanding the pain behind those words. If Sylvie was willing to reveal that kind of weakness, it meant she trusted Angelica, and to Angelica, that was something very precious. When Sylvie finally calmed down, Angelica said softly, "I'm sorry for His Majesty's cruel ideas." Sylvie shook her head. "That isn't your fault. I'm certain His Majesty did it only for his own amusement." But then Sylvie hesitated before continuing. "I think His Majesty cares about you." Angelica blinked in surprise. "You think so?" Sylvie nodded firmly. As one of the former candidates to become his consort, I studied everything about the Emperor, and I've only ever seen him truly consider something carefully when it concerns you. Sylvie's voice suddenly grew low. "As for the rest, he is the cruelest man I've ever known. I've never met anyone like him." Angelica's chest tightened. She took Sylvie by the shoulders and said firmly, "Stop thinking such terrible thoughts, Sylvie. Don't let your mind go any further than that." Sylvie hesitated, then gave a weak nod. "I understand, Your Majesty." As for the rest, Sylvia's voice suddenly grew low. "He is the cruelest man I've ever known. I've never met anyone like him." Angelica's chest tightened. She grabbed Sylvia by the shoulders and said firmly, "Stop thinking such terrible thoughts, Sylvia." Angelica let out a small sigh. "I hope you won't do anything that would cause trouble for me." "I won't," Sylvie replied quietly. Angelica looked at her in silence. She knew Sylvie harbored resentment toward Lanius, but revenge against him was impossible. If Sylvie truly tried, she would only lose her life. The next day, Angelica visited the newly reclaimed sanctuary with the Archbishop. The priests were busy cleaning the place, which was still covered in traces of the battle. With one glance, Angelica could imagine how fierce the fighting had been. "This place is in ruins," she said as she climbed down from her horse. "If only we could have reclaimed it sooner." We did not recover it until now because of a prophecy," the Archbishop explained. Angelica blinked. "A prophecy from the god Tunia?" "Yes," he replied. "The god of mercy conveys his words through the saintess, but I cannot speak of the details. Those matters are strictly confidential within the temple." Angelica nodded. Now she understood why the temple valued the saintess so highly. "Now let me show you the grand library," the Archbishop said, leading the way. "Am I really allowed to read any book here?" Angelica asked as they entered. "Of course," he said with a smile. "All the books that outsiders were not permitted to see have already been moved to the current sanctuary." Angelica paused slightly. So that meant there were no forbidden texts left here? Even so, she decided to look around. Maybe she would still find something. From that day on, Angelica came to the abandoned sanctuary every day. The books were all old and difficult to read. Some had missing pages, faded ink, or damaged covers. No matter how carefully she searched, she found nothing useful. Then one day, she heard a soft thud behind her. Turning toward the sound, she saw a book lying on the floor. There was no wind. It couldn't have fallen by itself. Curious, Angelica bent down and picked it up. In the instant she saw the title, her eyes widened. The Flower Blooming in the Abyss. Her hands trembled slightly. It was the very novel she had read in her old world. But why? Why did it exist inside the very world of that novel? Her heart pounding wildly, she flipped quickly through the pages, and the contents were exactly the same. That day, the Knights of Arctelos were caught in a sudden blizzard and were forced to change course. She quickly flipped through the pages, and the contents were exactly the same. That day, the Knights of Arctelos were caught in a sudden blizzard and were forced to change course. Seraphina heard the voice of the goddess Tunia, foretelling the arrival of an important guest. Before, she had not paid much attention to it, but rereading it now, Angelica realized it was Tunia herself who had guided Seraphina to meet Lanius. The Empress's head fell to the ground, and the Emperor's greatsword was drenched in blood. Those words made Angelica shudder. Lanius crowned Seraphina as the new Empress, consumed by a blind obsession. She had already known all of that, but reading it again now, after months of living beside Lanius, everything suddenly felt different, almost unreal. In the end, Lanius was killed by Seraphina's own hand out of hatred, while the Saintess lost everything. That was supposed to be the ending in Winter. But this time, there was something new, a note from the author that had never appeared in the version she had read in her old world. "There is one truth that cannot be changed in the world I created. Emperor Arctelos will always be obsessed with Saintess Tunia, no matter how the other characters, relationships, or circumstances may change. That fate will never change." The lines seemed to mock her. Angelica's fingers clenched tight. Bastard. She ground out the words under her breath. Then, suddenly, she sensed someone standing right behind her. She whirled around in shock, letting out a small gasp before freezing on the spot. "What are you muttering about?" Lanius asked in an even tone. Only then did she realize he was still wearing his armor, which meant he had come straight to the library to find her without even changing. He leaned closer, his gaze dropping to the book in her hands. "What are you reading?" Just a religious book," Angelica hurriedly replied, lying in an instant. He raised a brow and snatched the book from her hands. "Really? Then why were you calling it a bastard just now?" Angelica's heart pounded wildly. What if he sees it? How am I supposed to explain this? Lanius began flipping through the pages, his brows slowly drawing together. "Are you joking with me? You said this was a religious book." "I am sorry for lying," Angelica blurted out in panic. "I don't even know what this book says." Lanius frowned faintly, then glanced at her. "Then why were you staring at blank pages?" Angelica went still. "Blank pages? Why did that sound like the title of a song?" Lanius held the book up. Every page was empty. "You didn't notice?" It felt as if her blood turned to ice. He couldn't see the words. He handed the book back to her and gave a faint smile. "You must have missed me too much. That's why blank pages look different to you." Angelica forced a smile, her voice trembling slightly. "Why, yes, that must be it." There was nothing else she could say. But inside, her thoughts were in chaos. Why am I the only one who can see the words? As they walked out of the library, Lanius suddenly spoke. "Don't you remember what you said 10 days ago?" Angelica blinked, trying to recall. Then it hit her. She had told him she would wait for him so they could go home together, which was why he had come back so early. She quickly stepped forward, taking his hand. "We can go home now, right?" Lanius let out a soft laugh. "You really are slow, Empress," he said, amusement sparkling in his eyes. That night, Angelica sat on Lanius's lap, her hands resting lightly on his chest. "Was your trip enjoyable?" she asked gently. Lanius curled his lips in smug satisfaction. "Not bad," he replied. He began recounting it, almost casually, explaining how effective his strategy had been in making the young beasts tear into their own kind without hesitation. "It's a shame you didn't get to see it yourself." A chill ran down Angelica's spine. The cruelty in his words made her stomach twist. Though she knew his methods were terrifyingly effective, she could only imagine what Eden had gone through fighting beside this man. But seeing him from so close, she suddenly realized something even more frightening. Now that Lanius liked her, escaping him would only become harder. She could no longer deceive him easily. The moment she tried to distance herself, he would notice at once and see through everything she said. So she had to keep acting, had to love him sincerely until winter came. The next morning, Lanius announced that they would return to Arctolos the following day. Angelica had not expected him to decide so quickly. She still had not had a chance to speak with Eden, because Lanius barely left her side for a moment. She had no other choice. While Lanius was discussing matters with the knights, she quickly turned to Sisson. "Give this book to the Holy Knight," she whispered, saying that the Imperial party would soon be returning. She knew Lanius's gaze was following her every movement, but she could not afford to show fear. Giving orders to her maid was perfectly normal. It would not make anyone suspicious. Sisson obeyed and delivered the book to Eden. At the end of that day, Eden let out a quiet sigh of relief when he received it. He, too, had long wanted to contact the Empress, but Sisson did not look pleased at all. Angelica had told her about the plan to flee with the Holy Knight and had even sent money for her to pass along. Sisson did not understand why her mistress wanted to run away now, because the Empress seemed to be getting along very well with the Emperor. Eden opened the book, only to frown. Every page was blank. He could not see a single line of text. However, inside was a note from Angelica explaining what kind of book it was and mentioning the author's note she had found. Understanding, he closed the book and handed it back. "Thank you for helping me, but please tell your mistress that to me, this book is nothing but blank pages." Sisson's jaw tightened. "What is your relationship with Her Majesty?" she asked coldly. "Eden Fruze, don't worry, we have absolutely no relationship at all." "Then why did Her Majesty say she would run away with you in December?" Sisson pressed. Eden hesitated, then answered honestly. "To tell the truth, I think Her Majesty will remain in Arctolos. But if Her Majesty decides to leave, that would be for the best." "Why?" "Her Majesty has finally become close with His Majesty, hasn't she?" and he even dotes on her very much. Sisson objected. Eden let out a heavy sigh. It's only temporary, seeing that she still did not believe him. He added, there was a prophecy that in the future, the Emperor would kill both your mistress and me. Sisson stared in shock. A prophecy from the goddess Tunia? Eden shook his head. No, it came from another existence. But your mistress and I received it at the same time. That's why, when I came to Arctelos, Angelica recognized me immediately and approached me. In short, we share the same fate. And because the Emperor now seems obsessed with the Empress, she is being restricted and cannot act freely. Sisson was overwhelmed, her heart heavy with anxiety. To reassure her further, Eden said gently, please tell Her Majesty not to worry too much. I will come to Arctelos soon. The next day, the morning of departure arrived. The Archbishop thanked the Emperor for his help, but Lanius's eyes slipped toward Angelica, who was speaking quietly with Sisson. I have heard about the prophecy, Your Majesty, Sisson whispered. Angelica paused for a moment, then understood. Eden must have used it to persuade her. Now you understand why I have to make this decision, don't you? Sisson nodded. I understand. But the knight said the book was blank pages to him as well. Angelica's eyes widened. Blank pages to him too? She had thought Lanius could not see it because he was not reincarnated. But if Eden could not see it either, then why was she the only one who could read that book? Sisson hesitated again. There is one more thing he wanted me to tell you. He asked, when Your Majesty went to the library, did you see any kind of door? Angelica frowned. A door? Yes, Sisson said. He said not everyone may be able to see it. Angelica slowly shook her head. I didn't see any door at all. Her thoughts sank deeper. He couldn't see the book, and I couldn't see the door. She wondered what that meant. Suddenly, from behind her, Lanius's voice pulled Angelica from the tangle of her thoughts. It's time to leave, he said with a faint smile. Angelica took a deep breath, walked toward him, and placed her hand in his. Whatever was happening, she would have to think about it later. For now, she had to return to Arctelos. It was now October in Arctelos, a rare stretch of peaceful days. And yet, after the monster hunt, Angelica would often wake with a start in the middle of the night, her whole body trembling from nightmares. Each time, Lanius was there, gently waking her. What did you dream about? He would ask in a low voice. But she always lied. I'm not sure, she would whisper, tears running down her cheeks. Lanius knew she was lying, even though she was no longer as afraid of him as before. If he wanted to, he only had to press a little harder, and he would know at once. But whenever he saw the tears in her eyes, he chose not to ask. Instead, he simply held her tightly in his arms and soothed her until she calmed down, protecting her in his own way. He was restraining himself, trying to preserve the peace she wanted, believing they might be able to keep this time forever. A few days later, Sisson prepared to leave the imperial palace. I hope Your Majesty rests comfortably tonight, she said with a respectful bow. I will, Angelica replied with a smile. See you tomorrow morning. I thought you relied on that maid quite a lot, Lanius said from beside her. I didn't expect you to let her go. Ah, I've already arranged a new residence for her, Angelica explained gently. Duchess Noma said that politically, it would be better if Sisson stayed outside the palace for a while. You made the right decision, Lanius said with an approving nod. Angelica smiled faintly. On the surface, it truly was a politically sensible move. By moving Sisson out, she was strengthening her ties with nobles other than Duchess Noma. But her real motive was entirely different. Lanius studied her face. Do you feel lonely? Angelica laughed softly and nestled into his arms. Of course not. As long as you are with me, I have no reason to feel lonely. Lanius smiled and stroked her head indulgently. Recently, he had become unusually gentle with her. Your Majesty, she said after a brief hesitation, may I visit Sisson's new home tomorrow? Of course, he answered at once, without hesitation. But you're not allowed to stay the night. Yes, Angelica said sweetly. I'll come back before sunset. Outside the imperial palace, Sisson arrived at her new residence. Several servants bowed to her politely. Welcome home, Lady Sisson, one of the maids said. Thank you. She nodded, then went straight to her room. Among the servants was a man named Daniel. When Sisson went to rest, Daniel also asked permission to withdraw. As he left, one of the maids glanced after him curiously. He was very different, his posture, his voice, even the way he spoke. Nothing about him resembled a servant. He had even been given a private room of his own, something that never happened for ordinary servants. But no one in the house knew the truth. Daniel was not a servant. He was Eden, the holy knight of the temple of Tunia, hiding under a false name. In this quiet house, a gift bestowed by the empress was no coincidence. Angelica had arranged everything. Sissin's move out of the palace was not only for political reasons. It was also to create a safe place for the fugitive knight. And in that very house, far from the emperor's gaze, Angelica laid out her secret plan to escape with her most trusted maid and the holy knight at her side. Eden had confessed to the crime of being tempted by a saint on purpose so that he would be exiled. In this world, the title of an exiled holy knight was something. No one could ever wash clean. From that alone, Angelica could clearly see how determined he was to return to their world. It was a little frightening how willing he was to do anything. But compared to the emperor, he was far less frightening. Right now, all of Lanius's attention was fixed on Angelica, so he had not suspected the plan to have Sissin leave the palace. When Angelica arrived at Sissin's new residence, Sissin immediately drew the curtains so they could speak in secret. Not long after, Eden entered. "Greetings, your majesty. It has been a long time," he said. "Have you been well?" Angelica asked. "I've been well, though your majesty looks tired," he said as he set down a tray of tea. "We don't have much time before Lanius leaves to begin his expedition, and Sissin already conveyed my message to you," Angelica began. Eden nodded, understanding what she meant. "Actually, there's one more thing about the door that I haven't told you," he admitted. "I meant to wait until I had sorted out my thoughts before discussing it with your majesty. But first, let's talk about your majesty." "About me?" Angelica asked. "It seems the emperor cares deeply about your majesty. There is a good chance he will want to take you with him," Eden said carefully. Angelica shook her head. "It's all right. I haven't been well lately, and he knows that, so the emperor won't take me. I intend to ask permission to leave the palace to recuperate. I don't think the emperor will stop me." "I see," Eden said thoughtfully. "And you will flee while the emperor is away." Angelica nodded. "But I don't know where to go. Perhaps once the emperor falls in love with Seraphina, Lanius will no longer care about me, but other people won't be the same. If I'm found, they'll bring me back to the imperial palace. Then what about going to the temple of Tunia?" Eden suggested. Angelica halted. "Are you insane? What if I run into him there?" "Calm down," Eden said evenly. "The temple of Tunia is still not under Arctelos's control, and it's very close. Besides, sooner or later we have to go there because the door is inside the old sanctuary." Sissin, standing nearby, looked utterly lost by their conversation. "Think carefully," Eden continued. "In the original story, Lanius attacks the other countries first, and then, because of the weather, he is forced to pass through Tunia on his way back. You mean we have to get there before Lanius does?" Angelica asked. "Yes, the goddess Tunia will protect us. She will never stand on the emperor's side," Eden replied. "All right," Angelica said quietly. "Then what was it you still hadn't told me about the door?" Eden let out a breath. "There is writing on it. When the bloodline of Arctelos is ready, open it with the sword of Tunia." I thought for a long time about what the sword of Tunia could mean. There is no holy relic or weapon like that in the temple. But for what you read in the book, I came to one conclusion. It is most likely Seraphina. She herself is the sword of Tunia, because in the original story, only her sword is able to pierce Lanius. Angelica frowned. "So we need to contact her before Lanius arrives in Tunia, and when Lanius Arctelos's blood is spilled, we take her to the old sanctuary and open the door." Eden nodded. "Exactly. The blood of Arctelos," Angelica murmured. "So Lanius has to die for that to happen?" Eden scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. I'm not sure death is necessary, but at the very least, his blood has to be spilled." "You're unhappy about that?" Angelica hesitated, unable to say a word. She would be lying if she said the thought did not weigh heavily on her heart. More than that, Lanius was the god of Arctelos. Unlike Tunia, there was no other god there. "He is the god," she said softly at last. "No, what matters is my life. I won't let my emotions cloud my judgment." Eden looked at her for a long moment. "You lie so badly it's pitiful. You've fallen in love with him, haven't you?" The corner of Angelica's lips curved ever so slightly. "Is it that obvious? If it's obvious to you, then it must be obvious to him too." Angelica continued. "To avoid suspicion, I have to love him sincerely. I have to call this place home and act as though I belong here. But don't worry. In the end, my life still matters more than anything." Eden watched her for a moment, then sighed. Whether that love was born of necessity or was only an excuse to protect herself. Eden, Angelica suddenly asked, "You came from a wealthy family, didn't you?" He blinked. "Why do you ask that? To you, this world must be far worse than your original one." She said quietly, "Maybe that's why you want to return to reality so badly." She turned toward the door, paused for a moment, then looked back over her shoulder. "So when I waver, remember this. A bright future may be waiting for me in Arctilos, but for you, that is not true at all." Time passed quickly. In about a month and a half, if everything unfolded just as it did in the novel, Lannius would set out on his expedition. His first stop would be the kingdom of Sambinia. So Angelica decided to study the routes in advance. "Why do you keep staring at that thing?" Sylvie, who was standing nearby, asked in confusion. "I just wanted to look at the map," Angelica answered with a faint smile. Sylvie still felt that something was strange, but before she could ask more, Lannius stepped in. "You two seem much closer now. What are you talking about?" he asked. Angelica hurriedly rose to greet the Emperor. It was nothing. I was just looking at the map." "What do you need a map for?" Lannius asked curiously. "I wanted to understand the current situation a little better," she answered carefully. "Oh, is that so?" Lannius said, gesturing for her to sit back down. "Then tell me what you think." Angelica steadied herself and began. "This road connects Sambinia to Arctilos. If we station troops here, we could establish a base. But winter would create no small number of difficulties. No one wages war in winter, so their defenses would be lax. If we can break through the walls, we can gain the upper hand quickly. Arctilos soldiers are stronger and more accustomed to enduring harsh weather, so we can use that advantage to press forward." Lannius listened intently, then laughed. "That is why all these years we have kept records of the changing weather. If this year follows the same pattern, victory will be ours." Angelica quietly clenched her hands. She knew that, according to the original story, this year's weather would be harsher than usual. "But how do you know so much?" Lannius asked in surprise. It's because I wanted to understand what your majesty was thinking, so I looked into it a little." Her voice trembled slightly as she answered. Lannius leaned forward, visibly excited. "Then let me show you the places I intend to strike." "When will your majesty depart?" Angelica asked. "At the beginning of December," Lannius answered firmly. "Then you will be very busy soon?" She murmured sadly. "You do not want me to go?" he asked. "No, that's not it," Angelica replied quickly. Then she wrapped her arms around his waist. "I'll be fine, as long as you come back soon. I truly want to take you with me," Lannius added. She shook her head. "You know what happened to me last time? I don't think it would be a good idea for me to go with you." Lannius nodded, as if he had expected that answer. He asked no more. By the end of the following spring, Duchess Naruma announced that she was pregnant. The maids warmly congratulated her. When Lannius entered the room, he happened to overhear the conversation. "She's pregnant?" he asked. "Yes, Duchess Naruma has received happy news," Angelica said gently. "I see," he replied softly. After everyone left, Lannius lay down with his head on Angelica's lap. "Why is everyone reacting so strongly?" He sighed. "The Duchess has been trying since the beginning of spring," Angelica explained. "It is only natural to be happy when effort is finally rewarded." He looked up at her. "And what about you? Do you want children too?" The unexpected question startled Angelica. "No, your majesty," she answered after a brief silence. He laughed and sat up. "Is that so? But if one day you do want them, you would have to bear many children." "Because of Arctilos's trial?" Angelica asked anxiously. "Yes," he confirmed. "According to the custom of Arctilos, the children must fight one another to determine the next successor. Lannius himself had gone through it at the age of 13. Then, of all the children I give birth to, only one would survive," Angelica whispered. "But what if that child also takes your life, just as you did to your own father?" Lannius's cold gaze fixed on her at once. He leaned down and gently pushed her back onto the bed. "Unfortunately, no one can harm me. This is Arctilos. The weak are meant to be eliminated, even if they are my own children," he said, wearing a gentle smile completely at odds with the chill in his words. Angelica's breath trembled. "Then what about me?" she asked softly. "I am weak too. Do I deserve to be eliminated as well?" The smile slowly faded from Lannius's lips. "You are mine," he said quietly. "Therefore, the right to decide whether you live or die belongs to me." Then the corner of his mouth curved into a dangerous smile. And if anyone dares to take your life, they will pay for that arrogance. He finished undoing her ribbon, his fingers pulling at the fabric of her dress. Angelica smiled faintly. Very well, as you wish. As he drew her into his arms and kissed her deeply, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If he broke her right now, would he still be able to hold her like this afterward? That uncertainty stirred an unpleasant unease inside him. Outside the palace, the maids who had just stepped out whispered excitedly among themselves. To them, the emperor and empress seemed deeply in love. After all, His Majesty visited the empress's palace every day. But behind them, a very different thought was turning over in Sylvie's mind. Once the emperor entered the empress's bedchamber, he would not leave until morning. This was her only chance to investigate the suspicions she had harbored for weeks. Ever since Angelica's close lady-in-waiting had suddenly left the palace, Sylvie had felt that something was deeply wrong. Though the empress had given an explanation, Sylvie could not stop doubting. So, in the middle of the night, taking advantage of the emperor's absence, she went straight to Sissin's new house. She lifted her head. Even at this hour, one room was still lit. Through the window, she saw a man pull back the curtain, revealing his face. The young man looked startled when he saw the woman staring straight at him. Though his clothes and hairstyle had changed, she recognized him immediately. The Holy Knight of Tunia. What was he doing here tonight? Eden, having accidentally exposed himself, immediately covered the window and ran straight to Sissin's room. Your colleague is outside, he said the moment she opened the door. What did you say? Sissin asked in alarm. I don't know her name, but I saw her in the palace. If she sees us together, this will become serious trouble, Eden said, clearly blaming himself. There was no other choice. Sissin and Eden had no choice but to go outside, and Sylvie was already waiting for them there. Sissin immediately pulled her into the house. I knew something was suspicious, but what are you doing here? Sylvie demanded, turning to Eden. Both Sissin and Eden froze. Neither knew how to handle the situation. Aren't you going to say anything? Sylvie asked coldly. What do you want? Eden spoke up. Tell me what the two of you are plotting, Sylvie said. Eden rubbed the back of his neck. We are not plotting anything. Then why are you here? Sylvie pressed. I was exiled. I just happened to find work here, he said hesitantly. Before he could finish, Sylvie grabbed him by the collar. Don't lie to me. Her eyes were frighteningly sharp. Eden's brows drew together slightly. For a palace maid, this woman had a far stronger presence than he could have imagined. Sissin tried to calm things down, but the situation had already slipped out of control. Fine, Sylvie said at last. Then let me make my intentions clear first, so you understand. She took a deep breath and lowered her voice. Whatever His Majesty is plotting, I have no intention of stopping it. Her tone darkened. In truth, I hate the Emperor. Everything he does is for momentary amusement, yet it turns into tragedy for others. So I will tell you plainly, I am on your side. I will do anything for the Empress, because right now, she is the only one who can drag him down to hell. Sissin trembled at the resolve in her voice. But the Empress loves the Emperor. Eden canted it. Sylvie laughed, cold and bitter. She cannot love him. She may be drawn to him, but seducing him is the only way she can survive. But if it is all just an act, wouldn't the Emperor notice? Eden asked. Not now. Sylvie answered. He is so infatuated with her that he cannot doubt anything she says. Eden let out a heavy sigh. All right, then I will tell you the truth. Wait, are you sure? Sissin whispered in alarm. But Eden had already made up his mind. The Empress and I are planning to leave Arctelos. Sylvie narrowed her eyes. And after we leave, Eden's gaze sharpened. We will kill the Emperor. If the plan succeeds, the Emperor will fall by the hand of the woman he loves. After that, they need only return to where they truly belong. The plan was simple, brutally simple. Back in the palace, Angelica lay curled peacefully in her husband's arms. Your Majesty, she whispered softly, while you are away on the campaign, may I leave the capital for a while? Why? Lanius asked. When you are not here, there will be no one beside me. Whenever I have nightmares, Angelica said gently. I want to go somewhere quiet and breathe fresh air, but I promise I will not go far. Do you already have a place in mind? He asked. Yes. Angelica sat up slightly, her eyes brightening. The kingdom of Deshino. And I believe the countess there will treat me well. Her voice was so soft, gentle, and sweet that no man could have refused her in that moment. You really are as sweet as candy, Lanius murmured, leaning closer. So sweet that I want to give you everything. She lay back against the bed again, her voice teasing. But what if I melt away and disappear? Lannius braced one hand above her, the corner of his mouth lifting in a soft smile. Then that is fine, he whispered. If you melt, I will melt with you. The next day, Lannius sat in his hall attending a council meeting, but his thoughts kept drifting back to the Empress. How does your majesty wish to decide? One of the ministers asked. Lannius blinked and returned to the present. The campaign will proceed as planned. There will be no changes, he ordered. With that, the meeting came to an end. As the officials left one by one, his gaze suddenly stopped on a man he did not immediately recognize. He frowned slightly, wondering, who is that? Then he remembered. Angelica had told him about Duchess Naruma's pregnancy. Then this man must be her husband, Duke Naruma. I hear your wife is with child, Lannius said suddenly. Duke Naruma faltered, startled to be addressed directly by the Emperor, but quickly bowed his head. Yes, your majesty, that is correct. Are you happy? Lannius asked next. Do you love your wife? The Duke smiled faintly. Yes, I'm very happy, and I love my wife. Lannius leaned forward a little, curious. Then how did you know that you loved her? Duke Naruma answered carefully. Well, I began treating her differently when she became special to me, and when love made me accept things I ordinarily never would. The corner of Lannius's mouth lifted slightly. Then it makes someone special. That sounds pleasant. Meanwhile, Angelica continued her training. Before long, she would be leaving on her journey. As she adjusted her stance, she suddenly felt arms wrapped around her from behind. You become quite good at shooting now, Lannius murmured. Angelica started slightly. Your Majesty, when did you arrive? But before she could finish, Lannius tilted up her chin and suddenly claimed her lips in a kiss. You're going to Deshino, aren't you? He asked, smoothing back her hair. Will you be all right without me beside you? Angelica hurriedly nodded. There are no mountains this time like there were on the last campaign. I'll be fine. I should send more people with you, he said firmly, so that you can be more comfortable. Angelica shook her head. No, that would only make me less comfortable. I am going to rest, so I will only take the people I trust and one servant to carry the luggage. I think I will have fewer nightmares if I am surrounded by familiar faces. She knew Lannius would certainly still send people to watch her, but as long as they were not constantly at her side, it would be manageable. The weather gradually turned colder. The soldiers of Arctelos began arming themselves, preparing for the Emperor's campaign. By then, Angelica had also completed all her preparations for the journey to Deshino, which was scheduled to take place before the army departed. Then I am off, Angelica said when the carriage was ready. Lannius nodded. Very well. When everything is over, I will see you again soon. Angelica stepped into the carriage, waving goodbye as it rolled away. Lannius remained standing there for a long time, watching the carriage grow smaller and smaller. Then he turned away, silently resolving to conquer Sobia as quickly as possible, so he could soon return to his wife. When Angelica arrived in Deshino territory, the Countess warmly welcomed her. Countess Deshino had long been trapped in an unhappy marriage. Her husband was unfaithful. Her son had gone abroad, fleeing the endless arguments at home. And if not for the emerald mine she inherited from her father, she likely would have lost her position long ago. So to her, the Empress's visit was an opportunity to change her fate. Determined not to annoy or displease the Empress in any way, Countess Deshino took the utmost care of Angelica. At dinner, her eyes immediately recognized the maid standing beside the Empress. But the man accompanying them was someone she had never seen before. Handsome, composed, unreadable. No one knew anything more about him besides the name Eden. He must have earned the Empress's trust to be able to accompany her here. As she watched him quietly, his gaze suddenly met the Countess's. Flustered, she quickly looked away, and yet, for some reason, her eyes kept unconsciously returning to him. The man looked momentarily startled, then smiled faintly. That smile made it even harder for her to ignore him. Countess Deshino's cheeks gradually warmed, and throughout dinner, their eyes kept meeting. The flush on her face only deepened. But this reaction had already been anticipated. Ever since her husband began his affair, Countess Deshino had lived in loneliness for a long time. So according to the plan, she would naturally be the easiest to fall for that quiet, deliberate charm. Late that night, in Countess Deshino's room, her voice sounded softly. So Eden is your name. Her fingers traced along the man's solid chest. Beneath her, Eden lay on the bed, calmly looking up at her. I saw you looking at me at dinner, she continued, her voice gentler now but tinged with suspicion. Had you been calculating all this from the start? The corner of Eden's mouth curved slightly. Wasn't it you who invited me into your room? He replied. Countess Deshino bent down, her face slowly drawing closer to his. Does it matter now? She whispered, closing the distance between them. Long afterward, exhausted after a night entwined together, the Countess fell into a deep sleep. But Eden quietly slipped out of bed and began searching through the drawers. After a while, he finally found what he needed, the key ring to the Deshino estate. By morning, Countess Deshino discovered that her keys were gone. She turned the whole room upside down, growing more and more frantic. Her first suspicion immediately fell on the young man who had spent the night with her. Just as she was about to storm out in anger, Angelica approached with her maid beside her. Oh, Countess Deshino, I was looking for you, Angelica said gently. The Countess turned and froze when Angelica raised her hand, revealing the keys she had been searching for. How did my keys end up with your majesty? The Countess blinked, completely bewildered. But before she could ask anything more, Angelica calmly smiled and explained. I found them yesterday when you took off your coat. I did not want to embarrass you in front of the maids over such a small oversight, so I held on to them for the time being. Now I am returning them to you. Countess Deshino remembered that she had indeed misplaced them. But even so, she could not help feeling a flicker of doubt over how the Empress had come to possess them. Still, relief washed over her at once, and she sincerely thanked the Empress. Angelica smiled in return. Her plan was proceeding exactly as intended. They had chosen Deshino for two reasons. First, from here, they could reach the Temple of Tunia without crossing the mountains. Second, Countess Deshino's desire to please the Empress made her someone very easy to manipulate. During afternoon tea, Angelica let out a soft sigh. This place is very beautiful, but I feel a little uncomfortable being surrounded by so many strangers, she said. Countess Deshino's face paled. Have you felt uncomfortable this whole time? She asked in alarm. Angelica quickly shook her head. Oh no, I'm not blaming you. I just prefer peace and quiet, being with only a few people I trust. Countess Deshino suddenly shot to her feet, full of enthusiasm. Then I have a very quiet villa for retreats. Perhaps your majesty would like it. Really? Angelica asked, beaming. A perfect reaction. The bait had been taken gently, without a trace of suspicion. Everything was going according to plan. Thanks to Sisson and Eden's careful investigation beforehand, they knew everything about that villa. The only thing they needed was for Countess Deshino to offer it of her own accord. After expressing her thanks, Angelica set out with the Countess and soon arrived. The villa stood in isolation near the border, far from any populated area, perfect for their purpose. I hope your majesty will be pleased with this retreat, Countess Deshino said, clearly delighted that her property could be of use to the Empress. Yes, thanks to you, Angelica replied softly. Then, with a gentle smile, she added, you may leave the key with me. Countess Deshino blinked. Pardon me, Angelica tilted her head. Didn't I say I needed time with only those I trust? I hope you understand, Countess. The woman looked at her helplessly. What else could she do? No one refused the Empress. Slowly, she nodded. Angelica's smile curved upward, looking so much like her husband's that it sent a chill down Countess Deshino's spine. Thank you for your understanding, Angelica said brightly. When everyone had finally left, Sylvie closed the door behind them. At last, it's just the four of us, she said, almost smugly. Angelica glanced at her. Sylvie really did seem to be enjoying this. When Eden had insisted on bringing Sylvie into the plan, Angelica had hesitated. But Sylvie's resentment toward the Emperor was real, so Angelica had chosen to trust her. All right, get some rest, Eden advised, and the group let out a collective sigh of relief. Angelica leaned back against the sofa, finally able to shed the Empress's mask. Now that she thought about it, she had never truly suited that role in the first place. Once they left here, the next step in their plan was to persuade Saint Seraphina, something Eden was far better suited for than she was. But because he had been exiled for harboring impure thoughts toward the Saintess, Angelica was forced to do it herself. Back at the Arculus estate, Lanius came to the Empress's chambers again, just as he did every day. The maids behind him whispered, "The Empress isn't even here, and His Majesty still comes and sleeps here every night." As expected, the room was empty. He knew she was not here, and yet he kept returning again and again. Meanwhile, at the retreat house, Angelica turned to Sisson. "Before we leave tonight, I need to ask you for something." "Yes, milady, what is it?" Sisson replied. "Please bring me pen and paper. I want to write one last letter," Angelica said with a faint smile. She began to write. "Your Majesty, I arrived safely in the kingdom of Deshino, and everyone here has treated me with great care. Perhaps because of the change in weather, I have not been having nightmares lately. I hope I will recover soon, and when your Majesty's expedition ends, I would like to resume my training in preparation for the winter hunt. I will become your Majesty's finest winter prey." Lannius read the letter with a faint smile. He was headed toward the Savinia Mountains, and he decided that on his way back, he would visit his wife before returning to the capital. At the lodge, the four of them split into two groups. Eden and Angelica would pass through the gate, while Sisson packed the luggage, anxiety prickling at her chest. Earlier, Eden had stolen a pass from Countess Deshino. But what if someone recognized her? Sisson placed a hand over Angelica's trembling one. "It will be all right. We'll meet again in Tunia," she reassured her. Angelica tightly embraced her close maid, grateful and regretful at once that she had never told Sisson she was not the Angelica she cherished. Night fell, and Eden and Angelica prepared the horses, while Sisson and Sylvie stood beside them, constantly encouraging them. Thanks to their reassurance, Angelica climbed onto her horse. If all went well, she might never see them again. As they neared the gate, unease clawed at her, but Eden remained calm. "Angelica feels sick. Wait until we're through the gate before you throw up." Eden muttered. Lannius was awful, but this man was hardly any better, Angelica thought bitterly. Ahead of them stood 8 guards, 4 inside and 4 outside. No matter how much she had trained, even with a holy knight at her side, facing 8 men head-on was impossible. "Show your travel pass and state your identities," a guard barked. Eden presented the stolen pass and introduced himself as a man from the south, traveling north to pick up his mother. The guard pointed at Angelica. "And her. That's my wife," Eden answered firmly. Standing behind him, Angelica trembled and silently prayed. "What's your occupation?" the soldier continued. "I'm a merchant," Eden replied. The guard let out a mocking laugh. "You think I'm an idiot? What kind of merchant talks like that? Or are you criminals?" Angelica realized something was wrong. Though he was suspicious, he was not calling for more guards or raising the alarm. "My dear," she cut in softly, her voice gentle, "these men have worked hard guarding us so late at night. Shouldn't they be shown some respect?" The guard laughed. "Your wife's smarter than you." Understanding the signal, Eden took out Angelica's gold bracelet. "Thank you for your dedication." The guard examined it closely, confirmed it was real gold, and stepped aside. The gates slowly opened. Eden and Angelica passed through. At last, they were free. Tears streamed down Angelica's face. After so many days struggling to survive, she had finally been released. Eden turned back, but Angelica shouted loudly, "Don't look back. Just keep going." And so they rode farther and farther away, leaving Arcturus behind and heading toward freedom. At the Deshino retreat villa, urgent knocking sounded at the door. Sisson opened it a crack, just enough to see a man from the Deshino estate peering in. "Is the Empress here?" he asked, trying to look past her shoulder. "You're not permitted to see her. Just leave whatever you brought and go." Sisson replied coldly and slammed the door in his face. The man blinked in shock. What an arrogant maid, he thought bitterly as he turned away. Inside, Sisson finally let out a sigh of relief. "What did he say?" Sylvie asked. "He asked about the Empress," Sisson answered. Sylvie nodded, her voice bright with relief. "That's good. If he's still coming to check, it means the Empress really escaped without being noticed." Sisson and Sylvie had decided to remain for another week to create a solid alibi for the Empress. When they left after that week, Countess Deshino would think the Empress had only just departed from here, never suspecting that she had escaped days earlier. Sisson also remembered how the Empress had urged them to flee to ensure their own safety. But the maids had plans of their own. Meanwhile, on the road, Eden and Angelica stopped briefly to rest. "From now on, we have to conserve our strength," Eden advised. "What about your exile?" Angelica asked curiously. "It's been a long time already, so it probably won't be too difficult now," Eden replied calmly. "I wonder what Serafina will think." Angelica murmured. "Don't concern yourself with Serafina," Eden warned. The more you care about her, the harder it'll be to use her when the time comes. And don't think about the Emperor either, especially when you still have lingering feelings for him." Angelica hesitated, then whispered more to herself than to him. "I won't regret what I've done, but it will still hurt." It then replied softly. Whether she regretted it or not, Angelica did not answer. He was right. Her heart still raced every time she thought of him. The night deepened, and they built a fire. Suddenly, Angelica froze when she heard a very faint sound. "Draw your sword," she whispered, raising her bow at the same time. Before Eden could react, 3 bandits leaped out of the darkness. Angelica spun and fired. Each arrow struck true. A man screamed and collapsed. The other 2 cursed her and charged. Eden blocked one, while the other rushed at him. Angelica fired again, but the attacker still managed to graze Eden's arm with his blade. Afterward, Angelica wrapped a bandage around Eden's injured hand. "How did you notice them?" Eden asked. "I've become more sensitive after living in Arcturus for too long," she answered. Eden stood up. "We have to go. We need to get to Tunia as quickly as possible." Angelica nodded and followed him. The corpses scattered across the ground no longer frightened her, but she still dreaded the nightmares they might bring. Back at the Deshino estate, the Countess was reading a letter sent by the Empress. In it, the Empress said her health was too weak for visitors and that she did not want the Countess to see her in such a haggard state. Countess Deshino could not help but feel uneasy. She badly wanted to tell the Empress that it did not matter. But what if such a reply displeased her? In the end, she decided to wait another week before requesting another audience. Meanwhile, Sisson and Sylvie began carrying out their escape plan. First, they exchanged the Empress's jewelry for cash. Even though they had travel passes from Eden, they still chose to flee through a hidden route used only by palace residents. That way, even if Arcturus soldiers pursued them, their trail would not lead toward the Empress's path. Far away along the expedition route, Lanius jerked awake from a dream. In the dream, Angelica had smiled and whispered, "I love you, Your Majesty." He sat bolt upright. Never before had he dreamed of anything like that. But then a cold, dangerous presence silently crept up behind him. "Forget her," a voice hissed. Lanius's eyes widened. "The only things you need to remember are blood, war, and screams." "Show me something interesting," the voice commanded. Slowly, Lanius's expression twisted, the corners of his mouth curling into a dark smile. He stepped out of the tent. The army continued advancing toward Sambinia. He had deliberately slowed the march so that the soldiers' frustration and bloodlust would continue to build. By the time they arrived, all they would crave was war. From the darkness, the voice whispered in satisfaction, "Now that the girl is gone, hasn't he become obedient again?" On the other side, Countess Deshino, having just discovered the truth, ran in panic to Duchess Naruma's palace. "We were deceived," she cried. "They used us." Duchess Naruma blinked in confusion. "What are you talking about?" They disappeared. "What am I supposed to do now?" Countess Deshino muttered, tears running down her cheeks. Duchess Naruma gripped the Countess's arm tightly. "Calm down and explain clearly. Did something happen? Is there a problem with the Empress?" "The Empress? She ran away," Countess Deshino whispered, her voice trembling. Duchess Naruma's face immediately went pale. "Do you know what you're saying?" "I'm telling the truth," the Countess insisted. Duchess Naruma's gaze turned cold. "Then we must capture the Empress before the Emperor returns." "The milkman discovered it this morning," Countess Deshino said, her hands shaking. "But I think she must have left some time ago." Duchess Naruma inhaled sharply. She had instructed that woman to remain beside the Empress. But now there was no choice left except to act. "Go check the travel passes," she ordered. "See if anything is missing, and search every exit and entrance. I mean all of them, even the ones used by commoners." Meanwhile, Angelica and Eden continued their journey. "I hope it doesn't snow," Eden muttered. "That would be troublesome." "It won't," Angelica said. "Oh, if you say so, then I suppose it's fine," Eden replied. Ever since the bandits had appeared, Angelica's strange instincts had only grown sharper. It was as if some unfamiliar thing was whispering inside her. And whenever she spoke those words aloud, they came true. "Head west for 1 hour," a quiet voice murmured in her ear. "I think we should head west for about an hour," she told Eden. He stared at her for a moment, then nodded. Every hunch she had voiced so far had been right. There was no reason to doubt her now. And just as the voice had predicted, an hour later, they came upon a small farm hut. Since it was winter, it was deserted. In summer, farmers had probably used it, but now it was the perfect shelter. The voice had led them straight to a safe place for the night. They lit the stove and sat down. Eden glanced at her. "Doesn't the smoke bother you?" She answered, slightly puzzled. "No, I'm fine." "Why do you ask?" He shrugged. "Just trying to make conversation. Pass the time." "I didn't know you were the type for pointless small talk," Angelica replied. "Then tell me your name," he asked suddenly. Angelica stiffened, then answered slowly, "It's Ioji. Choi Ioji." Eden kept staring at her, noticing the clear indifference in her voice even as she revealed her real identity. "You don't seem to have liked your life there very much," he remarked. "I told you already I didn't have a bright future there," Angelica reminded him. Suddenly, he leaned closer. "You're right," he murmured. "I'm rich there, so if I promise to help you, would you be more willing to go back?" Angelica blinked. "Why are you suddenly saying that?" "I just thought you might be more eager to return," he replied, "and less attached to this place, less attached to the Emperor." Then Eden raised his hand, gently lifting her face. "Choi Ioji," he called softly. Angelica looked at him. "Yes. Are you really all right if he dies?" Eden asked in a sharp voice. Angelica went still. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. "So it still haunts you," Eden sighed. "Doesn't it?" Angelica hesitated. "I don't know," she said quietly, "but I do know it won't be easy for me to face his death." At last, she admitted it. She had once thought that, in time, none of it would matter anymore. Distance would blur everything. But no matter how hard she tried not to think about the Emperor, his face only grew clearer in her memory. Perhaps she really did have feelings for the Tyrant. And yet, the sense of freedom she felt now was equally undeniable. Since leaving Archelaus, even her nightmares had disappeared. On the 17th day since they had left the land of Deshino, Angelica and Eden trudged along snow-covered roads. The cold wind lashed their faces, their breath turning to white mist. "Are we really going the right way? I can't see anything ahead," she called out. "We're almost there." "Keep going," Eden said, his voice tense but steady. "If we've come this far, then the Emperor must have retreated by now, right? We were a little later than planned, after all." But before Angelica could answer, that strange voice whispered in her ear again. "No, he should have stopped by now." Angelica swallowed hard. "Eden, the Emperor only retreats when things are truly beyond control." Eden glanced at her. "You say that because you know him that well?" "No," Angelica replied softly. "It's instinct." Eden let out a breath. "Lately, your instincts really have been right." Angelica tried to take another step, but suddenly her legs gave way. She stumbled and fell face first into the snow, her breathing ragged and uneven. "Are you all right?" "We're almost there." Eden immediately crouched down and gripped her shoulders tightly. Angelica tried to force herself back up, but her body no longer obeyed her at all. Her limbs trembled violently. Eden's expression darkened. She had reached her limit, but they could not stop here. If the snow grew any deeper, the road would be completely buried. There was no other choice. He swept her into his arms. "What are you doing?" Angelica cried out in alarm. "I'm getting you somewhere safe as quickly as possible," Eden answered calmly, continuing forward through the thickening snow. Step by step, the world around them slowly disappeared into a blinding white. Then at last, in the middle of the blizzard, the silhouette of a sanctuary emerged. Eden tightened his hold and crossed the final stretch. They shoved open the heavy doors. "It's me, Eden," he called out loudly. "Your Grace, Archbishop, I need your help." The Archbishop turned, surprise flashing across his face. "What are you doing here? And who is this lady?" Angelica forced herself upright, her voice trembling as she bowed. "I'm the Empress of Arctelos," she said. "I know this is sudden, but I'm fleeing Arctelos." Her knees buckled, and she collapsed straight to the floor. "Please have mercy. I have come seeking the compassionate God. Please grant me shelter and a little food." Only then did the Archbishop fully realize it. The Empress of Arctelos was kneeling before him, pale, trembling, and looking as though she might collapse at any moment. But when Angelica lifted her head, her vision began to blur. No matter how hard she tried, another face kept appearing before her eyes. Lanius's face, her husband's face. Was it because she was afraid, or because she still could not cast aside her feelings for him? Her tangled thoughts overlapped, spun wildly, and then dissolved into darkness as she lost consciousness completely. When Angelica opened her eyes again, she was lying in an unfamiliar room. Warmth, soft blankets, dim light flickering against the wall. The door opened quietly. A young woman entered, carrying a tray of food. She hurried over to Angelica, concern plain on her face. "You're awake? Are you hurting anywhere?" the dark-haired girl asked softly, leaning in to check Angelica's temperature. Angelica stared at the woman before her in shock. No one needed to tell her who this woman was. Lanius's destined partner, the Saintess of Tunia, Saintess Seraphina. "This is my room," the gentlewoman said with a reassuring smile. Meanwhile, far away amid the snow-covered mountains near the Sombinia border, the blizzard had turned brutally fierce. The soldiers of Arctilos could barely hold on any longer. Staying out in weather like this would be suicide. Lanius clenched his jaw. After years of analyzing winter patterns, this time his predictions had failed. "We no longer have enough provisions to return by the same route," he said in a low, icy voice. "We'll stop by Tunia on the way and withdraw there temporarily." Snow lashed around him as the order was given. Back in Tunia, Angelica sat with the Saintess, unable to stop her eyes from drifting toward her. Seraphina noticed and smiled gently. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Seraphina," she said in a soft voice. Angelica hesitated. 3 weeks ago, she had still been the Empress of Arctilos. But now what was she? After a brief, silent struggle, she finally spoke. "My name is Angelica. I heard you crossed the forest for 17 days, Seraphina said, her voice full of concern. "That must have been terribly difficult. And the knight who came with you is resting in another room." He was completely exhausted. Then Seraphina paused lightly, studying Angelica more closely. "If I may ask, I heard you fled from Arctilos. Why did you run?" Angelica froze. She did not know where to begin. Eden should have been the one to handle this part. She drew a shallow breath to steady herself. "Didn't Eden tell you anything?" Angelica asked cautiously. "Eden told me?" Seraphina blinked in surprise. Angelica's heart suddenly tightened. Had she said something wrong? But Seraphina continued calmly. "To be honest, I also thought something felt very strange. Eden had despised me for a very long time. Yet all of a sudden he confessed his feelings and accepted exile. That was already unusual." The Saintess's expression softened, touched by a quiet sadness. "But when he returned a few months later and even brought you with him, everything started to make sense. Perhaps he did it to get close to you and also to bring you here." Angelica looked at her, stunned that Seraphina had pieced everything together so quickly and so accurately. "I know Eden does not love me," Seraphina added quietly. Under that keen gaze, Angelica felt such heavy pressure that it was hard to breathe. In the end, she decided to say only what was necessary. "The Emperor of Arctilos will be coming here soon." Angelica's voice trembled as she turned to look at Seraphina. Panic flickered in her eyes. "But please kill him." She knew how absurd it sounded, asking a merciful saintess to take someone's life, but she no longer had time. Lanius's voice kept echoing in her head, calling her name over and over. Chaos twisted inside her chest. Even so, Angelica forced herself to continue. "Please, only the Saints of Tunia can do it, and this is for your own good as well." "For my own good?" Seraphina asked blankly. "What benefit is there to me in killing the Emperor?" Angelica could not bring herself to say that Lanius would try to claim Seraphina for himself. She could not say that, so she had to choose her words very carefully. "Not only for you, but for Eden as well." "Eden," Seraphina whispered softly. "What does this have to do with him?" Angelica drew in a deep breath. "I saw it in a prophetic book, a book that records the future." Seraphina's gaze turned sharp. "A prophetic book? Where did you find it?" "Why, I took part in the monster hunt," Angelica explained. "I found it then. It's in my bag right over there." Then she added, "But there's one problem. I'm the only one who can read it." Seraphina listened, then quietly took the book out. "This one?" "Yes," Angelica nodded. "Can you read the title?" Seraphina shook her head. "No, it's completely blank." Angelica let out a heavy breath. "I know it sounds ridiculous, like I'm some kind of fraud, saying I can see the future in an empty book. But it's all true. Eden knows about this prophecy, too." The moment Eden was mentioned, Seraphina's eyes widened at once. "Eden?" What does the prophecy say about him? Angelica held her breath. According to the prophecy, he will be killed by Lanius. Seraphina's face went deathly pale. She staggered to her feet in panic. No, that can't be. I'm sorry, but this, she stammered, unable to go on. It's all right, Angelica said gently. I know this is hard to accept, she continued, lowering her voice. I don't mind running away, but Eden wanted to face it, so he came here. The Emperor of Arctelos is destined to die by the hand of a saint of Tunia. My only wish is to make sure no one else gets hurt. Seraphina's voice trembled. Then according to the prophecy, you will die too? Angelica hesitated for a moment before answering. Yes, I'm meant to die first. I know it sounds absurd, impossible to believe, so don't worry. I understand if you doubt me. But unexpectedly, Seraphina's answer came softly, almost trembling. No, I believe all of it, and I am sorry. That night, Angelica tossed and turned, unable to sleep, replaying that moment over and over in her mind. Seraphina had believed her too quickly. And what had that apology meant? The sense that they were facing some shared trial left her strangely unsettled, vague, and impossible to grasp. And Angelica could not shake the growing unease in her heart. The next day, Seraphina stood before the people of Tunia, her white robes fluttering in the cold wind. Listen to me, she called, her voice ringing clearly across the square. Before long, the army of Arctelos, led by the emperor himself, will arrive here. There will be many soldiers. This temple was once aided by the emperor, and now it is our turn to repay that kindness. We are the children of the compassionate God. Even if we ourselves have received nothing, we must still help those in need. The people murmured anxiously, hesitant and uneasy. But when the saintess spoke, her words carried absolute authority. One by one, they lowered their heads and obeyed. From a shadowed corner, Eden silently watched from behind a stone wall, noting every move Seraphina made. She had begun to act. Not long after, the army finally arrived, with Lanius himself at its head. The archbishop stood before the gates to receive him, but Lanius's eyes sharpened at once when he noticed the man's unease. Why don't you look surprised at all? Lanius asked coldly. The archbishop stiffened, then bowed deeply. We were informed in advance of your majesty's coming by the saints. A flicker of interest crossed Lanius's face. Oh, how interesting, he murmured as he passed by. Inside the prayer room, Angelica sat alone. She could hear the booming voices of soldiers outside, an unmistakable sign that Lanius had arrived. Seraphina had firmly insisted she remain here. No one enters the prayer room except me, she had said. This is the safest place. But Angelica's stomach twisted with unease. 3 days. 3 agonizingly long days she had been hidden here, waiting for Lanius to leave. And yet the emperor still remained. According to the novel, Angelica thought by now the fated meeting between Seraphina and Lanius should already have happened. So why had nothing begun yet? Why was the emperor still here? The anxiety in her chest only grew heavier. Footsteps approached. Angelica immediately looked up in relief, thinking Seraphina had finally returned. But it was not her. It was Eden. He shut the door softly behind him, then lowered his voice. Where is Seraphina? He asked sharply. Angelica blinked in shock. 3 days ago, she left me here, and she hasn't come back once since then. Eden's jaw tightened. Not once. Then where the hell is she? He turned as if to leave. I'll check elsewhere. Wait. Angelica grabbed his arm. What exactly is happening outside? Why is the emperor still here? Eden stopped and took a deep breath, his irritation obvious. Then he turned back and gripped her by both shoulders. Listen to me. The story has changed. Seraphina has never met him. Angelica's eyes widened. That can't be. In the original story, Seraphina was supposed to receive Lanius personally. But this time, the one who welcomed him was the archbishop. That can only mean one thing. Seraphina is avoiding him. So we have to change the plan, Eden continued. We need to reach the old sanctuary before Seraphina kills him. What? Why so suddenly? Angelica asked in alarm, her voice shaking. The emperor brought nearly 10,000 soldiers with him, Eden said in a lowered voice. I didn't account for that. If Seraphina kills the emperor now, the army will lose its commander and go mad. They'll flatten this place. So we have to leave before everything spirals out of control, he said firmly. Right now, focus on only two things, the bloodline of Arctelos and the sword of Tunia. Eden, this is too sudden. Before she could finish, Eden suddenly went still. He had heard something. A voice came from behind them. Eden instantly shoved Angelica back into the wall recess and whispered. Quiet. Footsteps drew closer, steady and terrifyingly familiar. Then a voice she knew all too well echoed through the room. What was that just now? Or did I hear wrong? A low breath followed. I thought I heard the Empress's voice. Lanius stepped into the prayer room. Angelica pressed herself deeper into the shadows, one hand clamped over her mouth, not daring to let even a breath escape. Eden turned calmly toward the man who had just entered. Did the Empress come with your majesty as well? He asked. No, la new Sancerth. She wasn't feeling well, so she went to rest in the outskirts. Eden deliberately let out a sigh. Then she cannot be here. Lanius narrowed his eyes, his tone turning grave. Then who were you speaking to? The Saintess, Eden replied smoothly. Forgive me, your majesty, but outsiders are not permitted in the prayer room. If you've lost your way, I can guide you back outside. Lanius cast another glance around the dim room. His eyes lingered on the shadows for a long moment, as if he sensed something. At last, he nodded. Eden escorted the Emperor out, but Lanius kept looking back, his gaze sweeping over the space, as though he could feel his wife's presence even without seeing her. Inside the wall recess, Angelica only dared breathe again once the footsteps had completely vanished. Her knees went weak with relief. If Eden had not reacted in time, she would have been discovered. But now, what was she supposed to do next? Outside the prayer room, a sharp crack suddenly rang out. A heavy slap landed across Eden's cheek as a senior knight shouted at him. You dare enter the prayer room after being exiled over that matter? Eden stood in silence, accepting the punishment. He was immediately placed under surveillance. From the upper corridor, hidden from everyone's sight, Seraphina silently witnessed the entire scene. Neither of the two men noticed her presence. Her thoughts churned in chaos. Why had he gone to the prayer room? Was he looking for her or for Angelica? The second possibility hurt more, but the first made more sense. Like Angelica, Eden seemed to need something from her. Even so, his recklessness had nearly exposed her. Had he thought about that at all? Of course not. If he had, he would never have pretended to love her just to be exiled. Eden had always been cold, and now she understood. Her unrequited feelings would never be returned. Perhaps this was Seraphina's punishment. Elsewhere, Lanius stood on the highest steps of the temple. His gaze turned toward the distant mountains. The pale sunlight gradually faded. Patchy snow signaled the change of season. Perhaps it was time to leave this place. He thought to himself, how pathetic, so hollow. And all he wanted was to return quickly to his wife's side. The Emperor of Arctelos. Lanius turned at the sound of a woman calling him. He curled his lips into a smile. Oh, look who it is. The Saintess of Tunia. And just like that, the long-awaited moment had come. Saintess Seraphina finally stood face to face with the Emperor of Arctelos. Inside, Angelica grew more anxious with every passing hour. She could not find Seraphina. She could not find Eden either. She had no idea whether Seraphina had met Lanius yet, or if something had happened. Eden had insisted that Seraphina was avoiding the Emperor. But what if they really had never met? Her head throbbed. She knew she was being selfish. She had deliberately hidden the truth from Seraphina. But there was one thing she knew for certain. The moment they met, Lanius's obsession would ignite. He would find a way to take Seraphina with him. And then Seraphina would have no choice but to kill the Emperor once they reached Arctelos. That was the plan. That was the only path to survival. Then why? Why hadn't Eden come to her yet? Why was she still trapped here, able to do nothing but wait? Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted outside. Angelica hurried to the window. Her eyes widened. The Arctelos army, which had been encamped here for days, was withdrawing. Her heart pounded. Did that mean Seraphina had met Lanius? Had he taken her away? If that was true, then Angelica's path would be safe once more. She had to find Eden immediately. She rushed outside, running straight toward the shrine, the priest standing there. But every face was gloomy and heavy. Angelica drew in a sharp breath, unable to believe her eyes. They looked utterly devastated. That could only mean one thing, right? Seraphina had surely already been taken away. Of course, they would be mourning if their Saintess Seraphina had left with the Emperor. For the first time, Angelica felt relieved. It was an ugly, selfish kind of relief. But what else could she do when her own life was at stake? Thank you all for hiding me here, she said hurriedly. Then where is Eden? I need to ask him something. Silence. Not a single priest answered. Angelica's heart began to pound harder. Why was no one saying anything? Footsteps sounded behind her. Angelica went rigid. Seraphina was standing there, draped in a pure silk robe, wearing her familiar, gentle expression, and she was still in Tunia. Angelica's face turned pale in an instant. Why are you here? Didn't you meet Lanius? Didn't I tell you Eden would die if you didn't? Angelica's voice cracked with panic. Seraphina stepped closer. You're mistaken, Your Majesty. I did meet him, but nothing happened. Nothing happened. Angelica's mind spun. No, this was wrong. This wasn't how the story was supposed to go. The author had written it very clearly. The Emperor of Arctelos would always be obsessed with the Saintess of Tunia. That was something that would never change. Then why? Why had this happened? Why was the one thing that could never change now changing? The world before her seemed to tilt. Seraphina tried to calm her. There were too many soldiers. If I had attacked him recklessly, who knows what might have happened? So please try to calm down. But Angelica's panic only sharpened. She turned to the priests, her voice trembling. Is it true? She really met him? Really? Really? The more she asked, the more desperate her voice became. If she had known things would go this far off course, if she had known everything would change like this, she would never have risked running away. She would never have betrayed Lanius. And now, when he returned, when he found out what she had done, he would be furious. Furious beyond forgiveness. Angelica trembled, almost suffocating under the weight of her own fear. Seraphina gently stepped closer. Please calm down. I'm sure there must still be another way. Another way? Angelica screamed, making Seraphina flinch. Is there any other way now? Angelica staggered to her feet. I need to see Eden. He's the one who told me to come here. Where is he? Again, silence. Where is Eden? Where is he? She kept asking, until her voice sounded nearly insane. At last, the stern archbishop stepped forward. Enough. We cannot allow this behavior to continue. He turned around. Follow me. I'll show you where Eden is. In the dim room, Eden, who was still being punished for barging into the prayer chamber earlier, jolted upright when Angelica rushed in. His face pale, his whole body trembling. Eden, it's over. She sobbed, her voice breaking. It's really over. What happened? He asked quickly. The Emperor. He didn't take Seraphina. The story has changed. Angelica said through her sobs. Eden bilinkit in confusion. What do you mean? The Saintess didn't meet him? No, she did meet him, Angelica said, gasping for breath. But everything has changed. Calm down. Eden studied her carefully. We just missed our chance this time. It's not because we missed our chance. Angelica suddenly shouted. Don't you understand? He's not obsessed with Seraphina at all. And now that he finds out I ran away, he's going to hunt me down and kill me. What am I supposed to do? Eden, he's going to kill me. Her words dissolved into a stream of panicked muttering. She had depended on Eden, but now reality had crashed down on her. Eden always put himself first. He always had, and she was no exception. She couldn't rely on him anymore. Angelica abruptly turned, trying to leave. Eden caught her wrist. Where are you going? I have to go back. I have to go back. Angelica burst into tears. Eden Sighit, can you outrun the Arctelos army? She froze. Then what do you suggest I do? She shot back harshly. This has nothing to do with you. She continued, her voice shaking. But my situation is different now. The story has changed. You can find another path. And if I become a burden, you might abandon me. So I have to find my own way out too. If I do nothing, I'll be caught and die horribly. Eden fell silent at the accusation. Angelica, but before he could finish, Seraphina stepped into the room. Angelica, she called gently. I don't understand everything, but you said it took you 17 days to get here, didn't you? She stepped forward and softly wiped the tears from Angelica's face. Then for the Emperor to return, it would take more than a month. You still have time, more than a month, to find a solution. Seraphina spoke in the warm voice of an older sister. Then she drew Angelica into her arms and gently patted her back. I am sorry, she whispered. I didn't know that just one disruption to your plan would frighten you this much. Angelica's face burned with shame. She had been selfish, she had deceived her, and yet Seraphina was still comforting her. Even though Angelica had hidden the truth, Seraphina had forgiven both of them. Still, Angelica could sense that she was holding something back. On the surface, Seraphina spoke calmly, but deep down, she was clearly struggling with herself. Angelica, also. Seraphina seemed about to say more, but her courage failed her. She hurried out of the room. Angelica was about to follow, but Eden caught her wrist again. Let her think for a while. He said quietly, "We need to come up with a plan too, and I know I have to take responsibility for what I've done." Then he looked straight into Angelica's eyes. "And I have no intention of standing by and watching you die." Meanwhile, the Arctelos army dragged itself back, defeated and exhausted, its morale collapsing with every step. Lanius wondered whether he should have stayed longer. But the soldiers were frozen and pushed to the limits of exhaustion. Any further delay would only mean more deaths. As the army continued its march, the chaotic voice inside him that always craved violence finally fell silent. This campaign brought him no joy, no thrill at all, only emptiness. And then her face suddenly rose in his mind. All at once, he thought he could hear the Empress's voice, as though she were right beside him. A faint smile curved at the corner of his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, Lanius broke away from the army. He headed straight for Deshino, the rural retreat where Angelica was staying. His heart raced with anticipation. She would be utterly shocked to see him return so soon. But that surprise would only last a moment. After that, she would listen to all his complaints about how irritated he was that he couldn't remain on the battlefield, about how bored and miserable he had been without her. And then he would reward himself with his Empress, listening to her say she loved him again and again until he had enough, though he doubted he would ever truly have enough. When Lanius set foot in Deshino, he walked in with a radiant smile, already picturing in perfect detail the moment he would see Angelica again. But that smile slowly, painfully faded when he heard Countess Deshino's trembling voice. "Your Majesty, the Empress has disappeared." Lanius blinked, unable to immediately grasp the meaning of those words. "What did you just say?" Before anyone could answer, the soldiers brought two women forward, Sisson and Sylvie. "We captured them. They were with the Empress at the time she disappeared." Countess Deshino hurriedly explained, her voice shaking with fear. "We detained the maids first. They were the last people to see the Empress before Her Majesty went missing." "Missing?" Lanius repeated, as if the word itself were unfamiliar to him. "The Empress? Missing?" The air around him turned cold, his eyes darkening. "Dangerous." Countess Deshino shuddered. She recognized the look of a man standing on the very edge of violence. She regretted not watching over the Empress more carefully, and even the Duchess of Naruma had offered no help. She had only assisted in capturing the maids. Lanius seized Count Deshino by the collar. "Did someone kidnap her?" His voice thundered. "You failed to protect her?" "And no one would dare kidnap the Empress." The Count whispered, trembling all over. A sharp voice cut through the chaos. "Nonsense." Sylvie lifted her chin and met Lanius's deadly stare head-on, without even blinking. "She wasn't kidnapped," she said coldly. "The Empress ran away on her own." Lanius stared at Sylvie, his gaze burning. "Do you want to die?" he said softly, a threat even more terrifying than a shout. "She loves me. Why would she run?" Sylvie laughed. It was a cruel, broken sound. "How ironic, isn't it?" she mocked. "A man who made so many people miserable is now miserable himself, all because of one woman named Angelica Vinia Danro." She paused for a beat. "But she's no longer part of Arctelos anymore, is she?" Lanius's jaw tightened for an instant. His sword was suddenly at her face. "Shut your mouth." But Sylvie only smiled wider, a wild, desperate smile. "No one kidnapped her. She ran because you're despicable." His hand trembled for a brief moment. His eyes widened. "The winter hunt," he whispered. Sylvie frowned. "What?" Lanius's expression changed. Uneasy, furious. A slow smile spread across his lips, but it was not the smile of a sane man. "This is the winter hunt," he murmured. "Perhaps my wife wanted a larger hunting ground. It's only a game." Horrified gasps spread through the hall. His blind conviction, his delirium, sent chills down everyone's spine. "Isn't that right?" he continued softly. "Otherwise, why would she leave her closest maids behind and run? She truly does fascinate me. My Empress loves me." Sylvie let out a contemptuous laugh. "Love?" she repeated. "She never loved you. She spent every moment planning how to escape from you." This time, her words struck him like a blade driven straight in. Lanius went still. Sylvie's voice was icy. "So what now? Going to kill me? Go ahead. Your wife will only fear you more. Do it now, and when you find her, Tell her you punished her made in her place. For the first time, his fingers loosened from the sword hilt. He hesitated. Deep inside, something slowly shifted. He began fitting everything together. Every moment he had deliberately ignored. Every flinch, every trembling breath, every strained smile. She had been afraid of him. She had always been afraid of him. The sword slipped from the Emperor's hand and crashed to the floor with a sharp clang. Sylvie's words echoed like a curse, but they only confirmed what he had known for a long time. He was someone others feared, and that very fear had driven her away from him. But he would not allow fear to take her from him. In all his life, he had never let go of anything he wanted, and he would not start now. Slowly, he sank to one knee, wild resolve blazing in his eyes. "It's simple," he whispered. "I'll show her there's nothing to be afraid of." Sylvie and Sisson stared at the Emperor in horror. "Has he finally gone mad?" Sylvie murmured, but Lanius only smiled brightly, eagerly, completely out of control. "I'll go find her," he said. "I'll bring her back, and I'll forgive her." And so that rumors would not ruin Angelica's reputation, he changed the entire story with a single order. He declared that this incident was a winter hunt specially arranged by the Empress herself for her emperor. Sylvie looked at him with disgust. "He's truly insane," she thought. Only a madman could smile so gently while planning to chase down the woman who had fled to save her own life. Several days passed in an atmosphere so stifling it was hard to breathe. Angelica sat alone in the small room, her hands clasped so tightly her knuckles had turned white. She barely ate or drank, and she could not sleep a wink. Every passing hour felt like a countdown to the moment Lanius would appear, drag her back, punish her, kill her. By now, the Emperor had surely learned that she had fled. He could come at any moment. Her heart ached with every beat. Why had the original plot changed? Why had the tragic fate that was supposed to belong to Seraphina shifted onto her instead? But she could not blame the Saintess, not even for a moment. It was her own fault. She had hidden the truth. She had tried to push that fate onto Seraphina. And yet Seraphina had still forgiven her, forgiven both her and Eden, and had even persuaded the Archbishop to lift Eden's punishment. Angelica was not warmly welcomed, but the temple still took her in, because they served the God of mercy. Even so, that mercy could not drive the fear from her heart. As she sank deeper and deeper into the spiral of anxiety, there came a knock at the door. Seraphina stepped in, with Eden behind her, finally released from his confinement. Strangely, Eden seemed more worried about her than ever before. His gaze kept sweeping over her face, as if reassuring himself that she was really still here. The three of them sat down together, creating an uncomfortably tense atmosphere. Eden spoke first, his voice low. "The Emperor won't bring an army here. His soldiers must be exhausted by now. Even he has to be tired. And don't forget, we have the Holy Knights." Angelica stared at Eden. Was he really intending to confront Lanius? It was too optimistic, too reckless. Lanius was blessed by Arctelos, the god of slaughter. Even alone, he was a being no mortal army could stand against. Eden surely knew that as well, so perhaps he was only trying to reassure her. Even so, he continued gently. "I intend to persuade the Holy Knights to prepare for battle. But if you don't want that, then there's no peaceful way left to speak to Lanius either. No negotiation and no pleading." Angelica swallowed hard, then gave a small nod. After that, Seraphina and Angelica went together to the prayer chamber to pray, to beg the God of mercy for a path, for safety, for anything at all, as long as something existed. While Seraphina knelt beside her in earnest prayer, Angelica slowly drifted away in her thoughts, wondering why she was here. Why this unease kept rising in her chest, as if something were wrong, as if something was missing. Then suddenly, in a dream, Seraphina turned toward her and gripped her throat tightly. "I'm coming there, so wait for me, Angelica." Angelica jolted awake, a scream lodged in her throat. Those weren't Seraphina's words. It was him. Seraphina, who had been sleeping beside her, sat bolt upright at once. "Angelica, are you all right?" But Angelica could not answer. Her mind was spinning, cold terror creeping through her veins. She stumbled out of bed and rushed straight toward the prayer chamber. Seraphina hurried after her. "No, no," Angelica kept whispering over and over, clutching her head in both hands. "What are you saying?" Seraphina asked, breathless and bewildered. Angelica whirled around, eyes wide. "It's not you," she said. "You're not Tunia's sword." Seraphina froze. Angelica herself did not know why she was so certain. Only that something inside her was screaming that it was true. "I don't know who it is," she whispered, her voice trembling, "but it isn't you." Then suddenly, a voice rang through her mind, cold, ancient, and ominous. "The sword's plan will fail." Angelica sucked in a sharp breath as pain tore through her mind, so sharp it dazzled. She clutched both temples, nearly collapsing. She did not know what the sword's plan was. She did not even know who that sword was. But the voice kept echoing, growing louder and louder, until it felt as though her skull were about to split apart. In another land, Lanius strode toward Tunia, one step at a time, his gaze locked on the horizon, while a voice echoed in his head over and over again. "Lanius, don't go. Listen to me. It's a trap." The warning grew sharper each time, more desperate. But Lanius did not slow down, did not hesitate, did not even blink. He was on his way to his wife. Nothing, not gods, not fate, not warnings could make him stop. A few days earlier, the Emperor had leaned lightly against Sissin's shoulder, listening to her trembling breaths. His voice was calm, almost gentle, yet every word was as sharp as a blade. "Why didn't she take you with her?" he asked softly. "You deliberately went south, so the search party would follow you." Sissin froze. "That means," Lanius continued, the corner of his lips curling up, "my wife must have gone north, didn't she?" Sissin trembled like a lamb cornered before a starving beast. But Lanius suddenly laughed. It was a hollow, mad laugh. For him, recognizing lies was easy. He could hear them in a breath, feel them in the air itself. And yet his wife had deceived him. The realization twisted inside his chest. She had clung to him. She had smiled at him. She had whispered that she loved him. And not once had she shown even the slightest trace of reluctance. Then how could it be that she did not love him? Rage blazed in his chest like wildfire. His hands suddenly shot out, his fingers clamping around Sissin's throat from behind. The maid gasped in terror. Her feet lifted off the ground as he growled. "Your master abandoned you, betrayed you. So why?" The Emperor's grip tightened. "Why are you still this stubborn? What could it possibly mean?" Sissin smiled, tears spilling endlessly, but her voice did not break. "The Queen is my master for life," she said. "Even though Her Majesty has changed so much from before, I will still stand by her side. I will always trust the Queen. Her trustworthiness and my loyalty will never change." Lanius let out a bitter scoff. Trustworthy? Only a fool would trust the words of a liar. Could he forgive Angelica? Yes. Would he hold her in his arms? Certainly. But trust her again? That even he did not know. And yet this fragile, trembling, frightened maid could accept Angelica under any circumstances. Was that love? Or was it something even deeper than that? For the first time in his life, Lanius felt something strange, as though he had been defeated. A tiny, pitiful maid had defeated him. His fingers tightened unconsciously. Perhaps he should kill her. Perhaps he should torture her until she betrayed Angelica. Perhaps Sylvie's icy voice cut through his thoughts after killing her maid. "Wouldn't your wife fear you even more?" His hand immediately let go. Sissin collapsed, coughing violently as she struggled to breathe. He could not kill her, not because he lacked cruelty, but because Angelica would fear him even more, and that was something he could not endure. Later, while he was sitting on a couch, Countess Deshino rushed in, panting for breath. "As Your Majesty commanded," she said, "we investigated the list of those who passed through the North Gate a month ago." Lanius slowly lifted his eyes. "A couple of unknown origin passed through," she finished. Lanius's gaze sharpened at once. "A couple. North. A maid." The pieces fell into place instantly. And suddenly he remembered the faint voice he had once heard at the Temple of Tunia. Angelica's voice. The Archbishop said she wasn't there. Everyone said she wasn't there. They all lied. All of them. "Prepare the horses," Lanius ordered in a low voice. Countess Deshino hurried out to carry out the order. Lanius remained seated for a while longer, his vacant eyes staring into nothingness. A married couple. How dare they call themselves that? A hollow, nearly deranged laugh escaped his lips. "Ridiculous," he murmured. "Absurd that anyone would dare call Angelica another man's wife. Because she is not. She is mine, and I will reclaim with my own hands what belongs to me." At the Temple of Tunia, Eden had asked the Archbishop to permit the Holy Knights to act when Lanius arrived. But the archbishop only let out a heavy sigh, seeing how much the once innocent boy had changed. More than that, how could he permit the holy knights to raise their swords against the emperor, the very man who had helped them during the monster hunt that year? But Eden did not back down. When the emperor arrives, his majesty will be in an extremely foul mood, he argued. He will interrogate us for hiding the empress. The archbishop replied with a sharp question. How can you say that when you were the one who brought her here? Eden fell silent. Eden, no. Cha Sohyun, to be exact, was always calm and cold. His way of thinking was completely different from Lanius's, yet he shared the same indifferent, careless attitude toward people, except when it came to Angelica. Perhaps it was because she came from the same world. Perhaps because she understood him better than anyone else. So if he were forced to choose between Angelica and the people of Tunia, he would choose her, not out of any noble ideal, but simply because she was the only person he could truly connect with. Are you planning to abandon the Empress? Eden asked quietly. If you intended to betray her, you should have done it from the start. To the archbishop, whether Eden cared about her or not did not matter in the least. In his eyes, Angelica Vinaydenro was merely a simple but selfish human, a woman who ignored justice out of fear for her own safety. Someone who used others as a shield, but still threw herself forward when disaster appeared before her eyes. He did not know the Empress's true purpose, but because of her, their saintess had nearly become a sacrificial offering. Eden, the archbishop said, on the day the Arctelos army withdrew, she behaved very strangely. You cannot deny that. Eden looked straight at him. So that is why you want to betray her? The archbishop sighed again. The saintess forgave her, but I have already decided. No matter what you say, I will not be persuaded, and the holy knights will not protect the empress. Eden's hands clenched. Then tell me the reason. The archbishop answered calmly. Because you were the one who conceived the plan to use the holy knights, and because our knights are no match for the emperor. Even if they all attack at once, no matter how many stand against him, he will still win. Eden let out a contemptuous laugh. Enough. Those are all excuses. Have you already decided not to listen to any plan I propose, or is this what Saint Seraphina told you to do? The archbishop looked at him for a long moment, then said gently but firmly, in the end, your plan will fail because that is the will of God. Eden ground his teeth. So that's all. Disgusting. Then, Eden sat across from Angelica, burying his face in his hands. He won't listen, no matter what I say, as long as it's my plan. Eden spoke in a rush, almost desperate. Eden, you need to calm down. Angelica tried to soothe him, but Eden's anger only rose higher. He abruptly sprang to his feet. Do you know what he said? He burst out. He said he would oppose me no matter what I came up with. And do you know why? Because that's what Seraphina told him. Angelica's brows knit slightly. Seraphina? Eden let out a long, weary sigh. A prophecy was given by God. It said that my plan would fail. So he was instructed to oppose everything I propose. It's ridiculous. They refused to cooperate at all. Anjidija kuitli yachididen. He was truly furious. No matter what he tried to do, the outcome had already been decided. For someone as confident as him, that had to be unbearable. Watching Eden like that, words she had heard before suddenly echoed in her mind. No matter what he does, the plan will fail. She had heard a sentence very much like that once before. The Holy Sword's plan will fail. Angelica's eyes widened. Eden, she said slowly, you are Tunia's Holy Sword. I heard that the Holy Sword's plan would fail. So that person must be you. Eden went still, listening. Her intuitions lately had been strangely accurate, and it all matched exactly with what the archbishop had said. Seeing how helpless he looked, Angelica rose to her feet. Eden, we have to do this together, the two of us, she said. Eden looked at her, baffled. But Angelica, her eyes resolute, continued, I'll lure him in. We have to make Arctelos bleed, then go together to the old sanctuary and open the door so we can return to our world. At last, the long and grueling journey came to an end when Lanius reached the temple of Tunia and set foot on the stone steps. The archbishop and the priest were already waiting, for they knew the emperor had arrived. The man with eyes as black as storm clouds stopped before them. Where's my wife? He asked. His icy voice made the priest tremble. The archbishop swallowed hard. The empress has left. When? Lanius asked. A few hours ago. The archbishop replied slowly. Where did she go? The emperor asked curtly. North, the archbishop answered calmly. Lanius raised his hand. Very well, then. Hand over the saintess to me. The priest's faces turned pale. But Didn't we just tell your majesty where the empress went? They said, trembling. Be silent and obey my order, Lanius replied, his voice low with danger. This is the price for daring to deceive me. He took a step forward, his voice so cold it seemed to freeze the air. You hid from me what was most precious to me. Then I will take from you what is most precious to you. Inside the prayer chamber, Seraphina was standing before the goddess's statue when the door suddenly flew open. Lanius entered. Without a second's hesitation, he seized her wrist, ready to drag her away. The archbishop and the priests immediately dropped to their knees. Please let the saintess go. But Lanius's frigid voice cut across the room like a blade. If I do not find my Angelica, if any harm has come to her, then this woman will not be safe either. It was a naked threat. Everyone trembled helplessly as they watched the saintess being dragged away. Yet Seraphina merely turned her head to look at them, her eyes sending a silent message. Do not worry about me. I'm not the person you think I am. Lanius dragged the saintess away without slowing. She begged him to slow down, but he did not hear her. The voice that had warned him about a trap now surged violently in his head, urging him, forcing him onward. But Lanius cared about only one thing, his Angelica. He would bring his wife back. He would make sure she never ran away again. When they reached the old sanctuary, Angelica was already standing there, a bow in her hand. Lanius finally saw her face, and a smile slowly spread across his lips. It has been a long time, my empress. But Angelica raised her bow, the arrow aimed straight at him. Lanius did not falter in the slightest. Is all of this something you prepared for me? I am delighted. Behind him, Seraphina stood silently, witnessing everything. Lanius also drew an arrow and lifted his bow, aiming at Angelica. If this is the entertainment you prepared, he said calmly, then I will play along. Now, then, let's bring this to an end. Husband and wife stood facing each other, bows drawn. Angelica trembled as she looked at him. After half a year at his side, she knew the emperor well enough. On the outside, he looked perfectly calm, but inside he was nothing of the sort. She had acted brave in front of Eden, but now, at this very moment, she was terrified beyond measure. Part of her wanted to throw everything away, run to Lanius, cling tightly to him, apologize, tell him she loved him, let him kiss her, and beg him to take her home. But it was too late now. She had come too far. There was no turning back. Her legs shook, tears welled up, ready to spill at any moment. But her gaze remained locked on him. She needed all of his attention focused on her, so he would notice nothing else. He absolutely could not discover that Eden was approaching from behind. Eden raised his sword and struck exactly as planned. Lanius sensed something wrong and turned, but it was already too late. The arrow he had aimed at Angelica slipped from his hand. Eden's blade pierced through the side of Lanius's neck. Blood sprayed across the stone floor. Seraphina covered her mouth in shock. Lanius collapsed, dark red blood pouring from the wound. Angelica fell as well. An arrow had sunk deep in her foot. She dropped to the floor, shaking and gasping from the piercing pain. She grabbed the shaft with trembling fingers. She pulled, but it snapped in two. Her head was spinning. What had happened to the emperor? Was he still alive? Eden came over, clutching his injured arm. Angelica, we have to get to the door, right now, he urged, pulling her to her feet as she limped along. Just endure a little longer. Once we return to our world, the pain in these bodies will disappear. Angelica looked back one last time. The man lying on the stone floor lifted his eyes toward her, his gaze sharp and burning. But then that face vanished from sight as they hurried into the sanctuary. The moment they stepped inside, all memories of what had happened came rushing into Eden's mind. It's over, he muttered. I stabbed him in the neck. He must be dead. Angelica was still reeling from everything that had just happened. She kept forcing herself to believe that Lanius had truly died. A storm of emotions churned within her. Relief, because at last she could go home. Joy, because she no longer had to fear the emperor. And yet, deep down, something strange weighed heavily on her chest. A vague sadness she stubbornly refused to acknowledge. Inside the library, Eden pointed toward the stone door, but Angelica still could not see it. It felt strange. Eden, however, could see it clearly. He stepped forward, grasped the handle, pushed and pulled, but to no avail. The door did not move at all. Seeing him struggle, Angelica asked, Eden, what's wrong? The door won't open, he said, still trying. Why not? Archelos's emperor has bled, and I am Tunia's holy sword, just as you said. So why won't it open? He could not understand the prophecy. The archbishop's words, your plan will fail. No matter how hard he tried, it had been destined to fail. That was the will of God. In despair, he kicked the door hard, but still nothing happened. Angelica looked at him. Have we really fulfilled all the conditions? Maybe not. Eden, she whispered, the emperor isn't dead. The instant those words left her lips, the door swung open. A pair of icy, terrifying eyes appeared in the gap. Eden and Angelica both spun around. A man stepped in, dragging his sword behind him, the blade scraping dryly over the stone floor. Lanius appeared, a horrifying sight. Why isn't he dead yet? Eden whispered, stepping in front of Angelica. Lanius raised his sword, his voice cold as ice. My beloved Angelica, the hunt is over. I admit your efforts were admirable, but everything ends here. Behind him, Seraphina stepped into the library as well. Angelica went rigid. She remembered this scene clearly from the original novel. Eden died at Lanius's feet. Seraphina screamed and clutched his head. Without time to think, Angelica rushed forward, standing in front of Eden, raising her arms as if to shield him. Don't, she cried. Please, don't kill him. He doesn't even know what he's doing. She had no time left to think. Please stop. Lanius stared at her. Are you afraid of what will happen to him? He asked softly. But the one badly wounded right now is me. He lightly touched the wound on his neck. He did this to me, and yet you are still afraid of me? His voice was still the voice of Archelos's emperor, the voice that made everyone tremble. But beneath it, naked pain was trembling. Then, right before everyone's eyes, the wound on his neck closed and healed completely. Angelica stared at the emperor in a daze. She no longer even felt surprise. Had she really been so foolish as to think someone like him could die? Lanius stepped forward and roughly shoved Angelica aside, then charged straight at the man behind her. In the very next instant, he attacked Eden, driving blow after blow into his face until Eden was completely unconscious. Angelica dragged herself across the floor, her trembling hands clutching desperately at Lanius's leg, begging him again and again to stop. Please, I was wrong. Please stop. Lanius turned to look at her, his expression dark and wounded. You're worried about him, he said softly. You don't want him to die. His eyes, always so sharp, always so cruel, now trembled as if filled with betrayal. He seized her hand and pressed it against the wound on his own neck. Look, Angelica, he whispered. I'm hurt too. Angelica's eyes widened in fear. Let me go, she choked out in a whisper, panic surging through her. But the man only pressed her hand harder against his skin. Look, he hurt me. I hurt too. And yet, you're still afraid of me. The emperor who made the whole world tremble stood there, desperately pleading for his wife's attention, his voice breaking apart. He pulled her tightly against him with an arm around her waist. Tell me, Angelica, he said, his voice shaking. Am I really that frightening? Angelica trembled all over. She couldn't answer. Her gaze drifted instinctively toward Eden, lying motionless on the floor, his chest rising faintly. He was still alive, but if he wasn't treated, he might die. Had it really come to this? Were both of them going to die like this? Angelica's mind spun until she saw Seraphina standing behind a pillar, right? Seraphina, the saintess. Perhaps she was Tunia's true sword. In the original story, she alone had been granted divine power. Angelica regretted everything. Her foolishness, her hesitation. Instead of running when she still had the chance, she had done something stupid. Now, only one path remained. She lifted her head to look at the man before her, tears streaming down her face. Congratulations, she whispered. You won. Her voice was empty, drained of all strength. Please, grant me death. Lanius stared at her, then slowly rose and walked toward the sword lying on the floor. As he bent to pick it up, Angelica squeezed her eyes shut. So this was the end. Just like in the original plot, her final day, dying at Lanius's hands. But the pain never came. Instead, the man lifted her into his arms. Her injured leg throbbed sharply, and she kept asking where he was taking her, what he was going to do. But Lanius did not answer a single word. Angelica's thoughts twisted into chaos. Was he going to imprison her? Was he going to let her slowly waste away the way he had done to Seraphina in the original story? As he passed the pillar where Seraphina had been hiding, Angelica cried out for help in desperate foolishness, praying the saintess would punish the emperor. But Seraphina did nothing. Instead, she ran toward Eden, dropping to her knees beside him on the floor. She shook him over and over, calling his name again and again, tears falling onto his motionless body. We could have kept him alive. Seraphina sobbed, her voice trembling as she cradled Eden's head. Hearing those words, Angelica froze. What did she mean? It sounded as though Seraphina had known this would happen. As if from the beginning, she had known Eden would be attacked. Desperate to learn the truth, Angelica begged Lanius to stop. "Please, at least let me hear what she's saying," she pleaded. But the man paid no attention. He had no intention of remaining there for even a second longer. Yet in Angelica's mind, countless questions kept swirling. From the day she met Seraphina to the moment she asked Seraphina to kill Lanius, Seraphina had always acted as if she knew nothing. And yet, just now, her words had sounded as if she clearly remembered everything from the original story. She had apologized. She had said she believed everything Angelica said, simply because it was Angelica. That meant Seraphina was apologizing for deceiving her, too. If that was true, then what exactly had Seraphina been hiding? Lanius carried Angelica back to the temple. The archbishop and the priests were already waiting there, but not to welcome them. "Where is Seraphina?" the archbishop demanded. Lanius completely ignored the question. "The Empress is injured," he said coldly. "Prepare a room for her." "We will, but first, please tell us where the Saintess is," they pressed. Lanius's patience snapped. "If I have to repeat myself a third time," he said in a dangerous voice, "should I kill every last one of you? Prepare the room at once." No one dared defy him. They hurriedly led him away. Lanius slammed the door shut, then gently laid Angelica down on the bed. From the corner of her eye, Angelica saw one priest still lingering at the door, clearly waiting for news of their Saintess. "She's at the old sanctuary," Angelica said weakly. "Seraphina and Eden are both there. But if he isn't treated soon, Eden may die. His condition is critical." "And the Saintess?" the priest immediately asked. Angelica let out a faint sigh. As expected, Eden didn't matter to them at all. "She's safe," Angelica replied. The priest's face lit up instantly. Without another word, he hurried off to tell the others. Angelica shuddered slightly when she heard Lanius's voice beside her. "Are you worried about him?" he asked, leaning closer. "Right in front of me? Is he really that important to you?" She did not answer. Lanius straightened, then reached out. He wanted to inspect the Empress's injured foot. "Your foot is hurt." "Don't worry," he said calmly. "I didn't kill him, though I wanted it very badly." Angelica's breath caught. "I didn't do it," he continued. "Because things like that frighten you, don't they?" Her eyes widened. "I held myself back because I care about you." His hand tightened around the arrow embedded in her foot. "Let go," she cried, but he pulled the arrow out anyway. Angelica screamed in pain. "I care about you," he said softly, "and yet all you think about is running away." Tears streamed down Angelica's face. "Please, just let me log out," she pleaded shakily. "If your Majesty is going to do it sooner or later, then do it now." Lanius fell silent. After a moment, he bent closer and gently tucked her hair behind her ear. "Why do you keep running from me?" he asked in a softer voice. "Because you're afraid of me. That's what someone told me." He leaned close to her ear. "But Angelica, you will always fear me. There will never be a day when you don't. My birth, this blessing of mine, all of it will always fill you with terror." His hand settled over her injured foot again. "Then tell me," he whispered, tightening his grip slightly. "What must I do so you won't run away anymore?" Angelica shrank back, flooded with fear. Then the man lifted her foot and gently pressed it to his lips. "But I'm sorry, Angelica," he whispered. "Even if you wish for me to kill you, I don't want to. I only want to keep you by my side." But his words did not reach her heart. Consumed by fear, Angelica fainted. Lanius caught her collapsing body and pulled her tightly into his arms, looking down at her pale face. Though he had said he did not want to kill her, she had still been so frightened that she passed out. One thing was painfully clear. Angelica was afraid of him, and perhaps always would be. If she kept trying to run, he would have to find a way to stop her. But he couldn't break her leg because she was the Empress he loved. He sighed and gently kissed the Empress's closed eyes. "Do you hate me that much?" he murmured. "What am I supposed to do now? Tell me, Angelica." A while later, Lanius stepped out of the room. Angelica's injury needed to be treated immediately. Before leaving the area, He spotted the archbishop. Lanius knew the man was the only one who could heal her quickly. He strode over and slammed a hand down on the archbishop's shoulder. "Treat my wife," he ordered. "Make sure she recovers." The archbishop, who had no idea the emperor was even there, startled violently, his knees nearly buckling. "Why, yes, your majesty," he answered, his voice trembling. Lanius saw it again. That familiar fear. Ever since the day he ascended the throne, everyone had feared him. And yet he had never truly felt what it meant to be the object of that fear. He had never needed to. Those beneath him existed only to be ruled, crushed, or used for entertainment. He had thought everything would be fine once he was reunited with Angelica, but it wasn't, and that realization filled him with unbearable rage. He had been born with the destiny to destroy and conquer all things. That was the privilege granted by divine grace. The crueler he became, the more people worshipped him. Fear and worship had always been one and the same. As his bond with Archelaus deepened, his strength, endurance, and power had continued to grow. It was proof of the intimate connection between a god and the chosen one. Lanius slowly raised a hand to his neck where Eden had stabbed him. His fingers tightened. Everyone worshipped him, but Angelica feared him. A violent fury surged in his chest. Without hesitation, Lanius brutally wounded his own neck. Blood spilled onto the floor. The blessing he had once received now felt like a curse. In his mind, a frenzied voice roared, "You fool! I led you to that woman, and now you dare reject the blessing of a god?" The voice grew louder and louder, sharper and sharper, crushing every thought in his mind. Pain exploded through Lanius's head, forcing his whole body backward as he let out a desperate roar. In the main hall, frantic voices rang out. "Saintess, are you all right?" She answered that she was fine. They had gone to retrieve Seraphina and had now returned with her. Meanwhile, Eden was being supported by two men. He coughed weakly, but still forced himself to speak. "Lanius, Archelaus," Eden said in a faint voice. "I may have lost because you are the one chosen by God, while I am only a human being destined to fail. But even so, I will keep fighting. No one but me can limit my potential." Lanius slowly turned to look at him. "Your resolve is admirable," he said coldly, "but I have no interest in the resolve of someone like you." Eden let out a faint laugh. "The things you overlook," he said, "are often the greatest threat." The words cut deeper than intended. They insulted Lanius's divine blessing, and at the same time touched a raw wound inside him. As if Eden were mocking what had happened with Angelica. As if he were saying that while Lanius had drowned in his own certainty, Angelica had run away with him. The memory of the maid's words rose again. "You only hear what you want to hear." His fury erupted. Lanius lunged forward and seized Eden by the throat. "I was too merciful," he snarled. "I should have finished you then. If I had, I wouldn't have to listen to your insolence now." His hand tightened. Eden struggled, his face turning pale as he fought for air. And once again, Sylvie's words echoed through Lanius's mind. "Kill him, and your wife will fear you even more." With a sharp curse, Lanius released his grip. Eden collapsed to the floor, coughing violently. "Remember this," Lanius said, his voice trembling with restrained rage. "Anyone who defies the authority of a god will pay the price." The emperor turned his back on them, his steps unsteady as he walked away. Inside the room, Angelica slowly opened her eyes. Her vision was still blurred, but she could make out Seraphina sitting nearby. Before Angelica could ask anything, Seraphina spoke first. "The archbishop treated your wound," she said softly, "and I know you must have many questions for me." Angelica clenched her teeth. "What are you hiding from me?" she demanded sharply. Her lips trembled as she continued, the anger gradually breaking through the calm tone she had tried to maintain. "I thought I was shameless for begging you for help. But it turns out you were only pretending. Why? Why didn't you kill him?" Angelica nearly screamed. What Angelica had gone through in the old sanctuary had been nothing short of hell on earth. It was torment enough to erase the last traces of feeling she had once held for Lanius. Seraphina was silent for a long while. Then the saintess rose to her feet, walked to a drawer, and took out a small box. "There's something I need to show you," she said. She opened the box, took out a book, and placed it in Angelica's hands. Confused, Angelica opened it and turned the pages. "I tried to throw it away," Seraphina said quietly, "but it kept reappearing over and over. I tried tearing it apart, burning it, but it's like a curse. As Angelica looked closely at the book, she realized it was no ordinary object. It was bound to magic. Instinctively, she understood at once that this was the very book Eden had been searching for all this time, and it had been here all along, in Saintess Seraphina's room. "I see," Angelica said slowly. "So that's why you didn't kill Annius?" Seraphina nodded. "And because of that," she went on, "there are some things I need to explain to you." The Saintess took a deep breath and began. "This world was born from the breath of Providence, and the gods were born from Providence's dreams." Angelica listened in silence. The gods cannot use their power directly in this world. They can only act through their representatives. Those who follow a god can shape the world according to that god's teachings. Seraphina paused for a moment. "Everything that happened to us began with the War of the Gods. There was once a god who threatened the order of the world. Archelaus, the god of slaughter. Endless wars followed one after another, and blood was shed without cease. It seemed Archelaus would not stop until this world had completely collapsed, so the gods decided to eliminate Archelaus forever." Angelica's breath caught. One god stepped forward, Seraphina continued, and agreed to sacrifice himself. In return, Providence granted a weapon capable of killing Archelaus, but the price was unavoidable. A god exists through faith. A god cannot be slain through the body. But when all faith in that god disappears, the god loses all power. In other words, a god dies when there are no believers left. Angelica slowly began to understand. The source of faith in Archelaus, Seraphina said, is Lanius, his representative. His endless victories, his overwhelming power, those are proof of Archelaus's blessing. If that representative were defeated, all faith in Archelaus would collapse. But there was still one problem, Seraphina said softly. There was no way to kill Archelaus's representative. He was too strong. The Saintess hesitated briefly, then continued. So one god went to Providence and asked for a weapon, accepting the price without even knowing what it would be. Angelica swallowed hard. "Then, what is that weapon?" she asked anxiously. Seraphina exhaled slowly. "As you guessed," she said, "Tunia's Saintess is that weapon." Angelica's heart tightened. Tunia, the god of mercy, had been the one to step forward when the other gods were too afraid to pay the price. A god who abandoned barren land to their own followers, then granted fertile land to others. The god Tunia begged Providence for the power to destroy Archelaus's envoy. At last, Angelica asked the question she had always feared facing. Then what price did Tunia have to pay? Seraphina lowered her eyes, her face pale. "The misfortune of the human your grace loved most," she answered. In short, the god Tunia accepted his saintess's suffering as the price to be paid. Everything Seraphina had gone through, every pain, every tragedy, was the result of the pact between Tunia and Providence. But there was one condition, Seraphina said softly. Providence would never reveal the price until the pact was complete, and the god Tunia was no exception. Angelica's anger finally erupted. "But shouldn't Providence be the one dealing with this mess?" she demanded. "Archelaus ran rampant and destroyed everything. So why did Providence just stand by and watch instead of stopping it?" Seraphina answered calmly, almost wearily. "Providence does not regard Archelaus as a problem. To Providence, the endless wars of the world are merely part of a greater design." Angelica let out a bitter laugh. "Absurd. And because of that," Seraphina continued, "I was forced to carry out the duty entrusted to me, though I never wanted to." And she lifted her head and looked at Angelica. "Angelica, that book you showed me, where did it end?" Angelica swallowed dryly. "Up to the part where you slit the emperor's throat and then turned your back and left," she answered honestly. Then she hesitated. "So that means you already went through all of that?" Seraphina nodded slowly, sorrow settling deep in her eyes. "To the gods, perhaps it was only a fleeting moment," she said. "But to me, it was endless suffering, unbearable suffering." She had endured everything without ever knowing why. Tunia had never explained the reason behind her pain. Seraphina had begged him again and again, pleading for peace, while resentment slowly grew inside her. But when Eden died, she could no longer hold on. By the time she learned the cause of that torment, the one responsible had long since died. She fulfilled the role given to her without ever knowing the truth. And when it was all over, she became hollow. Mind and body alike were shattered. When she returned to the temple, people offered her comfort and pity, though not a single one of them had ever come to save her. Even the news of Archelaus's fall brought her no joy. She felt nothing at all. She only wanted to be alone. So she went to an abandoned ancient sanctuary and began reading books. Not to learn, but simply to let the words drift through her mind like water. And that was when she found the book, the exact same kind of book she had shown Angelica. It contained a spell that could turn back time. She did not know why it appeared, or whether it was part of someone's scheme. But in the end, she chose to cast that spell anyway, and she succeeded. That was when she was able to speak directly with Providence. I want to go back, the Saintess said, to before all those terrible tragedies began. Providence answered, as always, there is a price. You will not know beforehand what it is. Even so, do you still wish to proceed, regardless of the consequences? The man she loved had died protecting a woman he had never loved. If she could turn back time, she could put an end to all this suffering. In despair, she answered, yes, I will pay the price. Providence granted her wish, but immediately afterward, Tunia's god rebuked her. He was deeply disappointed, furious that she had dared make a pact with Providence, knowing full well there would be consequences. And that was when Seraphina realized the truth. He was the one who had made the first pact. Resentment swallowed her whole. She cried out that she would no longer worship him. She refused to continue being the Saintess. And that, Seraphina said softly, is how I lost my position as Tunia's Saintess. I know this has been a very long story, but what I want you to understand is only this. I am no longer Tunia's Saintess. That is why the meeting between the Emperor and me no longer has any meaning, and it is also why I no longer have the power to destroy him. Angelica's jaw fell slightly. She had never imagined the truth would be like this. After collecting herself, she asked the most important question. Then what was the price you paid to Providence? Seraphina looked straight at her. The destruction of the soul I loved. She paused for a beat. That is how I knew Eden was no longer the Eden I once knew, and that led to consequences I never anticipated. Her voice sank lower. Tunia needed a new Saintess. Angelica's eyes widened. Somehow, everything Seraphina said made perfect sense. In exchange for turning back time, Eden's soul had been destroyed, and that was why Father Sohian had taken over his body. But then, what about her? Why had she taken over the Empress's body? You mean, Angelica asked slowly, her voice trembling. I'm Tunia's Saintess. Seraphina nodded slowly. Angelica shook her head in confusion. But how can that be? The original Empress was never a follower of Tunia, and neither am I. What you're saying makes no sense at all. Seraphina looked at her quietly. Think carefully, Angelica. The voice you've been hearing ever since you stepped into Tunia's territory. And think about where you were standing at the moment you realized I was no longer Tunia's Saintess. She lowered her gaze. I am sorry, Angelica. But that person is you. Tunia chose you, and only Tunia knows why. You are the only one who can destroy Archelaus's representative. Angelica fell silent. In any case, nothing had happened the way she had once expected. If everything else had already been overturned, then why should this be impossible too? But Seraphina continued, her voice firm. Angelica, you have always been at the center of everything. Everything has been affected by you, especially the Emperor's emotions. And your mission to destroy Archelaus's representative comes from a different origin than mine did. Angelica clenched her fists. But I'm not noble, I'm not brave, and I'm not strong. If anything, I'm just a coward. I freeze every time I stand in front of him. So what am I supposed to do? Angelica asked quietly. Seraphina did not answer, and that silence only made Angelica more uneasy. Then Angelica suddenly remembered. Eden, how is he? He was badly hurt. What happened to him? Seraphina turned to look at her. He lost consciousness, but fortunately he is out of danger. His body may not be the same as before, but he is very strong, especially in spirit. Before she could even finish speaking, the door burst open. Get out, a voice rang out. Lanius strode into the room. Angelica went rigid. Seeing Seraphina hesitate, she hurriedly spoke. Seraphina, go. I'll be fine. Trembling, Seraphina apologized and left the room. Now only the two of them remained. Lanius stepped closer. Angelica, he called softly. Is there something you want to say to me? Angelica swallowed. I am sorry. He sat down beside her. I don't need an apology. Just tell me, did you really run away from me because you were afraid of me? He leaned in and pulled her into his arms. Angelica flinched at the sudden closeness. That woman said a lot of things, he continued in a low voice. Were those things all true? Angelica looked at him, confused by the desperation in his eyes. Tell me, he pleaded. Every time you said you loved me, was all of it a lie? She looked at his face and wondered, love? Love? Did she really love him? She did not know. Slowly, Angelica raised a hand and lightly brushed through his hair. Lanius pressed his face into her palm, like someone searching for comfort. Then Angelica pulled her hand away. Even if he looked at her like this, she could not be fooled again. She had run away because she could not trust him. His tenderness could disappear at any moment. He was too unpredictable. That was why she feared him. She had once loved him sincerely, but only in order to survive, to find a way out. Now she no longer needed to pretend. Her gaze dropped to the cup of water beside the bed, and she snatched it up. The cup shattered in her hand. Before Lanius could react, Angelica lunged at him with a sharp shard of glass. He was faster and instantly seized her wrist. Blood spattered across his face as the glass cut into her skin. Angelica, he snapped softly, you're going to hurt yourself? She would not let go. Tears spilled from her eyes as she resisted him with all her strength. Lanius let out a quiet sigh. What am I supposed to do with you, Angelica? He muttered, as if speaking to himself. At first, I thought I would embrace you when I found you. Then I got angry. And now, I don't know what I'm supposed to do anymore. He loosened his grip. The glass shard fell beside his head. But one thing is certain, he said quietly. Neither of us is going to die. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close as her body lost balance and fell against his chest. I do not want you to die, he continued, and I will not let you destroy me either. Then he looked down at her, his dark eyes unwavering. I'm giving you two choices. His arms tightened slightly. 1. Return to the Imperial Palace with me. 2. Let me sentence to death everyone who hid my Empress. Then he went on, his voice cold. No matter what, you will return to the Imperial Palace with me. The Emperor will bring his Empress back. A month later, word spread that the Emperor, who had been gone for some time, had returned together with the Empress. Those who had no idea what had happened were astonished to hear that the Empress, who had once fled, had come back unscathed. Naturally, they assumed the Emperor would soon publicly humiliate her for his own amusement. In Etelis, weakness was a sin, so such speculation was only to be expected. Moreover, the maids who had helped the Empress were all imprisoned in the palace dungeons, which only made the rumors spread even further. But those within Duchess Naruma's residence, Countess Felon, and a few others in the palace knew the truth very well. They had observed the Emperor and Empress from very close by. They understood exactly what Angelica Genro meant to their Emperor, and they knew she was an exception. When both of the Empress's maids were imprisoned, Duchess Naruma became the key figure in the Empress's palace. That situation led her into an unexpected alliance with Countess Felon several days before Angelica returned. Originally, these two women had been rivals, but the string of upheavals had forced them to cooperate. They sank into discussions that lasted deep into the night. By the time the Emperor and Empress returned a few days later, those deliberations had led them to two conclusions. First, under no circumstances were they to oppose or offend the Empress. The fact that the Emperor had brought her back unharmed was proof enough that she was extremely important to him. Second, no matter how much the Emperor cherished her, Angelica Dienro was still unfit to remain Empress. The problem was not merely her competence. She had drawn the Emperor's attention away from war. He was regarded as the most powerfully blessed messenger Etelis had bestowed in centuries, still in the prime of his strength. He should have been immersed in glory, conquering the world, and spreading the teachings of Etelis. For such a man, Angelica Dienro was an obstacle. And in order to secure Etelis's glorious future and preserve the Empire's prosperity, they arrived at their final conclusion. After those long nights of discussion, the current Empress had to be removed. Countess Felon and I will remain nearby. So if you need anything at all, please call for us. Duchess Naruma said this before leaving the Empress's bedchamber. As soon as they stepped outside, Countess Felon let out a quiet sigh. They had thought Angelica would be weakened, but instead she was surprisingly calm. In the end, Angelica returned to the palace, still struggling to accept the possibility that she might be Tunia's Saintess, with nothing at all to prove it. While in Tunia, she had continued trying to destroy Lanius, but every attempt had failed. And after each failure, what little confidence she once had slowly crumbled. She began to doubt what Seraphina had said. If she truly was the saintess, then why did she keep failing? And it was around that same time that the strange voice that had once whispered in her head disappeared. She realized that she herself had also changed. Every time she tried to destroy Lanius, his reaction was always the same. "What a pity," he would say, easily stopping her, his face completely indifferent. But now she understood. That indifference was only a layer of defense. Her actions were hurting him. Realizing that left her stunned, and more frightening still, it thrilled her. Before, he had always been the one who made her anxious, always towering over and overwhelming her. But now, she was the one who could wound him. At some point, she realized she no longer seriously wanted to kill him. She only wanted to see him hurt, as compensation for all the times she had once knelt at his feet. Even so, her fear never truly disappeared. No matter how bravely she charged at him, anxiety still clung to her. She feared that one day his patience would run out, and he would kill her without hesitation. After countless failures, the hope within her gradually dried up. Lying in bed, she wondered what had become of Sisson and Sylvie. Before returning, she had asked Lanius about them. They were arrested, the Emperor had said. "Did you kill them?" she asked in a lifeless voice. "No, I did not. They were imprisoned for hiding the Empress," he replied casually. Her face brightened ever so slightly. She let out a breath of relief. At least they were still alive. Lanius was not the kind of man to spare those who opposed him. Even so, she still worried about how harshly they were being held. If she asked him to release them, would he agree? And then there was Eden. He had appeared on the day she left Tunia. Their eyes had met for only the briefest moment before she quickly looked away, afraid Lanius would notice. In the end, she had no choice but to leave Eden behind. Sisson, Sylvie, Eden, everyone had drifted away from her. She was so alone and lost that she did not even realize the door had opened until Lanius walked in. She hurriedly sat up, anxious. "Why are you here?" she asked. He looked at her calmly. "Am I the one who should not be here?" She gritted her teeth. "From now on, please announce yourself before coming in." "Why should I do that?" Lanius asked, his hand tightening. "Are you rejecting me?" She turned her face away. "I think that would be the proper thing. It's strange, but I've wanted to say this for a long time." He cut her off. "Aren't you going to try to assassinate me today?" She went stiff. "Or have you finally stopped resenting me for what I did to the one you cherish?" he asked, his eyes never leaving her. Angelica frowned. "What are you talking about? You mean Eden? Could it be he had misunderstood why she ran away? Did the Emperor believe she had left with Eden because she loved him? Do you think manipulating me is that easy?" Lanius said coldly. But Angelica's thoughts had already gone elsewhere. In the original story, Tunia's saintess loved Eden. It was jealousy that had driven Lanius mad. And if she was now the saintess, then this time would Eden become the reason Lanius lost his mind? "I used to think you were easy to understand," Lanius said as he stepped closer. "But now I'm no longer sure I understand anything." He stopped in front of her. "You've become complicated, and none of this is interesting to me anymore, Angelica." He sighed and raised a hand to cover his eyes. And then the voices in his head grew clearer, pressing in on him, relentless, leaving him no escape. He gasped, his breathing turning ragged. "Leave me alone," he muttered. But the voices did not stop. They urged him to kill her. Before he even realized it, his hand had already tightened around her throat. Into here, the voice whispered. Angelica struggled desperately, tears streaming down her face. "I'm so scared," she sobbed, her voice trembling. At that very moment, Lanius finally came back to his senses. He saw what he was doing and let go at once. Angelica staggered backward, coughing violently. Lanius stared at his own hand in disbelief, unable to understand why it had moved on its own. It felt as though his body had been chained, controlled by that voice. "Kill her. You must destroy her," it commanded. "If you do not, this woman will bring about your death. How dare you defy my command?" "No, I can't," Lanius whispered over and over, begging it to stop. The voice kept echoing in his head until at last he forced it down, breaking those invisible chains. His strength left him, and he collapsed to the floor. Angelica's eyes widened. "Your Majesty," she called. She could not understand what was happening. Lanius had always been the one who overwhelmed others with absolute power, and yet now he was lying there, helpless. A thought flashed through her mind. Was this divine punishment? And if it was, why would Arteris punish him? Lanius was supposed to be Arteris's beloved right hand. The door flew open. Duchess Naruma rushed in, frantic. "Oh my, your majesty, what happened?" she cried when she saw Lanius on the floor. Angelica flinched. She could not let anyone see him like this. "Go back to your duties. His majesty is fine," she ordered coldly. But it was obvious that Duchess Naruma had no intention of leaving so easily. Angelica stepped forward, determined to push her out. "Did you not hear my order?" The Duchess lowered her head. "Perhaps I was mistaken, Your Majesty the Empress," she said carefully, leaning in slightly. "But I have an urgent message for His Majesty. I only need to deliver it, and I will leave at once." Angelica's face turned icy. "Do not even think of defying my order." Inside, panic churned. If Duchess Naruma realized that Lanius was not even breathing properly, Angelica would become the prime suspect. Just then, Lanius blinked and abruptly sat up. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Duchess Naruma asked hurriedly. Lanius stared at her blankly. "Who are you?" "I am Duchess Naruma," she answered. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "She said she had something urgent to report to you," Angelica said from behind him. The Duchess bowed her head anxiously. "Forgive me, Your Majesty. In truth, it was nothing urgent. I shall take my leave." She hurried out of the room. Lanius looked around in confusion. "Why am I on the floor?" Then his gaze stopped on Angelica, who was looking at him with deep concern. Why was she looking at him like that? Was it fear or concern? And if it was concern, who was it for? He rose unsteadily and slowly walked toward her. She was fragile, easily frightened. He needed to reassure her so she would stop thinking about running away. He reached out and took her hand. She shuddered as the memory of his hand crushing her throat flashed through her mind. She tore herself free and ran, rushing straight out of the room. Lanius remained standing there, his hand suspended in midair. In that instant, he understood one thing clearly. Whatever relationship had once existed between him and Angelica, it had now shattered beyond recognition. Or perhaps it had been broken from the very beginning. A few days later, at Count Felon's estate, the Count returned home in a foul mood. Countess Felon knew perfectly well why. He had grown increasingly dissatisfied with the Emperor's recent changes. Several small rebellions had broken out near the southern border. In the past, the Emperor would have gone there personally without hesitation and crushed them. But lately, the Emperor had stayed shut up in the palace, making no move at all. Arteris was a theocratic nation. When the authority of the Emperor, the core of that system, weakened, the authority of the god Arteris inevitably declined as well. "It is the Empress's fault," Count Felon said calmly. "Because of her, His Majesty is no longer the man he once was." The Count let out an irritated snort. "No wonder the Empress returned to the palace without being punished," he muttered. "She is manipulating His Majesty's mind. He does not leave the palace because he is afraid she will run away again, and he cannot take her with him because she is too weak." Seeing her husband's anxiety, Countess Felon rose and walked over to him. "My husband, both you and I worship the god Arteris. If our god is in danger, how can we just stand by and do nothing?" The Count's brows furrowed. "You mean to remove that woman?" he asked. "Yes," Countess Felon replied without hesitation. "And I have already begun making preparations. Do you remember Viscount Gompia? His daughter is working with me in the Empress's palace. They can obtain poison." The Count's eyes widened. "This is no ordinary poison," Countess Felon continued. "No matter how large the dose, it leaves no trace in the body." The Count said nothing. They both understood. Whether they wanted to or not, they had no choice left but to act. In the Empress's palace, Countess Felon presented a carefully prepared meal. "We have prepared a nourishing meal for Your Majesty," she said gently. "You have not been well lately." Angelica looked down at the food. Lately, her body had felt strangely heavy. She never felt quite well. She had even asked the imperial physician whether she might be pregnant, but that had not been the case. The meal looked delicious, yet it made her feel nauseated. With trembling hands, she took a bite, and at once her stomach churned. She did not understand what was happening. Was it stress? Or was it because she no longer had anyone truly on her side? There were always people around her. Duchess Naruma, Countess Felon, but for some reason, their presence always made her uneasy. That was what made it frightening. She set down her spoon and stood up. Something was wrong. She could feel it clearly. "Your Majesty, are you finished already?" they asked hastily. "Shall we bring you something else?" "No need. I am finished," Angelica replied. As she stepped forward, her body swayed slightly. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Duchess Naruma asked. "At least have some dried fruit. You like that, don't you?" Angelica looked at her. For some reason, the insistence made her deeply uncomfortable. It felt as if they were forcing her to eat. Without another word, she turned and walked out. The two women immediately followed after her. "Your Majesty, where are you going?" "Are you going to see His Majesty?" Angelica kept walking straight ahead as she answered, "I'm going to see the Emperor." "But His Majesty is in a meeting," one of them insisted. "I do not care. I will wait until the meeting is over." Angelica snapped irritably. She could not bear it anymore. She felt suffocated. She had to ask Lanius to release Sisson and Sylvie. Only that could soothe this unbearable unease. She felt as though she was always being watched. Hostility hidden behind polite smiles. Before she lost her mind, she needed at least one person she could trust by her side, and she was desperate enough to go find Lanius herself. He had not come to see her even once since that incident. She shoved the door open. She knew releasing the maids would not be easy. She might have to offer something in return, but what could she possibly offer? If she simply told him she loved him, would that be enough? Like before, the thought made her let out a bitter laugh. How could that possibly work now? She forced herself to calm down. Not long after, the officials began filing out of the meeting room. "Your Majesty the Empress?" they asked in surprise. "I came to see the Emperor," Angelica said, peering inside. Lanius sat there listlessly, looking utterly indifferent to everything around him. His gaze slowly shifted to her, then widened. Angelica bit her lip. "Your Majesty, it has been a long time. I hope I am not disturbing you," she said as she walked toward him. He immediately stood, his expression brightening into a radiant smile. "Angelica, I never expected you to come," he said, taking her hand. "Did you come to see me?" Like a desperate lover, he pulled her closer. "Shall we sit down and talk? Or we could take a walk in the garden." "Wait," Angelica said. "I came to ask your Majesty for a favor." Lanius stopped and turned to look at her. "A favor? What is it?" "I want you to release Sisson and Sylvie," she said. "If I do that," he asked slowly, "will you stop trying to run away?" "I will," Angelica answered quickly. "You can assign more guards. Keep me under watch, just please." She looked up at him anxiously. "All right," he said, hesitating. He was afraid she would run again. She had to make him believe her. She clutched the edge of his clothes. "Your Majesty." Her words suddenly broke off as all the strength drained from her body. The world tilted, and she collapsed into his arms. "Angelica!" Lanius called her name again and again, but she could no longer hear him. She had completely lost consciousness. Angelica felt as though she were falling. "Am I dead?" The thought drifted through her gently, without panic. It felt strangely soft and warm, as if she could leave her tangled life behind and stay like this forever. She thought she would not even mind. "Wake up!" The voice pulled her back. She opened her eyes and sat upright. The voice was familiar. Before her stood a being whose mere presence was enough to overwhelm, humble, and command absolutely. Even before he spoke again, she already knew who he was. Tunia, the god of mercy. It was the first time they had met. "Am I dead?" she asked cautiously. "No. Tunia incercamli. Why would you think that? When you resisted death so fiercely before? Or is death sweeter than you imagined?" Angelica sprang to her feet in anger. "How can you say that when you know how much suffering I have endured?" "I know," Tunia said. He did not deny it. He simply accepted it. "Is this the world of the gods?" Angelica asked. "And why am I here?" "Yes," Tunia replied. "This is the world of the gods. Your attendants poisoned you, and when your soul left your body, I brought you here." Angelica's lips parted slightly. She knew they hated her, but poison her? Seeing her expression, Tunia continued. "They believe you are the reason Arteris's power is weakening. They think that if you disappear, everything will return to order." Angelica clenched her hands. But there was a more important question she had to ask. "Am I the saintess tested by Tunia?" she asked. "Yes," Tunia answered. "Then why did I fail?" Angelica pressed. "I tried to assassinate Lanius so many times. If I am the saintess, shouldn't I have succeeded? To destroy a god?" Tunia replied. "You need a sword." Angelica frowned. "Is Eden that sword? You said the sword's plan would fail, and it did fail." "Yes," Tunia said. "He is the sword, but the right to end Arteris's representative was never given to the sword. It was given to my saintess." Angelica's head spun. "What did that even mean? Please explain it in a way I can understand." "The sword," the god Tunia said gently, "is not a weapon. It is an offering. Its purpose is to awaken the saintess." "Awaken? Me?" Angelica asked slowly. "How?" "In the past," Tunia explained, There was a saintess who used her thirst for revenge as the means to end Arteris's representative. The sword became the spark that ignited her will. To destroy Arteris's representative, the saintess must possess an unshakable will. Angelica pressed a hand to her forehead. Then you chose the wrong person. I do not have that kind of strength. That is not true, Tunia said. Arteris is more unstable now than ever before, and your very existence threatened him. That is why the god Arteris tried to eliminate you before your will could awaken. Angelica went still. Do you not realize it? Tunia continued. The day Arteris forced Lanius to destroy you, and he refused, that was the moment the conflict began between Arteris and his representative. Lanius had never defied him before. Angelica listened in silence. He was born cruel, arrogant, and prideful, Tunia said. Those very traits are what made Arteris favor him. So what do you think it means that he opposed Arteris? Punishment, Angelica whispered. Yes, Tunia replied. Arteris must punish his own representative. That punishment will erode the bond between them, and that erosion will lead to collapse. Do you understand now how important your existence is? Angelica slowly nodded as the truth settled inside her. When Seraphina was the saintess, Tunia continued, I was forced to intervene. I once seduced Lanius and made him fall in love with Seraphina at first sight. This time, that is no longer necessary. Angelica shivered faintly. Lanius had fallen in love with her without any intervention from Tunia. If that is true, Angelica whispered, then how am I supposed to kill the Emperor? Why would you tell me that he cares about me? I understand, Tunia answered evenly. You are gentle toward those who care for you, but that very affection is the reason you must destroy him. He gave a slight wave of his hand. A spatial gate opened. Let me show you. Angelica's gaze was drawn helplessly inside. There, she saw Lanius sitting alone. His usual overwhelming presence was gone. He looked frightened, fragile, like a lost child. Do you see? Tunia asked. What is this? Angelica whispered. Lanius can only escape this fate through death, the god Tunia said. Otherwise, he will remain Arteris's puppet forever. To end him is to grant him mercy, freedom. Angelica's breath trembled. Mercy? Tunia repeated softly. Is a salvation that only you can give him. The fear Angelica felt toward Lanius, and the feeling she still carried for him, had now become the very reason she was fated to destroy him. If Lanius was Arteris's puppet, then this time she too was only Tunia's puppet, and it was all for Tunia's sake. He was not the only god who could have borne this burden, and yet he had chosen sacrifice. He always bestowed good things on those who did not follow him, while reserving the cruelest fate for those he loved most. That was why Tunia's saintess, Seraphina, had to bear the most brutal duty in the world. Because of Tunia's decision, innocent believers had suffered, and Angelica, who was not even his follower, could not escape that fate either. Fury swelled in her chest. Do you truly care about me? Angelica asked, her voice shaking. Yes, Tunia answered calmly. Tears spilled down Angelica's cheeks. Then why, she sobbed, why do you not grant good things to the people you care about? How can you be so cruel? If someone had to be sacrificed, then it should have been you who did it. I am sorry, my child, Tunia said softly, his voice full of regret. Angelica wiped her tears, then suddenly looked up as if she had grasped something. You said the bond between Arteris and his representative is weakening, didn't you? She asked. Then is there any other way to sever it completely? Tunia shook his head. I am sorry. The bond passed through bloodline is too strong, and Lanius was born with the perfect nature to become Arteris's representative, no matter who stood before him. Lanius would never let anything block his path. His instinct is that of the Lord of Slaughter. Angelica clenched her fists. What if I refuse? She asked softly. What if I choose not to carry out the duty of a saintess? Tunia looked at her with heavy eyes. Then a great war will begin. If not now, then in the very near future. Arteris will not stop. Once the world falls into his hands, he will unleash another massacre, forcing even his own followers to slaughter one another until nothing remains. Angelica swallowed hard. And if I still refuse, she continued, will you punish me the way Arteris did? Tunia gently placed a hand on her shoulder. No, he said, I will forgive you, and I sincerely apologize for placing this burden on your shoulders. But Angelica's heart only grew heavier. She no longer understood exactly what she felt for Lanius. Fear, attachment, guilt, love. And the question tormenting her most still had no answer. Did she really have to betray him? And that is the end. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to like and share your thoughts in the comments.